Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, Manosphere, and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy, and the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing on this beautiful day today? It's awesome outside. Make sure you get outside, touch some grass. Have a good time. Enjoy the world. God damn it, shit. We only got one Earth. We might as well enjoy it. We might as well. And OMG. Hey, let's go, Miss J. Good day to you. What up, Too Strong? What up with you? Hey. We got a new, I don't know if he's opposition or he just really wholeheartedly believe what he said. He go by the name, shout out to Dat Shack 2 times. He reviewed my panel with Tommy the other day, but he really, you know, he didn't put my name. He didn't put my name in the title. He didn't actually tag me. And, you know, like, I don't know what, you know, because he is a bigger content creator. You know, he was calling himself calling me a panderer, a neutral, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? I want to know, maybe we should come up with some kind of plan. Maybe I should drop the link to the video that he reviewed, and we all go over there and say SBG and put my name in it so he know who's the person that he is talking about. Yeah, he called himself cooking me, goddammit. He said I'm a panderer. You know what I'm saying? He agreed with Tommy Sotomayor. You know what I'm saying? He agreed. He was saying that I allowed PH Diva. He called PH Diva a crazy ass for allowing her to chase Tommy, poor Tommy Sotomayor, chase him off the goddamn panel. Hey. They act like they don't know who I am. They act like they don't know who I am. But it's all good. Maybe he don't. It's a possibility. It is a big, wide world. You know, this internet is huge. It's humongous. But, you know, shout out to Dat Shack 2 times for at least reviewing the video. And he did say my name right and wrong at the same time. You know, that's very interesting to say the least. What up, Kills? Shout out to Kills for always tagging me. I appreciate you. Maybe I ain't big enough yet. Maybe we need more of our people to go out there and we got to go ahead and smash it because they be trying to act like all Hasididdy on you, bro. They be trying to act too Hasididdy on me. And that's why we know, hey, they like to watch and then act like they ain't never see. I don't know who he is. How you pronounce his name? We're going to have to start doing a better job of collectively getting together, making sure they get it right. We don't got to troll them. We just got to make sure that Shack 2 times get it right. Yes, PhD would cut him off, but yes, Tommy Sotomayor cut her off too. Yeah, no problem, Miss J. I won't send you. Miss J, you stay home. You stay home. You good. Yeah. But it is interesting to see. And this is the problem that we mainly have, right? Like the bigger dudes on the other side, the ones that disagree with me, they're willing to go ahead and go at it with me. The ones that's supposed to be on my side, the ones that's in the same content creation space and same content creation ideas, they don't want to push each other up to the next level. That's the problem that we keep having. So, Kills, you seen the video? Miss J is hilarious. Hey, Kills, did you see the video of them calling me a panda? It was wild. It was kind of funny. I give him that. He is funny, but listen here, Dad Shack 2 times. Don't get mad at me when I start paying attention to you and I start cooking your ass up. Kills, you tag me in it. Make sure you put in the you go in his comment section and say, hey, my boy ain't never scared. He from Brownsville, never run, never will. Make sure you tag him next time. Give him his proper respect. Coward. That's what you tell him, Kills. Kills, matter of fact, Kills, can you give me 2 waters, please? Beautiful. Kills, can you go over, since you know the exact video I'm talking about, go over there, Kills, and say, hey, Shaq, next time tag my boy. He ain't never scared. Yeah. My boy Kills got me. Shout out to Kills. Yeah. It's getting lit out here. We're gonna turn it up this summer. We need more likes, more shares. That's what we're going to keep it doing. We're going to turn it up. We are going to turn it up. You know what I'm saying? We're going to keep our foot on these rim bros' necks. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, Tommy Sotomayor, he is the father of the rim bros. You know what I'm saying? He's the father of the red pill, incel, Manosphere. These no good suckers. He fathered them. He's the main corporate for all this craziness. They seen his blueprint. They're like, yeah, I'm going to follow that. Let me just talk craziness about beautiful black women. And any man that says anything otherwise, whether it's true or not, we're going to beat them up. We're going to band together. See, the problem is a lot of the men, they just want to come together and just agree on any goddamn thing. And today we're going to show it we're going to review Black Man Unfiltered video later if we could get to it. But because I didn't watch it, but I did see the title of it. And the title I thought was very interesting. All the rims fell out of his nuts. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, I guess so. But you know, we're gonna be out here scrapping. I told you all 2026, I'm accepting and going to all opposition. I'm not running from nobody. We going at it. We gonna try to fight as many big dogs, so-called big dogs, as we can. Because I get it, a lot of these men believe that they are big dogs until a big dog really come around barking. And see, the problem with them is that they believe that a big dog is somebody with size. Look, see, and this is when we got haters like Davey for no reason. I don't understand Davey. He rock with me, but he'd want to destroy me at the same time. I don't know what's wrong with him. Clearly, he bumped his head. I don't know why. I don't know why Davey act like that towards the most masculine man he ever seen in his life. I don't know why you act like that. Good looking, Kels. I appreciate that, big dog. Yeah, because anything that you ever say about me is negative. You don't say nothing. You don't say nothing to the topic, and you don't say nothing productive. You always talk about something that I need somebody else, and somebody else did this for me. Somebody else. It's never me. I can never do anything right. It's crazy to hear some of these men cry all the time. It's insane to me. No matter what I do, no matter where I go, they try to put it on somebody else. It ain't because I got any type of skills. Nah. It's always because somebody else. How interesting is that? It's always so convenient. Good day to you, Corinne. I try. What you mean? Yeah, you're right. I do every single day. I be out here grinding every single day. And I need y'all. I need y'all help. I need y'all to help a brother out. We got, let me see. Let's see where we at with the likes. See where we at with the shares. So here's the crazy thing about it. The crazy thing about it, Davey, you saying that all those things. However, Davey, have you shared me out, brother? Because guess what? Regardless of that chat 2 times, cursing me out, being opposition, not Cassandra and Renee, good day to you. He still, at least, he showed me some love on the stream by reviewing the stream. That's still some kind of love to say, hey, regardless if he's saying it in a negative way, it is still some love. And we need to do more of that. The people that actually got, thank you, I appreciate that, Davey. It was just a question. I appreciate you then. Even though I've never seen it. I don't know what you're doing to that, but I thank you if you have. I'm saying the negative ones, they always willing to do the damn thing. The people that rock with me every day, they be a little afraid to show love to your boy. They're a little afraid to send a 99-cent super chat. They're a little afraid to hit the like button and the share button. They're afraid to help build up something that they're a part of every single day. There's a few, shout out to everybody. This is why it means so much to me for the people that's not afraid to show me love in the world. I really appreciate every last one of you because I understand. It's cooler to go against me than to be with me. I really appreciate y'all that showing your love and say, hey, I got you. Even when you wrong, I got you. Because sometimes I can be, even though I don't know if they ever proved it. I don't remember seeing me wrong yet. Hashtag SNL, Sharon never lies. So I really want to shout out to everybody in the SBG Nation that's showing me love on a day in and day out basis. It really means so much to me that y'all rocking out with me while we going out there. We out there rolling on them. We rolling on them. Bang! We hit with that mink, mink, mink. You know what I'm saying? No, actually, we find these other content creators, Don. Some other content creators, they trying to cook me up. They reviewed me and they cooked me up a bigger content creator. So shout out to him. And we need to do more of showing love and spreading the love because we doing the damn thing over here. The more people we get over here, the more entertaining and fun we are going to have. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. And on today's show. Don, if I tell you who, you gonna go over there and tell him to make sure he tag me? I'm gonna ask Don. Don, I'm gonna tell you who it is, but you gotta go over there, Don, and say, hey, next time tag Sharon and put my name in there. We need to go over there and spam his comment section and say, tag Sharon, hashtag SBG. We need to go over there and start spamming his ass. What are we going to do? All in the fun, though. We're not trying to do nothing mean and anything like that because, it's all love. We're trying to be fun with it. We're trying to have a good time. We ain't trying to start no real, What? My girl Dawn said, sure, I do it. Okay, so what we're going to do is hopefully Miss J, she could go ahead and find the video and she could post the link in the chat so we can run over there into the comment section and say, hey, make sure you tag, at me in it, Sharon next time and say hashtag SBG. Let me see. All right, I'll see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hey, babe, you awake? I don't know if she awake. We ringing them bells. Oh, that's right. That's true. I got you. Thank you, Miss J. I got you. Hold on. Let me see. All right. So let me go find the video. All right. Okay. All right. I got you. Thank you so much. And she did it rightfully so. God damn it. I'm gonna go find it right now. Hold on. I'll go find it right now. Hold on. Make sure y'all put a comment in the comment section. Say, hey, next time, tag Mr. Sharon Bracey. Thank you. And put hashtag SBG. All right. All right. So hold on. How do I share it? Let me see. Create post. Where is create post, share and post? Oh, copy. There we go. All right. All right. So this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to drop the link. That's the link. Drop in his comment section. Drop in his. All right. All right. So the link is pinned in the message. So make sure y'all go over there and tell him to say, hey, make sure you tag Sharon next time. Hashtag SBG. We on his neck, god damn it. And it's all in fun though. We're not trying to make no threats. And I just tell him to go ahead and in his comment section say next time, make sure y'all tag me in it and say hashtag SBG. Let's get it together. What up, Bubba? Hey, Crew Fest, you can hit the link if you want to have a conversation with me. Or you know, if you scared, I get it, get a dog. If you scared, get a dog. I'm a big dog. I'm a big dog. So you don't gotta just disagree to disagree. You can either stick to the topic or you could cry in the corner. It's okay. You know, you're just an avatar that is scared to say who your name is. I get it. So, you know, you wanted some attention today from a masculine man because you're not used to seeing any kind of man in your life. You ain't never seen a man before. Thank you so much, Dallas. Let's go. We're going to let them know. Next time, tag Sharon, hashtag SBG. Let's get it. We're going to have a good time. I gotta pick up my keys without bending my. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Shout out to my girl, man. Always show me love. Thank you so much. Let's like the chat out with Sky Blues. We don't. Salute to y'all. Thank you so much, Corinne Mack with the 199. You ring bells for real. They want the smoke, they gonna get it. Making sure y'all be just like Corinne Mack and show some love and support. 199 Scott Blues is all love. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it. I don't know, but he keep playing. We're gonna hit him with these verbal words, and we're gonna make himself. He gonna have to wrap his head like a Hindu for real. You hear me? Cause it's all good, but this is what we gotta do. We gotta go out there and we gotta fight for our life for this thing to keep moving in the proper direction. We want to be what we know we are capable of. We gotta keep on grinding together and hold ourselves down. We ain't letting nobody bully us off the position. Nah, we are on their neck. Rim Bros, we are checking y'all. Shout out to all the red pill incel Manosphere, these no good suckers. We gonna cook their ass up, Shiesty Bum. You see him, Shiesty Bum, trying to come for my head? Shiesty Bum, they try to come for me. I ain't sent for them. What up, Shiesty? They try to come for me, Shiesty. I know Shiesty got my back. I know Shiesty gonna go in that comment section for me. That's my girl. We be scrapping out here. We be scrambling. Me and Shiesty be scrambling. I used to get beat up all the time. They're like, oh, you have Shiesty. You missed it? Well, Shiesty, what I need you to do, Shiesty, because you know we be riding and dying. So what I need you to do, Shiesty, I got a link pinned in the chat. I need you to go hit that link, go in the comment section and say, hey, next time, tag Sharon, hashtag SBG. They try to come for me. Thank you, Bubba, for correcting it. So, Shiesty, make sure you let them know the next time, tag me. Tell them don't be scurry. It's all love. You know what I'm saying, Shiesty? We ain't trying to threaten nobody. We just tell them, hey, make sure you tag me next time. Don't be scared. You got me? I know Shiesty got me. All right, now I don't know where to watch this BMU channel. We are going to review BMU as well. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get a chance to. I don't know if I'm on a review of a review because Homeboy did review me, but I don't know if it makes sense to review of a review. I don't know, but we're gonna work it out. But on BMU's channel last night, he came up with some interesting things. It's just, it's always interesting to see these men cry and complain. They always have an issue with the ladies. They always have an issue with the ladies. Now, I don't understand for the life of me. Right? So good day, everybody. Good day, good people. Today, yes, Black Man Unfiltered. So provide, we talking about Black Man Unfiltered today. Or at least his show last night. Or Black Man Unhealthy. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't know. Shout out to Brownsburg yesterday. He got clipped early. Yo, Soul Provider. Shout out to Brownsburg. He got clipped early yesterday. He got about 5 words in. Clipped. So, today we talking about the most fragile substance known to the internet. Good day, Southern Charm. That's what we're talking about today. We are talking about the most fragile substance known to mankind. Thank you so much, Renee. I appreciate you. Let's keep it moving. Let's try to get 10 new members today, y'all. Let's do it. Let's keep it going. A Soul Provider. Make sure you go over to that link that I've got pinned at the top, and you go ahead and tell him, hey, next time tag Sharon, hashtag SBG. I know Soul Provider got me. He's all a part of the niggaverse. Thank you so much, Renee. Shout out to my girl, Renee, always showing me love. Thank you so much.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Renee, becoming a new member. I really appreciate everybody that's lighting up the chat. Thank you so much. If it's sky blue, if it's green, if it's red, if it's fuchsia, yellow, orange, we love everything that y'all doing. Please keep it up. Let's keep on grinding. Let's keep on building. Let's keep on getting bigger. Let's keep our foot on their neck. So today we are talking about the most fragile substance known to mankind. It's not eggs, not crystals. It's male ego on the internet. It's the most fragile thing. And you know what's got these brothers upset this week? Women saying, I don't need a man, but I want a man. Think about that. The thing that got these men upset is a woman saying, I don't need a man, but I want a man. Kenny Alpha, he said I'm Kevin, but he had never hit the link with his scary ass. Don't be scared. Men being upset that a woman is saying, I don't need a man, but I want a man is wild to me. And dudes online reacting like she just slapped Abraham Lincoln off of Mount Rushmore. What you mean you don't need us? What's up, cuz? I'm doing well too. Thank you, cuz. Good day. Brother, calm down. Nobody said you were a coupon expired at a Bed Bath and Beyond. Shit. You know what I'm saying? See, some men, they hear this, I don't need a man, and they translate it into, you are biologically useless and you should now return to the forest. Say it in the super chat, my brother. You want to cuss me out? Say it in the super chat and I can read it out loud. Support the show. All you need is a $2 super chat. That's all. I'm not asking to break no damn banks. 99-cent, $2 super chats. You know I gotta speak the truth, lovely. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't what she said. She didn't say you was useless. What she's saying is, if you disappear tomorrow, I can still pay rent. That is it. But for some reason, you hear that you're useless. All she's saying is that she can still pay the rent. That's the whole revelation right there. Electricity and direct deposits change everything. You feel me? Electricity and bank deposits that change everything. I guess baby. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So like, hey, back in the day, a woman needed a husband because society was basically set up like a terrible group project. A woman couldn't own property, have a bank account, get certain jobs, get credit cards. Sometimes couldn't even travel freely. Marriage back then wasn't just romance. Marriage was Wi-Fi. You needed access. Now, women got careers, degrees, retirement plans, side hustle, therapy acts, 2 dogs named Mocha and Biscuit, and a goddamn passport with more stamps than your uncle's parole officer. Of course, things changed. And these dudes online act shocked. Like, women don't cook anymore. Brother, you got Uber Eats, don't you? I thought y'all all say men cook better than women anyway. Nobody churns butter anymore either, god damn it. What's up, Real Victoria? Civilization moved on from churning butter. And let's talk about this fantasy some dudes got about traditional women. They always say, I want a traditional one, but they ain't traditional man. A traditional man built railroads and died at 42 from beer tax and whiskey. You work remote tech support in basketball shorts, arguing on podcasts. Clip that. Talking about a woman should submit. Submit to what? Your FanDuel account? And here's the funny part, right? Men say they want women dependent on them, right? We got a young guy right now, or maybe an old one, I'm not sure, but he's in the chat right now crying about how men, we want to be needed. I can't be making me laugh through my monologue. He's crying. Like, I could hear the tears coming through his text. I can hear him crying out for me. Real Victorious, when you hear him crying out for me, he's like, Sherrod, you gotta make them sing me. You gotta make them need me. Sherrod, can you make them need me, please? He out here crying out for me. Oh, man, I be having a good time. Hey, listen. So, provider, listen. Hey, make sure y'all show some love and show some love, goddammit. Hit that like, hit that goddamn share button. What up, Renee? Good day to you. Thank you, Kim. Make sure y'all hitting that like and share, man. We got to keep on moving. We need to double up the number that we have. Thank you so much, Real Victorious, but I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the super sticker. It's much appreciated.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate everything that y'all do for me. It's awesome. Thank you. We're going to keep turning it up, right? Men say they want women dependent on them. We see the man crying in the chat. Until the bill comes, then suddenly it's women need equality. Oh, now you a feminist. When that bill come in, now you are a feminist. I get it. Shout out
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the cuz. Lovely abundance. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, cuz. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Right now, he understands, hey, we need equality. Now he's a feminist. Convenient timing, huh? See, women say, I want a man. Right? When a woman says, I want a man, That should actually make men feel better. When a woman says, I want a man, that should actually make men feel better because need is survival. Want, that's desire. If someone needs you, if somebody needs you, that's pressure. If somebody wants you, I want you and I like you. That means they looked at all available options. They looked at all of the options: peace, solitude, careers, vacations, therapy, freedom, and still picked you. That's the highest compliment on earth. But some dudes don't want love. They want leverage. There's a difference. They miss the era where women had fewer choices because it guaranteed male relevance. That's what it guaranteed. Make sure that they was relevant. You know, we got the points. I'm gonna have to re-put that video out. We know how my brothers want to be relevant. That's why some of these podcast bros sound like hostage negotiators. If women make their own money, society collapses. This is what they would say. You know what I'm saying, Brownie? They say, if women make their own money, society collapses. No, society collapses when nobody knows how to communicate without a microphone and a damn ring light. And historically, let's stop pretending women are sitting around in caves doing absolutely nothing. Recent anthropology findings suggest women in hunter-gathering societies hunted too. We already proved that. We did that many shows ago when we had the stupid idiot Imperious on here. And the other stupid lady, what's her name? The one that sounded like AI? What the hell is her name? We showed and proved that yes, the women were hunting too. They had they goddamn bows, arrows, and spears too, even though they had a period. They wasn't just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what y'all get this. And I know that blew a lot of dudes' minds. The truth, because for some reason, all these men that preach about being in the red pill, incel, Manosphere, these no good sucker, these rim bros. They heard that and went, wait, women hunted mammoths? Yeah. Turns out prehistoric women weren't just in caves. They wasn't just in caves reviewing Yelp reviews about berries. Oh, you see the berries around the corner? Let me look it up on Yelp. So they wasn't just in the goddamn cave reviewing Yelp reviews on berries. That was not happening. They was hunting too, with periods and all. Yes. Human survival always been teamwork. Men and women built civilization together. But the internet turned relationships into the NBA finals. Shout out to the New York Knicks. And I guarantee you, people like Kenny is afraid to hit the link.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Ty Watts with the Fireboy. You ain't ish, yelp. Yes. Reviewing berries around the mulberry bush. They try to turn relationships into the NBA finals. Everybody is trying to win. You know what I'm saying? Everybody. You know what? You know what, Kenny? You know what, Kenny? We gonna drop the link for Kenny. We're gonna see if Kenny can form a full coherent sentence. We're gonna see. Shout out to Shadow, the Taiwan's member for 4 months, holding me down. Thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate it. It says, go drink some water, sir, before they stop your gas. Before they stop your gas. The hell is that? Before they stop your gas. The hell is that? The hell you talking about? Before they stop your gas. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? What you mean? Shout out to the Bill Victoria, member for 11 months. Thank you for always holding me down. I really appreciate that so much. Man, that's so love. That's so much love. Sharon cooking that egg. Well, now she's going to start demanding stuff. Now she's going to beat me up now. Now I'm going to get beat up now. Now she's going to beat me up. God damn. Now she's going to beat me up. Damn. God damn. I don't even know what to say. You know, I'm going to get back to my thoughts. I'm like I ain't see that comment. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, it's some of the things they never, this is the things they say, this is the kind of things they say, never let a woman humble you. And this is why that Shaq 2 times made the video yesterday, because maybe, you know, they was getting humbled by a PhD, but never let a woman humble you. That's the type of things they say. You also got women online, you know, they got them women saying, if he breathes wrong, like Big J, leave him. Nobody's dating anymore. Everybody's conducting job interviews. What do you bring to the table? Sir, relax. We are in a 2 for $20 at Applebee's. You ask me what I bring to the goddamn table. That's what the ladies is telling you. They're like, sir, relax. It's Applebee's. We are in a 2 for $20 right now. Don't be asking me what I bring to the goddamn table. It's Applebee's, all right? And another thing, a lot of men say, well, if women don't need men, then men don't need women. Right? We got the man King Alpha that is afraid to hit the link right now. Okay, King Alpha. Or whatever, Kenny Alpha, even though he's afraid to hit the link. Cool. That's okay, cool. Go ahead. But every time men try living completely away from women, within 6 months, they have been a podcast, a crypto scam, and a goddamn Rembro Empire discussion group. You know what the damn Rembro Empire discussion group is. That's Red Pill, Incel, Manosphere, no good sucker. Men need women emotionally more than we admit. Women got communities. Women call friends. Women process emotions. Men will lose custody of their feelings in 1997 and never file a goddamn police report. That's what these Rembros would do. That's a red pill incel manosphere. No good Sucker. That's why your grandfather only expressed love through fixing lawnmowers. Yup. That man never said, I'm proud of you. But he rebuilt your transmission in silence. That was his love language. And social pressure on women is real too. Women today are expected to work full-time, raise kids, stay attractive, heal generational trauma, answer emails, drink enough water, speaking of, and still somehow have some soft girl energy and still split the check. Everybody's tired. Women saying they want partnership instead of dependency is not disrespectful. It's modern reality. The goal now ain't ownership, it's cooperation. That scares insecure people because cooperation requires effort. See, the old days, some men could get by just being the provider. Now women ask, are you emotionally intelligent? Can you communicate? Do you respect her? Can you help around the goddamn house? And some men hear that like, whoa, 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 this sounds like work. Yes, yes, sir, yes. Relationships are work now because women can leave. That's the difference. Your grandmother stayed because society trapped her. Modern women stay because they choose to. That's a higher standard. And honestly, a healthy relationship today should be two complete people choosing each other, not two hostages sharing a goddamn mortgage. That's the evidence. Because if a woman says, I don't need you, but I want you, that means you add joy to my life. Fellas, that's the assessment now, okay? Not domination, not control, not fear, just can you add a piece? Can you add peace, humor, stability, love, protection, wisdom, partnership? Can you make somebody's life better? Because women already proved they can survive without men. The real question is, can we make each other happy with each other? That's the conversation nobody online ready for. I had to get that all out. I'm sorry, baby girl. Come back. I had somebody in the back. I just seen them. My bad. I was running my mouth. I'm sorry. Yeah.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Kasim holding me down. Thank you so much with the 20 ball. Appreciate you so much. That means so much. Thank you so much for the orange. My first orange of the day. My first orange of the week. No, not the week. My first orange of the day. Women like and respect a man who show he is capable. Bar. Had to pause there. Sometimes you gotta let it breathe, God damn it. A good leader and skilled at solving problems, providing, staying calm, protecting, and making decisions. They don't submit blindly. They need to see proof first. Ooh, speaking of seeing proof, look at this man's face. Welcome to the show, Shadow the Titan Wasp.
My
Good
first
day,
orange of the
sir.
week, SNL, lying ass.
Hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies.
Shit, 3 of them yesterday.
No, I said I corrected that part.
I know. How you doing this morning?
Okay. I'm doing well. Thank you, Mr. Orange Super Chatter himself. Good day to you. Thank you so much. Always showing me love. I really appreciate you, my brother. Just in case you don't know.
You got chat people telling me I need to stop sending you my restitution. So, you know.
Of course. You know how much hate I get? God damn it. You know how much hate I get.
You know, it's funny. This conversation I enjoy for two reasons. Number one, we're finally saying the same thing. I think that a teamwork is necessary. And I don't mean teamwork as in a man pulls on a woman and then she pulls him up. I mean, he needs to carry his weight in that relationship, just like they need to work together to build something better. Positive conversation.
So the thing is that is a very important part to the conversation about women not needing men, and they want one, like the ones that choose to actually want a man. The thing that a lot of men are missing is that they are not buttoning their shirts fast enough. That's number one. They need to button up their shirts.
Don't tell me I live my life. I'm an adult.
That's number one. They need to button up their goddamn shirt. That's number one. Number two, when that woman wants you, right, or she's not choosing you, that's because you, sir,
are fitting.
Are not right. You are not choosable, sir. You are the one that's not being chosen because you are not holding up to the new standard how men are supposed to be moving in today's time, because she don't need you. So this whole feed me, F me, and be quiet stuff, that was for your grandfather. That ain't for you, because a woman have a choice to pay the rent on her own. Go ahead and partner up with her homegirl, and they could be roommates and they be happily ever after. She go outside to the mosey wosey when she needs some. The other one go to the mosey wosey when they need something. They don't bring no man to the house. They got they separate. Hey, women can figure this thing out without a man. So if you're not being chosen, it's probably because your ass is raggedy. And that's something that men do not want to deal with today. They want to force women to need them instead of, to me personally, I'd rather a woman want me.
Yeah, I think being wanted is more important than being needed. I think.
Expound on that. And listen, fellas, don't be afraid to hit the link. Stop being scary. Hit the link, cam up. You see, we got the bigger content creators. This is your chance to shine. You see those bigger content creators reviewing me, Shadow?
None. Look, I've been working on the book all week, so I got a publishing date coming up.
Well, there's a link pinned in the comment section. He tried to cook me up, and we are all running over there. And we're gonna hit in his comment section, say next time, tag Sharon, hashtag SBG. We're gonna make sure they're gonna put some proper respect on our name over here. They ain't gonna keep treating me like no damn little dog. He gonna review my show and act like he don't know who I am. What's my name? I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Sharon? Is it Sharon Stone? Shut your punk. You know my name.
So they didn't know who you were, but they reviewed you because.
Hey, that's why we gotta run. That's why the link is pinned in the chat. Go over there in his comment section, tag me and say next time tag Sharon and say hashtag SBG. We gotta flood out.
You said it's in the comments, right?
Yeah, but anyway, before you go and do that, can you please explain to me why so many men want to be needed instead of wanted?
I think a lot of people want to be needed because it feels like people won't have a choice to have them there, but most people don't want to carry the weight to be there. So if you want it, that means you're actually offering something that I desire. If you need it, that means you offer something I require. And since we don't really require anything, I mean, so here's where the difference in the conversation comes. I think men and women need each other in order to create the next generation. But that's the only thing the necessity is for. Outside of that, we don't really need each other to survive. Like, I think everybody else, I don't know, this economy is trying to make me question that sentence now. But
absolutely,
as
a lot
you said,
of people is
roommates can solve that same problem. I can get 3 roommates and I can start living like I'm in little Puerto Rico or little Mexico. Look, get 15 people, we all saving money this year. We're gonna make our own little community in an 800 square foot apartment. But no, I think men and women bring something to each other out of that desire, that want, that a lot of people don't really put hand in hand to. And if you actually work to, what's up?
So Shadow, what I think the issue is, majority of men saying they need a woman or they need a woman. And that's the real issue I think men are having. Women want men. Men need women. Because a man, he could be a lone wolf. Him and his girl take over the world. He's fine with that. Women, on the other hand, if they're not in a relationship, they going out with their homegirls, 4 or 5 girls at a time. They hanging out. They having Galentine's Day where it's a bunch of single women in pajamas getting drunk and twerking on each other, right? They would have this thing called Friendsgiving where they'll all be single and they would cook up some turkeys or whatever, get drunk and have a good time. A whole bunch of friends hanging out with you. Women are community thought provoking like that. They deal with communities. Men, not so much.
I think women are better when it comes to community settings. Like women know how, even when women are being vicious to each other, they can be vicious together to each other. But men, it's either men don't need other men as much as we say we do. Like men, they'll go work out alone. They'll go work on a vehicle alone. They'll go. You give a man a dog, and most men will be okay. But I think men's quality of life is greatly increased when a woman's around. But it's weird because I hear these same people saying, "Oh, women need men, but you don't know how to cook by yourself." I got married. I cook for my wife. She cooks for me. I hate doing dishes. She hates putting them up. Split it. I manage everything with all the vehicles because I know how that works. She walks the dogs because I don't feel like doing it in the morning. I do it at night. But again, we understand where our times align, what we need to do, and then we balance each other out. We didn't need each other. We wanted each other, and that want became something stronger.
Why so many men are struggling with this? Is it because they're not a wantable human being?
So this is where I think our conversation is going to diverge a little bit. I think men and women are having this problem now. Women have become so independent now, they don't want to sacrifice their independence. Men are so dependent now, they don't know how to be independent. So when you put 2 and 2 together, now they're not wanting to lose this and they're not wanting to lose this. But in order to love somebody, you got to be willing to sacrifice parts of yourself to be able to sacrifice for the other person. And I think a lot of people are afraid of sacrifice. It's the conversation you had yesterday. I think it was Too Strong who's up. You had mentioned that he didn't want to take the risk of taking that loss. But you got to understand, if I keep throwing the dice and I'm losing every time I do it, eventually I'm going to get tired of throwing that dice. And I think now men are using bad experiences from people they've never met to equate it to their own experiences that they've never had. And I think that's where the problem starts. Like, I can't base my marriage off of you.
Correct. I agree with that. I agree 100% with that. You cannot base that. I could give you experiences and say, hey, this is how I felt when this happened, and you could either relate or you can't, right? That's simple as that. But I cannot tell you actually how to love your partner.
Right.
I could tell you some basic things that a human being as a man can do, and how some things when a woman do certain things to you, how that could make you feel, how you're gonna have to understand that feeling and then
prepare to how to deal with it.
And deal with it, right, in the proper sense. So this way you won't hurt the relationship, because there's nothing it doesn't make no sense to be right in the relationship and you hurt your partner, because if you're trying to hurt your partner by building a relationship, you got to understand anything you throw at your partner, it got to go through the relationship first, right? So that's a type of advice I give. So if you are trying to correct something in your wife or your girlfriend, if you do it in a vicious way, you will absolutely affect your relationship. So you got to mind out how to communicate with your girlfriend without hurting the relationship, however she need that communication style, right? And
a few weeks ago, we had a conversation about this.
And the reason why is because she do not need you. She wants you. So the fact that she wants you to be a part of her, right? Not she don't need you to be saying, hey, it's not back in the days when he could just go to work, come home and be quiet and say, here's my check. You know, I can't make no more than this because the white man is beating me down. And so therefore, this is all I got. It is what it is. That don't exist anymore. And men need to understand that.
Yeah. So I think the issue is even worse than that. It's somebody or date a Tracy, and then all of a sudden, when he's dating Tanisha, he treats her the same. Like, oh, I want to love everybody the same way, instead of loving each individual person the way that they need to be. That's why I like the fact that you used the love languages earlier. I think people communicate love in different ways. And unless you take the time to get to know who you're trying to love, you're not going to be able to give that person the love that they need in the way that they need it. So you're going to keep running into that same cycle over and over and over again. But you can't be selfish and say, well, you don't love me like she loved me. Like, I'm not going to pretend my toxic relationship is the same thing as somebody I'm planning on marrying. Like, they're not going to move the same. They're not going to respond the same. The way that they act is going to be different. The way that you act with them is going to be different. You have to learn how to be symbiotic with people instead of being combative. But again, we talked about this. I think
let me welcome somebody into that. That was a good point to put a period in, by the way. That was a perfect word, not to be combative. So hey, that was beautiful. Yeah. Good day. Welcome to the show, Supreme Vaginal Vessel. Good day to you. How you feeling? And and just like in real life, that Supreme Vaginal Vessel could always get you in trouble. You see me? You see Supreme Goddess, you got me getting beat up again?
What happened?
This dude, a big content creator, reviewed our show the other day.
Who?
With you making, with you chasing goddamn Tommy Sotomayor off the damn panel. He said Sharon is the most intelligent, retarded person I ever know. He just let PhD run his show like that. I was like, God damn.
Who was the content creator?
I tagged him. I posted his name in the chat, and his name is That Shack 2 times. And I want everybody that's in the chat to go over there, tell his ass to tag me next time, because he act like he don't know who we are. Tag his ass tag me, and then say, hey, next time tag Sharon, #SBG. Let's flood it. They gonna put some respect on our name.
That's hilarious. But with regard to the wanting and needing, now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I got a pretty good memory, so I know I'm not. But it just seems like this narrative keeps changing, right? And so in the 2010s, they wanted women who didn't need them, who wanted them, right? That's what Miss Independent was about. But now, fast forward about 10 years and 15 years, and now that's a problem? That's a problem. But that's crazy. Because how can we I don't know. I don't like the parallel universe that like black men be trying to live in. How we gonna need, right? Need. Okay.
Mm-hmm. They said they want to be needed.
But how? When they aren't in a position to do any of the stuff that we would
Survive.
need them to do.
To survive.
Well, I mean,
Because
just
that's the
anything,
thing.
you know?
But that's the thing that they missing. A need is about survival. And unless you're talking about just making babies, that's probably the only thing
Right.
that you can actually have, besides that part, which is an important part, However, I think men need to be focusing more on women that actually want them, and they need to learn how to be wanted. Stop being so goddamn miserable and picking at a woman saying, I don't need you, but I believe my wife don't need me. She wants me. I believe if something that she will be able to figure it out. She ain't no dumb person. I don't want to be with a dumb person. I don't want to be with somebody like that. And matter of fact, majority of these men should want a woman that wants them because she is willing to do whatever it takes to build that relationship. It takes a little bit of pressure off of you as a man in the first goddamn place. Because y'all all a lot of these men, they took this goddamn traditional lifestyle until the bill come. Why can't she help me? You feel me, Diva?
Yes.
All of a sudden, it's all about equality then. They like, damn, I'm a feminist like a mug. Let's go half on this goddamn car note.
But I think what the issue is because again, the standards, at least for black women, change, constantly. And then we see that they don't really hold these other women to those same standards. And so at some point, black women gonna have to accept that these men really don't want you like that. Right? If it's always anything you do is a problem, it's because you're the problem.
Say that one more time. And why you say it one time, Kenny, the link. Hit the link, Kenny. Stop being a scary ass. It's okay. Don't be scary. Say that one more time, Diva.
If everything you do is a problem, then you're the problem. Right? Because when I was in high school in the 90s, the black males were telling us that they were going to other women because we were too prudish. We weren't sexually adventurous enough.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy when you think about it, right? Because for a long time, right, it was a whole stereotype that black women don't give head.
Right. That was true to an extent. But now,
Yeah.
we too sexually out there, right? So now we need to be prudish again. And so what they want is going to change. And it's always whatever the opposite is of what black women is. And so black women, y'all got to just read the landscape and connect the dots.
Wow, that is just such a great point to add into the conversation. When black women was known to be the more reserved type, it was a problem. You need to, they start watching all these goddamn videos of whatever. That's what they want. And then now that the women say, oh, that's what you want. So the women say, okay, so we're going to be a little bit more, sexual free and do a little bit more nasty things in the bedroom. Then when the women do that, now it's too much. It is interesting. That's interesting. I don't know what to say about that one, Diva. Why, as a collective, our brothers cannot come up with an ideology that is suitable for us as a community? Why do black men seem like they keep going against the grain? It's weird. And it's not helping anything at this point. And the reason why this came up because I seen Black Man Filtered. He did a show, and this was the title of his show. So it just sparked some thoughts in my head. I didn't see it because I ain't had time to because I gotta, I'll be trying. I'll fall right out. That goddamn sun is strong on this side of the world. I'll tell you that. It'd be knocking me out. I wanted to review some of it. Since Alpha, Kenny Alpha, I don't know, he said he's going to hit the link. Let me make sure he can see the link. He said he was going to hit the link because I want to understand what's his issue. We need more likes. We're about 30 likes short. Mike Nice, you can hit the link too. If you're confused about something, we can have a discussion about it. It is all right. We can mine this out together. All right, so I don't know what part of, because I didn't get a chance to watch it, Diva. But let's see what they're talking about. All right, I just picked a spot where the like.
Hey, is this the review?
No, this is a review of a show from last night. Let me also tag them in it. Hold on. So this is called the Black Men Unfiltered Podcast. That's the name of the channel. Shit, I did the wrong thing. Hold on. While y'all get the likes together, let me do this. Let me make sure I tag the brother in it. All right.
The subject of the night, as you guys said, that we don't need black men. We got this. So there's this notion that's going around that we are, as men, are not necessary anymore. I work around women who say we don't need you physically anymore to have a baby. So what we'll do, we'll go get artificial insemination. We don't need you guys to buy a house because we lead in home ownership. We don't need you guys to get a job because we're the most educated. We don't need you guys in construction anymore because we can put on a hard hat. We don't need you guys anymore. We don't need you. All right. And a lot of celebrity women have poisoned this. I saw a clip of the women on The View that were saying, why are men necessary? We don't need you.
BMU, I got a quick question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to change it, but you know when you change the camera and turn it sideways, is it
This is why women don't need men. Jesus. Oh my God. Now you can't figure out how to turn your camera a certain way, bruh? Bruh. After, you know how crazy that sounds, Shadow? After a man say, hey, it got a bunch of women saying how they don't need men because they don't need him. They don't need a man. They don't need a man because they could buy their own house. They don't need a man because they could put on their own hard hat. They don't need a man because they could pump their own gas. And then this man comes on the very first thing he says, Hey, can you tell me how I switch my camera around because I don't know? Bruh, they be sounding crazy. Shout out to my man Crazy Eyes. That was insane right there. Shadow. I don't know what's wrong with him.
Sorry.
That was, yeah. That was crazy. But we're gonna see if he's gonna tell him how to fix his camera.
A feature on StreamYard or something. Usually when I turn my camera sideways, I get that panoramic
thing. Ella, it's like
It's a
some
what?
technical thing they got going on.
Yeah, hey, yeah, you try it again.
Yeah, because when I go sideways, usually it would. You see how I got? I'm trying to look like y'all. They hating. It's all right. I'm gonna thug it out. I'm sorry.
So that's my question tonight. When you guys hear that we as men are no longer needed, and women are saying, "Hey, we don't need you guys. We got this. Everything that you guys have done in the past," and we've also heard the notion that in the past, the only reason that women were with men is because of the benefits, and the women didn't have anything, and the women were poor and they were dependent. Now the women are saying, "We're independent. We're educated. We can do anything that you can do, guys. You're no longer needed." Right? I saw Ebony K. Williams say she went and had a whole baby. Right? You're no longer needed. I saw the Brat, the rapper from the 90s, the Brat, go out and get married to Big Booty Judy. And her and Big Booty Judy went and found a guy and had a baby, and they did a baby that way. And so they encouraged the same notion. So what are your thoughts when it comes to hearing women say that we're no longer? And I want to add something here. And what do you think about the men who support that notion? We'll start with you.
Okay, so Shadow, what do you think about that question? And what do you think about the men? Because that's the part we didn't answer yet, because I didn't hear him say that. So what do you think about the men that support the notion that women do not need men?
I mean, at this point, it's it's logical. I know they use the concept of you can use artificial insemination, but you still need a man to do that. So even then, the man will still be a necessity for that even small moment. But I think for the most part, it's not inaccurate. And then people who don't believe it are just not being realistic.
So the men that understands that women don't need men in today's society, you don't feel you feel like they are just observing the truth.
No, I mean, yeah, they're just observing facts at this point. It's an unfortunate. Who said that? Auntie said it yesterday. It's an unfortunate accurate. It's unfortunately accurate because it's something that's based on reality.
Okay, Diva, do you feel a certain way about men that understands or support women that say a man is not needed in today's society to partner up? What's your thoughts on men that think like that, Diva?
I don't feel no ways tied. So no, I don't feel any type of way about it. I would like to address something that he said, because again, I keep going back to this state of delusion. So he said, oh, well, women don't need us to buy a house because they can buy their own house. Yeah. But also, let's not ignore the fact that Black men tend to have lower credit scores than other groups of people. And so it would be difficult to do that, even if they, wanted to, right? Then he said, oh, well, they don't need us for something because they have jobs. But the thing is, y'all don't have any jobs to give us. So how could we need you economically? And so that's the delusion. It's like they talk about these things, but not from the vantage point in which they actually exist. Then he was also talking about, in the past, women needed men, blah, 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 blah. But that wasn't the case in the Black community. Black women always had to work. And so certainly, yes, it was easier if you had somebody there. But all sociological accounts will tell you that Black women were oftentimes more employed than Black men during those times. So they were actually the financial stability. And we know this because even the children were sent out to work. right? So little girls would be sent to go do housework in, white folks' houses. And the boys might go out and pick berries or whatever, but everybody was doing something to help the family survive. So yeah, I just can we actually talk about the situation in which we exist and existed so we can have a real conversation?
I'm not sure if they ready to have that conversation, because they would say things like, how women don't need men when men created every damn thing. What is your thoughts on that? That men keep trying to say that because men built all these things, they think that women are crazy. They live in this past delusion of,
Yeah, but the thing is, again, it wasn't black men who did it. So what are they talking about?
That's crazy. I feel you. All right, so now what about the men that would say, hey, we was a part of every war, we was a part of every industrial civilization here in America. They was somehow a part of it. They might not have been the ones that's moving and shaking it, but they still was a part of everything moving in America.
Yeah, I would say black women were too. So what's your point?
Their point is that they want to be needed by you, Diva.
Oh, okay. Well, child, you got to be able to do something that we need.
And so now, so what do you think about this when the men say, but Sharon, she's talking about you too? Why do they keep trying to, what is your thoughts on the men that keep trying to make me feel like I supposed to feel bad for myself, even though I wasn't the black man that had bad credit? Because, when I got my house, it was all on my name.
Right.
The whole thing.
Right. Right.
So that's why they don't understand why I don't feel, but regardless, they always want to add me in. So, you know what I'm saying? What's your thoughts on that, Diva? Like, why do they keep trying to make me be one of the hit dogs hollering?
Because they want you to fight for them.
Go ahead, Shadow. You want? I had muted you because you had the dog. You had your big dog barking. So, go ahead, Shadow.
No, I mean, dude, chill. No, I think Steve was right. They want you to defend them because it actually makes sense. But even in your situation, your wife didn't need you, so it would still go with what you said.
They don't understand. I'm talking about my life, right? Not no theory. They want to theorize, and I'm talking about what really happened. That's the interesting thing. Oh, they say that I'm going against bro code. Maybe that is a possibility. Let me welcome back into the show. He got his Wi-Fi back. That's one of the things that, shout out to Big Dog Barking. Good day, sir. Can you answer the question, why are men upset at women saying, I don't need a man, I want a man?
What rating is this show? PG, R rated, or what?
Yeah, so let me put up my banner. So if you say an F-bomb, it's $2. If you say an N-bomb, it's $2.
Come here.
Oh, okay.
Zook,
okay.
come here.
PG. All right. They some BANs. A lot of little boys with bruised egos. That's all that is.
Damn. I was surprised.
Why?
Because they act like I'm the only man that understands what's actually happening.
No, you're not the only. You're not the only man. You just one of the few that's gonna speak up about what's really going on.
I appreciate that, Big Dog Barker.
No problem, bro.
Cause they be trying to act like I'm some kind of one-off feminist. I'm a man. I'm a woman in a male body just because I'm speaking honestly. You know what I'm saying? This is what's really happening.
That's all that is that you just speaking reality, and they want to live in they live in the same delusion that they say the women live in. Goddamn.
Crazy. That's wild. That's wild to hear. Let me also welcome into the show Lorena and Too Strong. Lorena, you first, and then Too Strong. What's your thoughts? Lorena, do you believe you need a man, or do you believe you want a man? Which one you going with?
So I believe I am not fond of the whole concept of needing another person, just in general. Now, what I can say is that I need my man, not a man, but my man, because that's the person that was created for me, which means that whoever that higher power is, when they created me and they created him, they said she is going to need this man. Now I want a man. And because I want a man, I know what the man that I needs to possess, what he will possess, because he's the one that I need. But that a lot of that is based off of what I want in a man. And that's how I see it. I believe that this whole needing thing, it goes both ways, because a man can't create his legacy without a woman, without a womb. He can't procreate by himself. He can't. So it's both sides. We both need each other. The problem is, because we're just telling ourselves out loud we need a man or a woman, we're not finding the person that we want, because we're not spending that time to become the person that we want, so that therefore we can attract the person that we deserve, we earn, we need, because we're putting in that work on ourselves. That's how I see it. Okay.
So now when we go to let's say older relationships, people that say, hey, I don't want to have children anymore. So now you don't need no children. What would be the need for that woman from a man?
Whatever it is that she's wanting, because we were not created to be alone. That's just human.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So I think the problem is they keep using the baby making situation as to keep this earth, to keep humans on existence, right? That's their main argument. And okay, fine, we can have that argument, but we not, when a woman is saying I don't need a man, she is not talking about the survival of the human race.
Exactly. I agree.
And so for some reason, they keep on adding that the survival for the human race. What they are talking about, that if something happens to you, sir, that I will still be able to pay the rent. That is what she's actually talking about.
And a lot of men are not what a woman needs. And because they're not what a woman need, they are now with this whole, I don't want an independent woman, because he don't want to put in that work to become what is required to be what he feels a woman needs. And that's not an us problem.
Who problem
when I say us, I mean women.
That's all right. That's a man problem.
Yeah, that's that man's problem. That man, that's his problem. He needs to become a man and pull up his pants and go and put in that work. Because if you want a woman who's on a certain standard, because a lot of women who are saying, I don't need a man, we're on a certain level. We have certain expectations. We're meeting our own expectations. That's why we can set our expectations to a man. And a lot of men, they're not willing to put in the work to meet those expectations, because they're not willing to do it for themselves, much less for somebody else. If he does, it's not real. It's not authentic.
Okay, I like what you. Okay, I like it. I like the overarching point. Welcome to the show, Too Strong for Life. What is your thoughts of this conversation? Good day to you. What's your thoughts?
Good day to everybody in the chat and in the panel. Can you tell me about the question again?
The question is, women don't need men, they want men. Do you have a problem with that statement?
No, not at all.
That a woman don't need, okay, and why not?
Because it's better to feel, wanted than needed, Hold on, give me 1 minute.
Okay. While we wait on Too Strong to come right back, welcome into the show, the Verbal Assassin. Good day, Verbal Assassin. How you doing? What is your thoughts on the topic?
Good day. Hello. Hi.
Good day.
Okay, so what do you want to ask me in regards to that question?
Do you feel like it's a problem for women? You know what? Let me ask you, do you need a man or do you want a man?
I definitely
just
don't
tell
need
me,
one.
you know I want
Definitely
you.
don't need.
I like you and I want you.
I definitely don't need one. As far as wanting, I mean, I don't know. It depends. I think that it's not a steady state of wanting. No. But I would never say that I need one. It would be want. It wouldn't be need.
And why is that? And why would that be for you? Or why is it that for a majority of women in today's society?
Because well, first we have to ask the question, what would you need a man for? Like, even with, I think, is that Lorena, her even saying that she needs her man. My question would be, why? Because what we actually need are the things that are, we need for survival, right? We need food, we need shelter, we need oxygen, those are the things that we actually need. Everything else is a want that would make our lives more fulfilling, but it's not a need. And then she also said, because she mentioned, creator and all of that, she also said that we, meaning men and women, were not created to be alone. But I beg to differ, because your Bible tells you that man should not be alone. It was not good for man to be alone. Therefore, the Creator made woman. After the Creator made woman, everything was complete. God did not give man to woman. God gave woman to man, right? And he did not see the need, or the Creator, he, she, however you view your Creator, did not see the need to give woman anything else. Woman is self-sufficient. Man is not.
That was ridiculous.
That's okay.
All right. So hold on, Di. So Mont said that's ridiculous. Go ahead and tell us why. It seems like we're going to get back to you answering the question first, but why is ridiculous? We would like to hear you out.
Just following the logic of God created man, and then God created woman for man, which equals man need woman, but women don't need man. I think that's ridiculous.
Wow. Why?
Because I think we need each other. If he created a complementary being for men, then that would tell me that we need each other and that we're made and designed for each other.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's like creating, like that's like having Batman. They're like, you know what, Batman could really use a Robin, and then we give you a Robin, and it's like, okay, Robin is, the logic says Robin is fine by itself, but Batman can't live by it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
Literally,
because in that scenario, we would actually
be
Batman and y'all would be Robin. Because the science says we was here first. And we created y'all.
No, so PhD, but that's fine, right? But that's a different line of thinking if we're going with science versus the God conversation. But sticking to the
Oh, well, I
God,
never used the God argument, so continue.
yeah, I'm just following Verbal Assassin's God perspective. That didn't make sense. No, science is different.
That's okay. It doesn't have to make sense to you. But here's the thing. When somebody brings in the Creator and all of that to justify a woman's so-called need, then we have to say exactly what the Bible says. I mean, I know what the Bible says. I'm not a Christian, but I know what it says. So when we go down that route, then I'm gonna tell you what it actually says. It doesn't say that woman should not be alone. It said man, and it was talking about Adam. Okay,
So
I
that's just
mean,
the facts.
when a woman was called a helpmate, by definition, you can't be a helpmate to nobody. So while I understand where you're coming from, you're implying that it means that women can be fully self-independent based on the Bible, and I don't see how you get that. I feel like that's
You could
conflating
be
two different conversations.
so
Like
why
Well,
you
I
can
women
be
are though, but women are self sufficient and independent. That's what y'all mad about. So what are
so
you talking about?
How about first? I ain't mad about nothing about that.
I would just like to
Oh,
clarify
shit.
that there was a reason why I did not label the higher power. It is out of respect to everyone on the panel and their beliefs. It is not like, no, I am more science based. So when I even hear man, I hear human. I get what you thought I was meaning, but I do not do the Bible. So I don't align my life with the with the Bible.
So scientifically, then, why would you need, which
Sorry,
indicates
spiritual. Sorry,
which
spiritual.
indicate okay, so which
But yes.
indicates survival, right? Needing is
Mhm.
saying you can't survive without it. Why? What about your man? You can't survive
So
without him.
I believe that my man was created to assist with my survival. And I was created to assist with his. Therefore, that's where the whole, because he
okay.
does
Okay,
align
so
his
hold on, let's
life.
stop there.
Oh,
That's fine right there. So hold on, but
oh,
Lorena, the question
yes.
is, if he was to pass away, if something happened and he was removed out of your life, let's not put no death on nobody, but he was removed out of your
Mhm.
life, are you going to now, will you be able to survive?
Yes.
That's the conversation Verb is trying to say. Like, we understand the philosophy about I need them, but we talking about in a sense of actual need, which is survival. Women don't need in today's society a man to survive, even her man.
I mean, nobody needs anyone to survive.
Correct. But men need women.
No, I said, that's what I
Nah,
said.
yeah, I
I
was
said,
gonna
I
say these
believe
men definitely
it
need
goes,
women.
it goes
Okay,
both
so
ways.
Lorraine, the reason why it doesn't go both ways, which is, just what it is, just the way how we wire it. Men don't
Mhm.
do well by themselves. That's why
What?
men, they tend to, God, I guess you said what? So I guess you disagree with that. You believe that men are deleting themselves when they wife divorce them because they do good by themselves.
No, you're conflating two different things. I think
Okay,
No,
so
it's
all right,
not,
the
Shadow.
issue.
They
Yes, it
literally
is.
men
No,
simply
it
being
is.
single.
hold on, Kim. Hold on, Kim. Don't start screaming yet. Kim, I ain't even introduced you yet. Kim,
I don't
goddamn
want
it.
to be. I don't
Hold
want no
on.
smoke, Kim.
Yes, he
We
don't want no
in a
smoke
war
yet.
anyway.
Kim, hold on, Kim. Kim ready to cook up. Hold on, Kim. So what I'm saying is that we see time and time men are lonely when it's just them and their homeboys. Women, they can be with just, hey, it's me and my homegirls and not be lonely like how men are. Men have a lonely epidemic. Women do not have a lonely epidemic is what I was
What you're
communicating, Shadow.
referring to? No, I understood what you were referring to. So just to be clear, number one, the woman loneliness epidemic doesn't even work biologically because women literally can be like, hey, if I really want it, I'm gonna just go get it. Most men can't say the same thing. Most men are not.
Are you okay? So with that being said, are you agreeing with me that men need women and women don't because they do not have this idea that they can't get what they want?
No, those aren't even two. Those aren't even the same conversation.
All right, so why you bringing in? All right, so I'm trying to understand the reason why I'm saying that a
Because
woman
you
can
brought it
get
up.
dick whenever. I
Right,
did not
because you
bring it
brought
up.
it up.
What I'm
Did
saying
you not
that
just bring up the
is
male
that a
loneliness?
man,
My bad.
right? What I'm saying that a man needs a woman,
Right.
right? We
And I'm
agree with
telling
that,
you,
right?
no, we don't
Okay, so
agree with it.
now can you show the same thing that a woman needs a man? That's what I'm asking.
Sharon, when you're
Okay.
done with Shadow, pick on somebody your own size, okay?
Hey, nigga, you know what? I got you, man. I
No,
want some smoke.
get him, Shadow. Good.
First and foremost, we just define need as a biological imperative. Things that are necessary
Survival.
to continue life.
Survival, yes.
Biological imperatives of survival. The same reason why women don't need men, because men don't need women for oxygen. We don't need for sustenance. We don't need for water. We don't need for any of the biological necessities. Yes,
But you need to live. You need women to
Goddamn,
live.
woman,
You need
why
women
you
to be.
yelling?
Because I'm
hold on.
okay.
Verb,
Sorry. I'm
hold
sorry.
on.
I'm sorry. I had Tourette's. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay. Look, all right, go ahead, try to finish out your thought.
Like, I'm cool with how you even responding, but goddamn, why would you gotta yell?
Just go to finish it out your thoughts if you can,
Look,
please.
I don't want no smoke today. Look, I'm saying women increase the quality of life for men. Yes. But the same reason that biological imperative isn't there for women, it's not there for men either. Ironically,
Okay.
men and women
Pause
don't
there.
need each other, but their life is better with each other. Is all my point
Pause there.
is.
So, but what I'm trying to get you to understand, and then we're gonna get Mott in there, and we're gonna get Kim in there as well, is that men are deleting themselves because they are lonely. They cannot have a woman. They are out there lighting up people, innocent people, shoot stings, and then they go ahead and shoot stings themselves because they are lonely, because they don't have a woman or women don't like them. It is the issue where you cannot show it in the reverse at the same rate of women doing the same thing of needing a man.
So if we're talking about the essing, right, the self-deletions, then no, they actually happen typically for the same reason. That's core is loneliness, not specifically gender exclusive loneliness. Depression is depression is depression.
I didn't understand what you said.
Depression is depression. The thing that leads you to self-deletion is typically that level of depression, and men and women both do it. But what I'm saying is you're saying that men are doing it because they don't have women. No, most men are doing it because they don't know how to handle those emotions in the same way. But a woman is not necessary to teach you how to handle.
Are you saying that the deletion? So are you saying the self-deletion rates are equal?
When did I even say that? Sean.
So I'm trying to understand. I brought it up because it's much higher in men than women.
Right. And what I'm saying is
using it, you said that women self-delete as well. But that rate is so
it's disproportionately different. I agree.
It doesn't match. So why are you saying that they do it as well?
Here's why I brought it up. Because you're equating it to the relationship and the need for the woman. And I'm saying it's related to how they handle those emotions. Women, ironically, handle emotions better than men do. We've established this over the last couple of weeks. Men are not needing women to learn how to establish their emotions better. They're just needing to learn how to do it better.
So the reason why is because women know how to have a community with other women. So regardless of that, okay, so now...
And generally men with communities of other men don't commit self-deletions.
That's
not nearly at the same rate as you're trying to imply.
That's not true. But that is not true what you're saying at all.
Okay, you got that, Sean. I'm not fighting with it. Like I know I got my computer now, so we can play this game. I'm gonna actually pull up the actual statistics because literally depression is the key source of that issue, right? And we talked about this. And yes, you're saying that the only way that they won't do it is if they're in relationships. Yet the percentage of men who are married who do it wouldn't change.
We're gonna end it right here. Do you believe in a sentence of people deleting themselves because they cannot be with the opposite sex? Who is deleting themselves more in that very small amount of people that are doing it? Are men deleting themselves because they can't get a woman, or women deleting themselves because they can't get a man?
Loaded question, but men, like based on your question, men will be that answer. That's a loaded question and a bad one.
I appreciate the honesty. That's what we are talking about.
I got knocked out. Your turn.
You adding all these other factors in that have nothing to do with the topic at hand is irrelevant. That's what we're saying. Go ahead. Everybody hates smart, and then we got Kim West as well. Go ahead.
Well, to answer the original question, I think you can see it from two different perspectives. Of course, in a modern day society, nobody needs anyone, to survive and live because of the society that we built. But it's my personal belief, and it's not from a biblical perspective or science perspective, but it's my personal belief that men and women are better with each other. So I just think I like to say I need a woman because just to be my best self. Of course, I'll be here, right? But I think that we complement each other. I think it's nobody's perfect, and I think that if you actually find a person that's for you that actually fits you, then I think that person will complement you in the ways that you have weaknesses. So I prefer to I think we need each other to reach our peak. Personally, that's my perspective. Now, as to the self deletion position that you are saying, um, I don't think that's a sound. I don't think that's a sound position to take, because how many men overall are deleting themselves, right? Like, can we say that this is just the weak portion of men? Like, are these the weak ones who are killing themselves off, right?
It's a lot.
Is it only like 2% of men, of all men, 3% of all men? Like, how many?
It's a lot.
Yeah, but
When
that's
we talk,
it's
when we talk about, when
relative.
we talk about, so you're saying because it's only 2%, we shouldn't think about it and shouldn't care about it.
Yeah, no. Realistically, I'm saying if it's only like 1 or 2% of men who are even doing this, I think that it's not worth us saying like, oh well, we have a loneliness epidemic and this is something. No, that's the weak niggas and they soft and they killing themselves off because they was here to
Okay, so we should never talk about the rich neither. Then
Well, what about the rich?
they only 1% of the world.
Yeah, well, it depends on the person. If you're saying like, oh, if you're applying it to everybody, because you're applying this to everybody, saying that this is like a man's thing, when it's just like, no, it's a weak, like the same way some people born with autism, some people born
No,
with
so what I'm saying is this: so it is some men that figure this out and they go ahead and find a woman and they move accordingly.
Mhm.
So it is men out there that can find a woman that they need and they move happily ever after. And the men that cannot find a woman, they need a woman, and then they figure out a way to like, hey, life is not worth it. I don't want to do this anymore.
That's
So
funny.
that's what happens. So we cannot add in the men like yourself that can find women and find suitable partners that can be with you and make you a better man. This is why most men do need women, so it can make them a better version of themselves. We understand that, and so I don't know why we trying to act like we don't understand that. And before you give me a rebuttal, Kulu live stream with the $5. Humans need humans to human connection. To be sane, whether that's man or woman, that's each person's preference.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
I agree with him.
Yeah.
And I was going to make that point eventually that women, they can't be in isolation either. But I think that when you say that, men are all self-deleting themselves and we not looking at why, it just doesn't. It's ridiculous to not look at why. Like, is it
Okay, I
because
could
of the?
address that too. So the reason, let me read this super chat and I could address that. Aaron Toulouse with the $5. Women lead in attempts. Men lead in successful methods of self-deletion. Because she didn't want to delete herself, she just wanted attention. Also, need is subjective to the defined goal. Survival is just a category. And so the problem is men had wrote complete full manifestos. The red pill space is created because men were being lonely.
Hold up, Sharon.
It's created from
I gotta go deeper into
an
the question,
incel
though.
that was lonely. Also, it's created from transgenderism, which is absolutely hilarious that the red pill true definition is transgender. That is hilarious, right? But regardless, this space of red pill, incel, manosphere, these no good suckers was created out of man loneliness.
Yeah. So this is the thing, right? Like when we look at it at this point, it's like, how can we say that the society that we've built hasn't just displaced certain groups of men? Or how can we say that women are a portion of the reason that certain men are self-deleting themselves, right? Like, and I know a big part of it is substance abuse and all that other type of stuff, right? Because everybody has access to that. But I think it's deeper than just, these guys can't find a woman, so they self-delete. I think it's like way deeper than that.
Right, because it gets deeper. Right, we understand. So it starts off with that kind of loneliness, and then the
Is
more
that a
they buy
duck or a
themselves,
chicken?
you can't be serious right now. So, so
My bad.
so first they're lonely, and then they start drinking, then it's like it goes down a rabbit hole, and it all stems from a one singularity of them being lonely, them needing a partner, a female partner, a woman partner, right? That's what men need. They
How
need
you
a
know how many
woman
of these
partner.
how you know how many of these guys is gay or not?
By the way how they communicate, the way how they talk, the way how they every time they drop their keys, they pick it up without bending their knees. That's how I could tell.
That don't mean I don't mean they're not gay. A lot of these dudes probably just can't be themselves, and they probably they probably could replace they probably really want men. Who knows, right?
And that's what I'm saying. Majority of the men want to dance on a homeboy like Adrian Broner did in that clip that I played earlier this week. That's what they really want to do, but they can't be themselves because they are afraid if they come out and say, damn it, why you like that woman more than you like me? I'm really the one that's here for you. I was the one that got you to work. I'm the one that helped you with your tire. When your transmission went out, who was there to have your back, my brother? When you hurt yourself on a basketball court, I held your arm and made sure you got back to the car and drove you home safely. When she broke your heart and you needed somebody to call at 3 a.m. and you need a shoulder to cry on, I was that damn shoulder. All she got is a vagina.
Sean, I want you to know you ain't shit.
I still got 2 out of the 3 holes. Why you don't love me like how you love her?
Somebody's gonna clip that. Somebody's gonna clip that today.
Leave these folks alone, Sharon.
Sharon,
I had a female tell me that. That is so funny.
Sharon, I had asked my AI a couple weeks ago, like, what would happen if like men didn't have women and like the world went to shit and like all the women was removed from Earth, and what would happen if all the men was removed from Earth, right? So it pretty much told me, of course, like men would be short term. Men would obviously be much better off as far as maintaining infrastructure and all that type of stuff, right? And it said that women would it would collapse pretty fast, but over time they would kind of rebuild in small pockets and stuff like that. But I asked him like, all right, well, what about like the relationship thing? Because I was hoping that like, all right, most niggas is gonna be real niggas and they just gonna read fucking books, right? But it said no, like most of them is gonna turn gay, and I was just like, oh my god, I threw my phone. I just had hope that like niggas would just find a hobby or something like that. Well,
yeah, I know they hobby gonna be.
Right. They gonna
Sharon, you gonna get canceled. Sharon gonna get canceled. Keep playing.
But think about it though, Sharon.
Let me let Kim West finally get her thought in, because now the AI proves that Sharon is hashtag SNL. Sharon never lies. And we need more likes. We need more shares, y'all. We need y'all to support the situation. Stop being so damn selfish. It's okay. All we doing is talking about the truth, and it's okay to deal with truthful conversations. Hit the like and the share. We got over 130 here. We can have another 130. We can have 260 if you just simply hit the like and the share button. Go ahead, Kim West. Do you need or do you want your man?
My men, my few of them. I think I'm on the other side of the fence with it. Me personally, me as a personal individual, I feel like I do need them, but I think it's like I wouldn't even say it's not like the way how the other woman said it. Like, I just need my man and we complete each other. That's not how I feel. I feel like ever since I was a young girl, I built a dependency on the man, and now I don't have my own independence. I don't have a separate independence from him. So it's not to say I don't have a choice, but I could not easily like get away from him and just maintain the same life or lifestyle. Whereas maybe the other woman, if she did separate from her man, she just could pop out and just be doing her thing like she was before she met him. I don't have that independentness that I think most women have. Most women, no, they don't need the man. They want him and it's nice and it's convenient, but they haven't built their whole life and identity around the man from like a child's age. So I do think I need him, but I look at it in a real grit in my teeth sort of way sometimes.
Okay, I like it.
And I also wanted to tell Mike, he seemed like he know the truth, but he doesn't want to admit it. And he said it's just these few men. They don't cause something an epidemic when it's just a few men. That's not how epidemics work. It got to be a lot. And just like Sharon said, we have the evidence to substantiate that there is in fact a male loneliness epidemic because they built a whole manosphere to talk about their grievances of loneliness and all to do with women. Even the get your finances up, get your body together. It's all centered around getting women, having women's company. They're not telling you to get your body together to be around other dudes, or maybe they are, but it's all centered around women, getting women, maintaining women, having them around you, their company. Even when they're not being a good man that's gonna marry a woman and do the right thing, they want the woman in their life. Whatever they could siphon off the woman, be it sex, be it her cleaning up, be it her cooking, be it her just she smell good. When she's sitting next to them, they want to siphon whatever they could get from the woman.
Interesting. I have a question. Because a portion of this could be because most women just a lot of men don't have access to women at all, whereas most women will always have access to men, right? Even if it's not for like a long time, they can meet their needs, right? Versus a man who a lot of them don't know how to talk to women, they weird and all of that type of stuff, so they'll never really be able to have that access and get that dose. So I'm curious if it was vice versa, if women were in men's position of having to do the pursuing and for the most part being unsuccessful, would that be, how would that play out? Just curious.
Well, we do have to do a level of work. We have to. I thought this phrase that Tommy said was so funny. Or no, Kevin Samuel said it. He said, you might be an adjustable 6. So I'm a 6 when I wake up, but I could put on a wig and put on some makeup and I could put on some fake lashes and now I'm an 8. So if we have desires, right, do we want a man, then we have to put some bait on the hook, so to speak. We can't just walk outside like how we woke up. Not necessarily, I mean, I can, but and how we woke up and just think the men are just gonna want us even for just sex, even for you have to wash your body, you have to maintain yourself just like we tell the men to do. Make your bed, wash your butt, maintain yourself, brush your teeth. Women have to do the same thing if she's gonna bait her hook, if her desire is to get a man to approach her.
Yeah, I think the problem is as a woman it's much easier to bait your hook than a man, right? And you guys and most women I think actually do bait their hook. So for example, right? For men, in order to have women, for you to walk outside and get attention, because I believe that women, like, I think women feed off of attention, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Um, in order for a man to walk outside and get attention, if he doesn't feel good today, he's not going to be able to do it unless he's an attractive man or he getting a lot of money, right? You just can't do it. Versus, I think women have a switch where they can just be like, you know what? I'm just gonna put on this outfit. I'm gonna perk my boobs up, or I'm gonna put on this makeup. I'm gonna do this, that, and the third, and I know that I'll get some sort of attention when I'm feeling a certain way. A man, you gotta go out here and get some money, and most of these niggas don't know how to do that and can't do that and never will, or you just gotta be born with it. So I think that I think that's one of the issues is women can get their attention, but men can't. It's
Is
hard for them to figure it out.
is money and looks the only thing that get women attracted to you?
No, so you can. So this is the thing. As for as attraction, yeah, I think money, looks, and status. Those are the things that'll, if you just walk in somewhere, that a woman will notice you, and she'll be attracted to you, and you'll get attention. As far as you being able to talk well, smell good, and all that type of stuff, and get and put yourself in a woman's space and be successful, I think that's different from like being able to just walk outside, put on a certain outfit and look a certain way, and women are going to get attention. I think it's the difference.
Yeah, but the difference is men and women view attention differently. We're understanding that a lot of the quote unquote attention that we're getting is harassment. They like if a woman approach you, like you got a nice car, you got a fresh haircut, you looking great. The woman is just gonna say, "Oh, looking nice." Oh, she gonna like compliment you. The man is gonna say something vulgar like, "Oh, I wish I could get in between them buns." Blah blah. Like it's gonna.
Well,
The
Kim,
difference.
the first thing that most men are going to do, not even the first thing, what most men are going to do is they're going to give you that attention, but it's going to be from looking at you, right? It's going to be from presence. Most men are not going to speak to you. So that's how you
Yeah,
get
so
the
and I'm
attention.
saying no woman is gonna come up to you and say, "Oh, let me wish I could grab that dick." They're not gonna say that. They're gonna
Most
just
women are not.
compliment you
Yeah.
and
Most
say
women are
you,
not
"Oh,
going to look
you."
at you, right? In the first place, they're not going to look at you. Versus men, where a lot of men will look at you, and that's the first form of attention. Is just them be paying attention to you. I don't think that I don't. I think women are designed. I don't think women are designed to even notice men for the most part. For the most part, I think women are designed for most men to just walk by them and not eat, and y'all to just do what y'all doing,
We
not pay no
look,
mind.
we
So
just not but
that,
got the bug eyes. We look, we just know how
yeah.
to be
No, I
discreet
know
and
y'all
classy.
look. I know y'all look sometimes, but honestly, most women, I think they're not. You're not programmed to be out here in search of what the niggas, right?
But you're not a
Like
woman.
I mean, you can tell
So
me your perspective, and I can
so
take that.
you can tell, we can tell you our perspective, but whoa. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can
No,
keep
no,
on
no,
with
no.
that.
I didn't say we anything. I said you, Lorena, can tell me your perspective. That's what I said.
But I'm so confused because if you're not a woman and a woman is preparing to tell you, like, well, you're wrong, because I know personally, I was definitely created to look at what I like, and I like men. So if this fine, and fine by my standards, not by others, but if this fine, tall, short, chocolate drop of a man walks past me, I'm a look.
Well,
I'm confused.
Lorena,
Like,
this is part of the reason that I think I might be finding you to be a little bit uncredible. Because I think we had a conversation last week where we were talking about men's looks, and you told
mm-hmm,
us that that you don't go off of that at all. You're not one of those types of women that looks attract you.
mm-hmm.
But now you're telling me like, oh, this chocolate drop, tall, short, whatever, is like pulling you in. So I'm curious, which one would it be?
A person can't like or like looking at men just because
Yeah, it's
looks is
called an
not the
eye
sole thing.
candy. That don't mean I'm
Like
gonna get
that,
in a
I'm
relationship with you
thank
because
you. Like
I
I'm
want to look at you.
confused. I can window shop without buying. I
No,
can
no.
admire. So what I'm hearing is I can't admire because looks don't attract me. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, so yeah, that makes perfect sense. You told us that you're not one of those girls. Like that doesn't attract you. Like with the man that talked to you, like what he looks like doesn't matter to you at all. It doesn't play a part. But now you're telling us like, oh, this chocolate drop of a man. Like I don't. It does.
I
Doesn't
can
make sense.
admire. That's admiration. Me admiring the chocolate drop of a man is called admiration.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm going to have sex with him. It doesn't mean I'm going to harass him. It doesn't mean I'm going to be attracted to him beyond that of the admiration that I'm giving to him. Because I can be admiring him for a lot of different things. There are certain times when I admire certain kings on this panel because of the way that they're speaking, because of the way that they carry themselves. My attraction is not purely a physical one. That admiration is not physical. It stems beyond that, but it is still a part of that man. It is still something to be admired. Sometimes confidence, sometimes intelligence, all of those things are things that can be seen. It's an energy that can be felt. It's an aura that can be seen. And I don't have to like be attracted to his looks or his physical in order to see those things.
Yeah, but when you just told us what you just described was all physical looks and stuff like that. When you just told us what would you would be out here looking for, and not looking for in a man, but
Yeah,
things
but
that you would notice.
remember what we're addressing. You said men don't get the attention, and it seems like you're saying they're not getting the attention because it's not translating into a come on. We can look at men and give them attention without coming on to them.
Kim, you letting her off the hook. You didn't say what she said last week, Kim. You like men and you are attracted to men physically and stuff like that. She was saying that she wasn't last week, which is fine for her to
Whoa,
like, you know what?
I said that last week. No, I did not. No, I never said I was not attracted to men. I never said that.
Not that you're not attracted to men. You were saying that like looks, you don't care for it.
Yes, I'm not purely physical.
No.
I do not care about the looks. I don't care about a person's looks. And I said that when a man is approaching me. Let's talk about the exact scenario in which I was addressing this. I was talking in reference to when a man approaches me, if I am out and a man comes up to me, and I stated that at that time, I'm not caring about how that man looks when he is approaching me, because it takes confidence to approach me. I feel that way in general, period. So I'm not going to sit here and be rude to him or nasty or anything like that. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to have that conversation with them, even if I don't find him physically attractive. It could be a white guy. I don't do white guys. I have my preference. My preference is black men. I don't care if you're Hispanic. I don't care. I like dark skin, preferably African American men. So that's me. And you could be a white guy. You come up and you talk to me, I'm going to give you that conversation. I'm going to be kind because I know it took a lot of confidence to do so.
How long the conversation going to be?
Just say physical attraction matters to you. Like it matters.
Oh, very short.
Yeah,
physical attraction doesn't matter to me. You're not going to have me say something that's not true. Don't do that.
It do. You just telling us, oh Lord, Minnesota. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
that.
It's
I agree with her. Me and my friend used to joke all the time about how we like ugly guys.
I'm not saying that it's everything to you. I'm not saying that it's everything to you. I'm not saying that, right? It's not everything to most women. I'm just saying that it matters. You're telling us that like you do admire men, you do admire looks.
When I said the admiration, I said far more than just physical. In fact, I barely said anything physical. The things I said that I would admire about a man was intelligence, confidence. None of these things are physical. None of them are physical attributes. I do not care if the guy is 5 feet tall or 6'11". I do not care if the guy weighs 98 pounds or 450. I do not care as long as he is black, preferably African American black. That is a preference. It is not. No, I said. Oh my goodness, he's black.
You said your preference.
It could be caramel black. It could be milk chocolate black. It could be blackety black.
You said your preference was dark skin 2 seconds ago.
I said my preference is black.
You said you told us you like dark. You told us you like them dark.
Oh, okay. You trolling?
No, I'm just saying you forget.
No, you trolling. It's okay.
I think that you say things and then you forget them, and then once I say it, then once I bring them back up to you, you like try to qualify them like again. But you say these things. It's okay to be attracted to men physically. It's cool.
I think that some. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. So, Kim West, I know you want to jump in on this part of the conversation. Also, right after that, let's welcome in AR, a random independent, right after Kim West.
I think it is a lot of women who, for one, don't prioritize looks. and some do not care about looks at all. Now, if she's one of those women, I can't say. And I do think it's a difference between enjoying eye candy and adding looks into the equation of who you're going to choose as a mate.
Okay, that's
I
a good
think
place to
it
land
could
it.
be
And
weird
also,
to be like that, but
that's a
it's
good,
true. I think it's
yeah, that's
true.
a good place to land it. So let's also we trying to reach the goal of at least we got over 150 people in the building. Can we please get at least to 100 likes? Help a brother out with that. Also, we need $65 more in the super chats. Let's get it together. Let's crowd fund the channel. Good day. Welcome to the show. A random independent. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm just listening for now. I'm catching what everybody's talking about.
Well, the conversation started.
Hello, hello.
The conversation started about women not needing men, but they want a man. What is your thoughts on that? Because some men are having an issue with a woman not needing a man, but wanting a man.
Personally, I like it like that, because my girl can leave at any time she wants. Like she's not beholden to me financially or anything else. So, it helps, in my opinion, keep partners in check because it's like you don't have control over your woman, you don't, or your partner, generally speaking. You don't have like, oh, they can't do something and I can do something because they can't leave me. They need me. I can do whatever I want. I think that's what a lot of people have issues with, is that when your partner wants you and doesn't necessarily need you, um, they have to change their ways or they won't have a partner anymore. And I don't think they like that. And we see it a lot in these spaces with like dudes wanting to, oh, like even my girl and I watch Pop the Balloon a lot. That's like our little drama show or whatever that we watch. And they're all like dudes on there, oh, I want to be a leader. I need to be this. I need to be that. You need to be submissive. And it's like, you don't have to tell a woman that. You don't have to tell your partner that. If you can lead, then they're gonna follow behind you because you're a leader, naturally a leader. It reminds me of like in Game of Thrones, Joffrey is talking about I am the king or whatever. And then, his grandfather's like, any king that has to say he's the king is no king, or any man that has to say he's the king is no king at all. And it's the same way. Like if you always have to say you're a leader, or request someone to follow you, then you're not really a leader, because leaders don't have to do that. LeBron James doesn't have to get on a team and be like, hey, will y'all follow me? Y'all need to be submissive to me. It's like, it's LeBron. Kobe didn't have to do that. MJ didn't. Like, people don't have to do that when they are that. Right. So, but yeah, generally speaking, like I don't have any issues with it. I don't think it's right that people feel like their partner needs to say they need them to exist in this world or to be happy.
All right, that was good. Anybody want to chime in on that part? We all good? All right. Let's see what they were saying on this
Can I
goddamn.
say something real quick, please?
Sure.
Please. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. Such a gracious host. First of all, I just want to say that I don't believe women when they say that they don't care about looks at all. And Lorena basically does, because she said that as long as a man is black, that's look. That's saying that he has to look a certain way. Um, and I think that women say they don't care about looks because they think that it makes them sound noble. And I just don't believe it, because I don't know how you can physically be with a man that you're not physically attracted to. When I mean intimate, I don't understand that. Even if he's not conventionally handsome or not the type of man that you would, people would find physically attractive, even if you're attracted to his confidence or his intelligence or his masculinity, those things are going to actually make you physically attracted to him too, and you will become physically attracted to the man because of his inner qualities. Like, that's how attraction works. So I just don't believe it. And I also think that I agree with what Mont was trying, what he was saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that what he meant about women, not really looking for men, not really noticing men. I believe that that is actually true. It's not that we don't notice men ever at all. It's just that men seem to be more on the prowl and on the hunt. When women go out, we're just pretty much going out doing our thing. We're not going out and scanning our heads on a swivel for a man. And I think men are more so that way. They're more in a hunter mindset when they're out and ready to pounce on a woman. And I don't think that women in general move that way when we go out. So I if that's what he was trying to say, if that's what you were trying to say, man, I would agree with you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. I've had women who I've gotten their attention, and then they was like, "Oh, you're nice looking." I'm like, "You didn't notice me?" It's like they just wasn't. They're not looking for me.
Well, that's what I think when a woman says she doesn't care about looks. It's because that's not what she's prioritizing. If she see that you have a very nice car, right, she might not even see you at all. She just rolling up on, oh, this car look nice. It's a man driving it. My eyes are directed that way. And then once she get up on the car, she see you. You might look nice, you might not, but that wasn't even on her mind when she walked up to you in your car.
Men are
All she
looking
saw
at
was
you
the
from down the
car.
street. Men are looking at you from down the street. Like,
That's
And I'm
crazy
also
to
saying it's not
prioritize
a
a car over
priority in picking a
physical
relationship.
attraction. That's crazy to me.
It does happen. It's
It
very
happens.
common. It's very common. That's a lot of the reason why men get nice cars, to attract women. They'll tell you.
Yeah, I know that, but to see a man in a car that could be rented, could be his mama's, could be his cousin's, or he could be in massive debt and can't even pay the car note, and that's your impetus to want to talk to him is pretty shallow. It's kind of crazy.
and
Yeah,
immature.
but I mean,
But
people are
then,
shallow. It's reality.
Okay.
but
Yeah.
then I'm something else because
I don't
I'm
know
not
about that.
attracted to the physical purely. Like, okay.
No, it's not. Did I say purely? No, I didn't. What I said was I do not believe that, when women say they don't care anything about a man's physical appearance, but then they go and say that he has to be black. Well, you've just contradicted yourself because you do care. You might not care how tall he is. You might not care about weight. I would not date somebody who's 400 pounds. I don't understand that. However, that's my preference, right? But you are saying that he must look a certain way when you say he has to be black.
And
If
All right.
if me having a preference of the man being black makes me care about the physical, well then I care about whether or not my man is physically black.
Okay, then. So there we
Yeah.
go.
Okay. But
yo,
that's not that.
Sharon, real quick,
Yeah.
I would like because I found that like in the red pill spaces, a lot of the guys they be trying to like force women to be with men that they're not attracted to, right? They be like, oh, you choosing the guy that like, oh, why you got to be attracted to him? You should. Oh, the other guy was the good guy, and it's like, yo, no, women are, women have, they should be attracted to the person that they with, and they be trying to like force them to just pick the best option financially or. The guy who just gonna love you and all that type of stuff. And I'm like, no, they need a little bit of the other thing too.
Mm.
Well, right. I think
Yeah.
it's a
That's.
little bit of everything. I'm just saying women don't necessarily like Sharon say, take the lust and degeneracy out of the top of your value system. I don't think that the lust and the degeneracy and the looks is at the woman's top of her list. That's all I'm saying.
What I think, and yeah, that's a very good point. And I think the issue that a lot of men are having, right? Whatever they think women need or women, I'm not sure who has the background noise. Oh, that's Ken. So so like I think if men was to really want to understand what women want, whatever they is in their mind or what women need and want, they should flip that to the bottom and go the opposite direction. They have it twisted. They have it upside down. They believe in all these other things that women prioritize at the bottom of their basket. What women want is a man that is competent, a man that can form a complete coherent sentence, a man that is responsible. Those are the things that are sexy to a woman, right? And then later on, like those are the top three. And then as we keep going down the list, yes, looks is an important thing. Yes, your physical being is important. The way how you dress is important. your car is important, but those things is lower down the tier system for women. And I think men are just not able to recognize what women actually is putting at the top of their value system. And that's the issue that men are having in today's society.
I second that.
No. Okay. Might look like he might not.
No, I agree
Hey,
with that.
Sharon. I agree with you, Sharon. I need a woman, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I don't want to live on this earth with Sharon, Shadow, KT, Mont, and nothing but dudes. Fuck, my bro. I got you, man. I need a woman.
No, you need a lot of women.
Whether it's a lot or one woman,
Touche.
I need a woman. Hey, whether it's one or two, I need women in my life. I don't want to live with nothing but dudes.
They got to be Kulu.
Kulu, do you have an amount, like a certain amount of partners that you're striving for, and are your partners allowed to have their own partners as well?
2 and no. 2 and no. But I don't want to make it about me. But
Oh no, I'm always curious because I used to practice poly. I was polyandry, but yeah. So I always find it interesting to meet others
So
who are
what you
still
had?
in the
What you?
lifestyle.
Oh Lord! What you had 2 of, girl?
she had
I
2 men.
used to, and I had 3. I had 3.
Oh, my bad. I ain't mean to sell you
I
short.
like it.
My bad.
I think
No,
that's
because I don't want to
amazing.
knock any of my partners out. You know, I don't want to diminish any of what they brought to my life in that moment. So
You know, y'all
God.
polyamorous people got a certain look to y'all. Y'all know that?
thank you. I'm gonna take that as a
What they look like?
compliment.
What they look
And then we
like?
Hold on. That's not important. So, but Mont, would you be able to deal with a woman and you the first, but she has a second and third option, and
Sharon,
you cannot have another one?
Sharon, you know my answer to that.
I don't know. Hey, you like the way how farts smell, so I have no idea.
I love her everything I love how everything she on her smell.
Right. So you might love the fact that she like other men. I don't know.
Oh no, I don't none of that.
That's where the farts start to smell like a fart.
Yep.
Sometimes the men don't have no choice. You can't say the men are dependent on women. Then when the women get to exercising their options, they think they just gonna leave. Where you gonna go?
Okay, talk your talk, girl. All right. We're gonna get back to the topic. Oh,
Mr.
God.
Chosen, and we'll go around. Hey, what's up, Beans?
You know, the thing that comes to my mind is it doesn't really matter what people need. It's what they, at the end of the day, want. And so these women could walk around saying that they don't need it. Well, yeah, you don't need us. You can get everything in your life that you want without a man. But who's going to hold you at night? Who's going to support you physically, emotionally? I don't take any of that seriously. And I think it's just a bunch of jaded people out there that are saying things like that. Because, you know, if you ask my wife, does she need me? She'll say no. But ask her if she wants me, and she's going to give you a resounding yes, right? So, you know, and it's really funny, like talking about that spiritual radar, Illa, that you kind of mentioned earlier. I've got a really good antenna, probably because of my extremely traumatic childhood, and you just kind of you get a sense of the people that you meet, and you know, even on this stream, a couple streams ago with Fadi and Ali and the guys over there.
Hey man, listen. I want my brothers to start understanding goddamn brevity, goddamn it. You answer the question, that's it.
Sharon, I have a question for you. I have a question.
Shit.
Can I ask my question?
It better be pertaining to the goddamn topic. Go ahead.
It is. Do you think that these men's resistance to the you may have already spoke on it, their resistance to say no, she need me, is because if they have to confront does she want them or not, would that be enough to sustain the relationship? They don't want to deal with that reality.
the need part is kind of what we touched on earlier. If she needs him, then he could kind of do some foul things and she can't leave. When she wants you, she can decide that she don't want you anymore. And that's the thing that get majority men, I believe, a little frustrated and scared about this whole dating market. A lot of men, they cannot maintain over time the proper things they have to do.
But don't
to
they?
keep the women want to them, right? And
But
because they don't want to do it, they want to get lazy. They want to sit on the couch. They want to drink their beer. They want to pop off other women. They want to do a whole bunch of degenerate things. And then therefore, if she wants you, she can also not want your ass at the blink of an eye as well. I believe Big Dog Barker was trying to jump in.
yeah, because I was about to say, don't the men say that when she gain a little weight or lose a little face, you know what I'm saying, gravity start kicking in and all that, don't they say I exercise my option and I don't want her no more? Don't they say the same thing?
Great point.
So
And
why
they don't want women to have that same autonomy to
that's
say,
what
you
I
know
say.
what?
Why they don't want the same thing? Because it's gonna happen anyway. It's like I like when a woman says she want me. That just means that I don't have. There's not a lot of pressure on me to be her necessity. She want me,
right?
So whatever I give her is me adding on to what she already doing as a woman.
I like when
Right.
she tells
So
me she needs.
That is
okay, so
exactly
Mont
how
is,
I feel.
all right, so Mont is one of the people that says he wants his woman to need him. Why do you want your woman to need you versus want?
That just so I said I like when she says she need me, right? I'm well aware that in our modern society nobody really needs anybody, but I prefer to be in a place mentally where I feel like I need her and she feel like she need me. It just make me feel good.
But ain't need slick desperation.
That
I don't think so.
is that AR speaking?
I'm sorry.
Hold on, let them finish their conversation before you ask random questions. Go ahead, Big Dog. What you say?
I was just saying because like need to me is like I'm desperate. It shows desperation when you kind of say I need. It's like no, you don't need her. You want her. Only reason you need a woman, and I said this before, Sharon. I was raised out. Only reason I need a woman is to make a baby, and that was my great grandmama told me that in the 80s and 90s. All I need is for her to make a baby. If I can take care of myself, I don't need her to do shit but make a baby.
Damn.
I guess I'm.
Oh yeah, I remember this guy. Didn't you say you cheated on your woman?
Hold on. We don't need to bring up the past. We talk about today. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'm a hopeless romantic. You know, I like the idea of us, needing each other and stuff like that. Like even it's like the idea of like you get married and it's like you mine, you're mine and I'm yours. It's like, oh yeah, in reality, she not yours and you're not hers. She can go and do. She got free wills. She can leave that marriage. She can leave you at any time. But like, no, I prefer, you tell me you mine. Like I want to own you and I want, you want to own me and stuff like that. So it's just where I prefer to be at.
But if you provide something that she really wants, then it's gonna be hard for her to replace you.
No, I dig it.
Ooh.
You said if I provide something she really wants, it's gonna be hard for her to replace me.
Yeah.
So you prefer to indulge in the fantasy of her.
Yeah, I think we should indulge in the fantasies with our partners. I be telling men like, yo, make yourself love everything about your woman. Like she got a small butt, make yourself tell yourself to like it, and you will. You love it. I love your little butt, and stuff like that's what I tell guys. Yeah, put yourself in a fantasy. I prefer to be in a fantasy.
But that goes back to what I said. Sharon, is like these men just as living in fantasy just like the women.
But he said it's only for his woman. So in other words, him and his woman are building this fantasy together. That is where the whole romantic I see it. This is his preference. It makes sense. I like that reality. I can see that world.
What
I can
happened
understand
when you meet reality and you see a big butt you really like?
Exactly.
No. Then your fantasy is not your fantasy.
You gotta make it. I believe in making yourself obsessed with your woman, right? Like when I told Sharon, like, yo, I be trying to get my girl to fart. Like she be like, no, I'm not farting around you. I be like, I like the smell of your farts. Like that's how obsessed with you I am. That's how I choose you. Yup. She don't be
Oh,
giving
you
me
on
no
some
farts,
farts now, Joe.
Sharon.
I ain't gonna
I don't get
lie.
none. She be hiding her
Okay, so
farts.
Ma,
You been
if she
watching
broke up
too
with
much
you,
Charlemagne, Ma.
if she broke
Ma
up
got
with
the.
you will be
Hey,
part of the
hold
loneliness
on, hold on,
epidemic
I'm
hold
over
then.
here
on,
smelling
You
hold
will be
seats and
on,
part of the
shit.
hold
lonely
on,
man.
hold on, hold on. Ma likes pink eye, but hold on. Y'all saying that? Hold on. So the ladies on the ladies up here, you saying that y'all don't fart around y'all man? Go ahead, verbal
No.
assassin. Do you fart? Verbal assassin. Do you fart around your man?
I don't even know what that is. What is that? Can you explain to me
Lorena,
like what
do
that
you
is?
fart in front of your man?
Oh,
I
why you
sure
just
do
gonna skip
pass
over me
gas
like that?
around my man. Yes.
You answered the question, Verb. You
Oh,
said
okay.
you don't know what that is.
He talking about the pixie
Right,
dust.
exactly.
And Kim West, do you fart in front of your man?
No, I don't.
That's kind of interesting.
Crazy.
They don't
So
like
what?
it.
All right.
Girls
So
don't
what?
do it.
Hold on. So when y'all, all right. So one at a time again. Verbal assassin. When you have to fart, what do you do? And your man, you both sit on the couch. What do you do?
I don't be farting. What are you talking about? What are you
Okay.
talking about?
All right, Lorena. What do you do
But I
when
will
you have
say
to
this,
fart?
women do not ever do that in front of your man, okay? There's just things you should never, ever, ever, he should never see you do.
Don't
Why
Okay?
not?
do it.
He should never see you on the toilet. You should never fart in front of him
Why not?
What?
because you just shouldn't. You
He
have to
don't
That's
keep
like
re-
some
it.
distance.
that's a
So hold
human
on, hold on.
function.
I ain't gonna lie. I want to understand this verb because you talking in code and all this other stuff. This ain't the place to be talking in code. Why? So what? First of all, what do you do when you have to fart and y'all on the couch, y'all watching a goddamn romantic movie? What do you do?
So you need to figure out whether or not it's going to be explosive or quiet. Okay? So if you know it's going to be, if it's going to be quiet, what you're going to need to squeeze your butt cheeks together really, really tight so that it doesn't, like, there's no sound, right? And then if there's a smell, like, you just gotta like play it off and wave it away, you know what I mean? Or blame it on him, blame it on him, blame it on him. Okay, now if you know that it's gonna be explosive, then you gotta get
Hold
up
on, hold
and
on, hold on.
go
Slow down,
somewhere
slow
else.
down, hold on.
Yes.
Verbal,
What?
verbal.
What?
Me and you are sitting on the couch. We both smell a fart. I know I didn't fart.
But you don't
You
know
over
that
there trying
because
to
you're a man.
hold
Now,
So
on,
see,
all I
Verbal
can
hold
went
on,
wrong. You gotta blame it on
hold
the
on,
dog.
hold on. I know I didn't fart, and I see you over there swatting for mosquitoes that don't exist. You like,
Well, okay, but see, you won't be noticing because you'll be focused on the movie or whatever, right? And you'll be focused on me rubbing your head, rubbing your back, or maybe something else that will get you distracted. You know what I mean? So it's like a sleight of hand thing.
So I'm
So
like,
you
God
have to
damn, do my
like
hair stink?
distract him.
So okay, so you fart, it smells horrible. You swiping at these mosquitoes that are not there. You start rubbing my hair. I'm like, God damn, do my hair stink, babe? What does that smell?
Then
What you say?
you're gonna be like, well, you're gonna say it first though. That's the thing. That's the thing, ladies. You say it first. Don't let him say it first, right? If he happens to notice if the swatting and the rubbing on the in between the thighs at the same time doesn't work, and he says, wait, what was that? Then you have to be like, dang, I know, huh? What is that? And then you just play it off and you gaslight him and you just make him, you just never own up to any of that. That you just never
Okay,
do. And it doesn't matter.
That's
all right.
crazy.
So hold on. So now, what if you sitting there? You doing your swatting? You rubbing on his head, and then you like, damn, what is that? And then your man turns to you because he's like, he like, girl, you had some goddamn Mexican food. Why you didn't tell me? I would have came over there.
I know that's right.
I would have met you for some.
That's terrible. It's so terrible.
You still just got to be like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
That's
Like,
exactly what my
listen,
girl do.
it's just the song, right? Like, it wasn't me. You know, men will deny. You can catch them in the act. So women, stop admitting to stuff. You don't have to do that. Just tell him you don't know what the hell he talking about. Period. That's all you have to do. He'll get tired and he will leave it alone. Don't you ever admit
Okay.
to no farts. Ever.
Hey, listen. I don't know what y'all talking about, but ain't no way that you don't when you married that you don't know when your wife is farting, when she's taking a shit. Hey, it's okay. If you're a grown ass man, you know your wife is a human being. She's a grown adult woman. She's going to fart. She's going to belch, and
None of that matters.
I don't want you to keep that in, because if you keep that in, you might have a stink ass attitude, and I don't want none of your stink ass attitude. I'd rather
None of
you
that
let it out.
matters.
You
Don't
don't
listen
have
to
to keep it
Sharon.
in. You just excuse yourself. You go get them a beer or a drink or a sandwich. You know, we always supposed to be making a sandwich all day long. So you go
Something.
get
All right,
the
so now
sandwich
so
you
now
was
we
making
know.
all day.
So now we know. All right, so now we know. Anytime Kim West asks, "Do you want something, babe?" we know what's really happening.
All of that. And he should also never know when you're on your cycle. He should never see any evidence of that. You could tell him. I mean,
You
he can
gotta know
know,
That's
but he should never see
Not with
any
the 6
evidence of that.
kids. Not with the 6 kids. You got to know the
Absolutely
cycles.
not. Yeah,
Absolutely.
they can know it, but they shouldn't
Hold
see it.
on. What do you mean? So you hiding tampons and pads and what you mean?
You should not, like, who wants to see that? I don't even want to see
It's gonna
that.
bo-
So why would you
hold
have it
on.
all over the place, unsanitary and stuff? Be discreet.
Hold on. I'm not understanding what you're saying. Like, what is it that you mean? Like,
I
cause
mean, be discreet. I mean, don't just be throwing it all around in the trash, and it's like face up and not sanitary, and just throwing it in there. Like, no, you have to
The
like be
problem with
discreet.
that is you might run into
being
a
sanitary.
problem.
You mean just be hold on. So you mean just be
Yeah.
sanitary? Okay, yes. I think everybody agrees with just be sanitary. But the way how it sounded before is like you trying to hide that you'll actually have it, and you be trying to run away. That you got your granny panties on. You try to jump in the bed before he see your granny panties and the big old pad just sticking out.
No, it's just that it could be something that is known but not seen. Like he would never actually know
No.
it unless you told him or whatever. You know.
Okay,
Yeah, but
like the
verbal, if you're in a
sanitary.
long-term relationship, you're gonna come in a
Which
situation
I
where the
have
man is
been.
gonna
Which I had a whole husband, and he never knew
Y'all.
unless I told him.
Hold on. Okay, so yes, sedentary part, everybody agrees with that. That's fine. All right. We got off topic because Mont likes pink eye. It's all good. Mont likes the pink eye. I don't see nothing wrong with your girlfriend, your woman, your wife farting. That is crazy. That is a human function. Listen, don't hold in no goddamn farts. That ain't healthy. That's crazy.
Ron, can I ask him one little question, and then I'm gonna be quiet because I gotta work. Mom, do you like to sniff booties too? Do you like to actually go up to her butt and sniff her booty? Cause like there's this guy, that I'm dating, and he
All right,
literally likes to sniff the
we're
booty.
gonna get a Freaky Friday night or something of that nature, because y'all cannot keep
Is that
the
freaky?
morning show without talking about some goddamn girl. Go
I just want to know.
take your ass to work. God damn it.
Time and again you can see these are the men that we write by our women. These are the men that we surround ourselves with, right? And the reality is these women, they're hating on those men that don't want to do those things. And there are definitely men out there that don't want to do those things, that don't want to support a woman, don't want to be there for a woman. I just don't give those men a lot of my time and attention, right? But the guys that I keep meeting on streams and meeting out in the work that I do, they're showing up, they're doing the work, and they want to be a big part of their wives and their kids' lives, right? So yeah, do you need those men? No, but you definitely want them. So I don't take those women seriously that say that stuff, because they're probably pretty much jaded and they've come across too many men that didn't want to do that for them. So
yeah, now we'll hop up to Tyrus. Tyrus, what are your thoughts when the women are telling us, Tyrus, you're no longer needed. We're more educated than you. We can given the opportunity, we can be a better president. We could be a better senator. We could be a better congressman. We are better at parenting. We're better at education. We are just better. What are your thoughts?
Team boys, I know that's right. Boys rule.
Yeah.
I have a question, and I know it being
Hold on,
used
before
not
you
on
ask the
here,
question,
but I have
Kim,
a
before
question.
you ask your question, Kim. Ma, what do that? If you just heard those statements, you asked me a question earlier. How do I know that they are? Do you understand why I say that they are possibly?
I can see it a little bit.
Like if everything that you like is men, how can you convince me that you actually like and enjoy women?
Exactly.
The same way
Can you
women
make it
do it. The same
Say that
way
again?
women do it.
Women do what?
And women be, everything they like is all women, but they say they like men.
I haven't heard Kim, Verbal, or PH Diva talk about how much they like women doing X, Y, and Z.
Not today.
So give me some examples.
And I'm
So,
not. Wait. So I'm not saying just like these ladies in particular.
okay.
I'm just saying, like in general, I feel like a lot of women are the feminists, the feminist group.
Are
They
you
are
not
all.
are you not a feminist?
I wouldn't claim myself to be a feminist. No.
And why? And what is wrong with being a feminist?
There's nothing wrong with it. It was just my answer to your question. There's nothing wrong
Okay.
with it. It was just
Okay.
when you
Great.
said.
Great answer. That's a great answer.
Okay.
You don't.
All
So
right.
why are you not a feminist? What's your issue with it?
Everybody has a different definition. That's kind of my issue. So, like, what is a feminist to you? Because then I can better answer that question.
Well, go with the real definition. A lot of people want to make up
No,
their own definition.
you go with your definition first. So what is your definition of feminist that you do not want to be a part of it? Because mine is irrelevant to yours.
I just don't consider myself a feminist. Like
But what do you consider? No, but I'm saying, what is your
people say
definition
that a
of
feminist is like all female. Like
not what
they
people
are.
say, not what people say. What is your definition of it? How do you
Oh,
see
I've
it?
never actually gotten into the definition of it. That's
What?
why it's not something that I'm being honest.
Oh my God.
I can get along with Mont's when he said earlier creating that fantasy because I am all about that. I believe that you create your own reality. So
Can you
I
create your own
have
reality of what a feminist is?
Pardon?
Can you create the reality of what a feminist is?
I don't know. I don't know. I literally just said I don't
say
know
what it
what a
is?
feminist is.
That's fine, but how can you be against something that you don't know what it is?
I didn't say I was against it. I said I don't claim myself to be one.
Can I
Fair.
How you
say
know who
ask
is
the
and you ain't
question?
if you
Can I
don't know
ask
what
the
it is? You
question?
might be it and you
Okay,
don't
that's
know.
fair. That's fair. She just don't want to
Please.
claim it. That's fair. It's okay.
I just wanna ask her a question, Sharon, please.
It's okay.
Can I?
No.
Oh shit.
It's okay. Let's see.
Yes, I don't know if they've been framing it like that, but the overall thing, I'm sorry, I've been hearing this crap since I was a teenager. I got married at 20 years old. I'm 38 now. I have to agree with Mr. Chosen. If I ask my wife if she needs me, the answer is going to be no. It's they want me, and I'm not gonna dance around and be soft about it, bro. We know what these women are talking about. What they're saying is we no longer live in an economy or society where you need a one income household. By the way, it's too expensive to be out here on just one income, right? They're saying, hey, we can share the burden, right? Guys need to stop thinking with this primitive caveman knowledge or caveman thinking as if all of y'all just finished punching nails with your bare knuckles. Oh yeah, we got power tools for that, right? We got hammers and electric tools and all this other shit, right? We don't live in 1826. We live in 2026. And so society standards are not the same. And as thus the relationship statuses are not going to be the same. And so because women have education, because women can go out there and get a job, because women can do all of these different things, they no longer have to choose a man solely off what he could provide. They can now choose a man whether they actually like the guy or not. And there's a lot of dudes right there. That's the insecurity, because a lot of you guys don't know who you are past your income.
Ooh, that's a fact.
Why?
That's why I asked Martha earlier.
Yeah, but the ideology would still say if you're a broke bum, you're supposed to still be the leader. The ideology says.
Yeah, but respond to what he said. What you think about what he said?
I think that is a lot of men's insecurities why they're trying to create literally legislation to keep women trapped in marriages and trapped with babies that would otherwise tie them to the man. They're trying to literally create laws. You can't get another abortion. You can't get a divorce to be tied to the man when the women are saying, let us go.
Okay. Anybody else want to have commentary on what he just said?
I agree 110% with everything he just said. I really feel like there's a lot of men who have built their whole character off of their money. And when they realize that a woman requires more than the money, it's like, yeah, okay, I can sit here and let you take care of me and spend all this money on me. But at some point, it's going to hit you, especially you ain't been with a woman for a while. It's going to hit you like, yo, this is mad expensive. Okay, I thought this is what I want. Now you're backtracking. Now you're stuck because you won't give her nothing but your money. So now you're afraid, oh my gosh, I'm going to lose her because I thought I could afford her. I do now want you. It's the whole, yeah. Yep.
But my argument is not just the money, it's just the virtue of them being a man. They feel by virtue of them simply being a man.
I apologize, Kim. It came in late. Go ahead, Kim.
I feel like a lot of men, majority, they feel just by virtue of them being a man, they are supposed to be the quote unquote leader, the head, the this, the that. That's the whole religious argument is, well, I'm the man. You're supposed to be helping me. It isn't, well, I have money. So you need to bow down. It's just, I'm a man. And one of the caveats is I also have money too. So how about this carrot I'm about to dangle in front of you? It's not just the money. It's just them being a man.
Okay. Diva, are you able to read the super chats? Let me see. Miss J with the $5. Goal is set. Let's light up the chat. Let's go. Let's get it together, y'all. We still need $50 more. Shout out to Bristol Beats 7063 with the 20 more. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much for the show, Sharon. Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, we have Peasy Ain't Going with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. Peasy Ain't Going. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Aaron, $2 with the $5. I need her and will only be with a woman who needs me at the soul level. That is crazy. Y'all talking about worldly things. Strip all of the survival stuff away. Interesting.
So men actually want a woman that if he leaves, she's gonna break down and be bewildered and that just all broke down. Like once
Because
he
he's
leaves,
not,
she's gonna be broke down.
No.
he's not talking about need financially. It's not finance. It's not
No, I'm
money,
talking about
monetary
mentally.
wise.
Mentally, if you lead a woman, she gonna be so distraught and broke down and devastated that she just is no good to her kids, her other family members. She just
Oh,
broke down now that you left because she just needs you mentally.
I
no,
think you're
because
talking
you
about.
didn't need him before. Before he came along, you were fine. So he is needing you based off of who you are without him. Because he knows that you can survive after him.
Then what?
Kim, I
I
think
don't
you're
think that
talking
makes
about
sense.
the unhealthy version of this, where people, hurt each other or hurt themselves and stuff like that when they leave. They just can't function and all that type of stuff. I don't think he's talking about that, and I'm not talking about that. Like
Yeah.
the type of need that I'm talking about, of course, is to a degree, it's voluntary, right? It's not that I physically, because we don't live in that type of we don't live in that type of world. But I prefer to be in that place. So.
If it's
Right, that if
voluntary, that's a
you
want
left
though.
your woman, she's gonna be emotionally distraught, and she's say if y'all got kids and you leave the woman, now she's so emotionally broke down, she can't properly care for the kids, and you're like, see, she needed me.
Yeah, I don't
That
believe in that one. That one, I don't believe in that one.
We need to change the word of need. Like, we can't just use the same word as in like possession. We need to use it as in like, you know, hold on. We need to use it as in like progression. Like, I need to be more successful. I need to be with my family. I need to do better for my family. Instead of just, as in possession, oh, she has to be with me type of thing.
I
but
can
that
I
agree with
think we
should
that.
be
have
the
we have
case
a word that's called
regardless.
want. We already have that word as want.
Yeah, because you should be confident
There's
that
a
if
difference between a
you
want and a need. A need
pass
is that you
away,
have to it's necessary for your survival. It's necessary for this, that, and the other. Want is you want to do this. Like, this is something that I really, whether you really want to do or you only a little want to do it, it's still, you want to do it. It's voluntary. So when
So
people say I need my partner, I want my partner to need me, Kim is right. Is that you get into these situations like the lieutenant governor in Virginia? I bet he felt like his wife needed him or he needed his wife. And these other domestic violence situations where someone wants to leave the other person and the other person's like, no, I need you. You're not going anywhere.
I
And
don't
that's what
think.
it evolves into. That's what it evolves into when we use words like need, because that is what need means.
I don't think
that
need and like ownership are necessary or synonymous. Like him feeling like he owned her to a degree
no,
of
but
like.
that's the word you literally used, Mike. You said I want to
It's not
own my
necessarily the
woman. You
ownership. It's
said
the
that.
fact
All
that
right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let people finish up what you're saying, Mike.
Yeah. So of like when I said I want to, like when I say I want to own my woman, I want her to own me. I acknowledge that in reality nobody owns anybody, and I acknowledge that in reality we don't really need each other because the world that we've built, you don't need somebody to survive, right? This is all about, I think, I find somebody who completes me in a way that, of course, I can survive without you, but I feel like I'm with you, I'm better. So I need you to be, you know, a version of myself that I like. I mean, a version of myself that's complete to me.
But the way that you're saying it, it might make sense to you, and it might make sense to everybody else up here. But the side of the house that also uses that vernacular and speaks the way that you speak, not necessarily the way you explained it, but the I need and they need me and the submissive stuff, is the side of the house that we know other things come with. The regression of women rights, the regression of other of just options, just choices for women, right? So we can't, I understand what you're saying, and I think most people up here probably understand what you're saying and your mindset on it. But generally speaking, when we're talking about at least these YouTube spaces, when these people talk like this, we know what it is. It's going back to a time period where women are not as successful as they are now, where they don't have the options they have now, where they don't have the choices, where they can make decisions themselves.
Got you.
So I think it's kind of dangerous to say need when we're talking about this type of thing in a general sense, because there has to be we have to draw a delineation, some arbitrary line where we're drawing, where it's like we need to make sure we say want, because these young young people that might be listening to the red pill spaces or the other spaces are hearing need, and they come out here and they hear need. And it's like, what's wrong with a woman needing me or me needing a woman and X, Y, and Z, and they don't necessarily recognize the difference, if that makes sense.
Well, I think the silver lining is that we can pretty much know that there's no 15, 16-year-olds coming on these podcasts, listening to us talk about this nonsense. It's only us old people up here, listening to this shit.
I ain't old. Hold on now. There's a couple generations up here, and I'm in the youngest generation. Let's just be clear real quick. I want to make that clear. I'm in the youngest generation up here.
No, Too Strong is younger than you as well.
That's fine. He's in the same generation as me.
So what I'm saying, so again, right? So we cannot be so jaded that we don't believe that young people are listening.
Hold on. How old are these people? How old is AR and Too Strong?
Regardless of how old they are, they young.
Hey, talk your shit.
They're younger than me.
Talk your shit, Unc.
We cannot keep thinking that just because whatever age we are, everybody else is that same age, and young people are not listening. Young people absolutely are listening. Matter of fact, majority of the people that's running in those red pill space, they are younger.
Ain't no young people listening.
Sneeko got more young friends. He got more young fans than older fans. He got literal 16-year-olds running up to him saying, "Man, you changed my life." So this idea that we are in this little bubble of everybody being in the upper 30s and up is just not true. It's not even close.
And just to be clear, it's not just the 16-year-olds and the 18-year-olds that have this mental deficiency, right? It's 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds that are hopping on these It's how old is Toothless? 56, 60?
Yeah.
Old. BMU, old. Like, it's not just like these younger cats that also think like this, right? It's grown men that you would think had developed some, whatever. They're not on here, so I don't need to go. I wish they were on here so I could talk shit. But yeah, it's older generation men as well. So 20-year-old, 16-year-old, 30-year-old, 40-year-old, whatever it may be, it's the same concept, right? It's like we can't just be saying need, and then back out and be like, well, I don't actually mean need, I mean want, but I'm gonna keep saying need.
Oh, I know, I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
All right, man.
It was very close.
You're not actually needed, but I'm gonna keip saying need. That's what you just said. You just said we built a society where we don't actually need each other, but I'm gonna keep saying need.
Well, it's from different perspectives, right? I wanted to, make a delineation between both perspectives.
It's a misuse of
words.
Do you
agree that it can be? Do you agree? Hold on. But do you agree with AR that it can be dangerous that if he heard the degenerate person say need, and also he heard the productive channel, which is mine, that says need, that they could misconstrue that and say, yeah, these bitches need me?
Yes, but I believe that most of the things that everybody says can be misconstrued.
No, but the word need literally have a definition, and you are using it out of context on purpose.
I don't think I use it
and
out of
that's
context.
fine when it comes to you personally. But when we talk about the general population, it's not you personally.
So I don't think I use it out of context at all, right? Because when I said need, right, I said that I need you to be this, right? Do I need you to survive? No, I admitted that. Do I need you to be complete? Yeah, I said that.
But you actually don't. You don't actually need that person to be complete. Realistically speaking,
you and that woman broke
you
up.
could be that with someone else.
Could another woman do it?
Hold on, Kim. Hold on. However, you actually don't need her to do that.
You can't prove that.
I can, because you will not die.
I said complete. I didn't say survive. I said I don't need you to survive.
So therefore, you don't need her.
I don't need her to survive, no.
Right, and that's what we're having a conversation. But men that say they need their woman is usually it turns into something negative eventually, because once that woman decides, I don't want to be in this relationship no more, he decides, well, I need you to survive. So if I can't have you, nobody can. That is what that rhetoric usually produces.
I can agree to that, and that's why it's important that whenever I do speak on how I feel, that I get my whole thought out, I'm able to make my entire point.
So my question is, if your woman decides to leave you, are you gonna let her go peacefully?
Hold on, Kim, hold on. it's
can leave
also
right
important
now.
to understand that your language can be misconstrued, and you should not want it to be. Because even you saying your full thought is a confusing thought. Because you're saying you reference that, hey, we all built a society that we don't need each other. However, me personally, I want my woman to need me. That is conflicting.
It's not when I get my full thought. It's only conflicting if you don't let me expound. That's all.
No, but that's what you communicated in full thought.
Yeah, but that was just a statement, right? Versus me expounding on it and actually, substantiating the statement.
Right, but your state, right, regardless, when you got the full thought out, it's still conflating. It's contradictory.
I don't think so. Saying that I need you to be the best version of myself, right? You make me a better version of myself. I don't think that's I don't think that's
Yeah,
So
that's
your
literally
better
a
version
contradiction
is smelling
because
farts. That's your better
Kim,
version?
Kim,
Fart
Kim,
smeller?
Kim,
Hell yeah.
hold on. That's literally a contradiction because that word that you're using is really supposed to be want, because you don't need her to do it. That's
think there's-
literally the real definition of it.
I think there's a
You're
lot of things in this.
No, but I'm saying you are using the word wrong on purpose.
I don't think I'm using it wrong at all.
I don't think he's using it wrong
Okay,
either.
so hold on. So what do the definition of need means?
It means necessary for that particular whatever you're using it for, but it's necessary.
It's necessary. What do want means?
Want means optional. Want means it's something. Want means a
desire.
A desire.
Okay. So now you desire your woman to complete you.
No, a desire is what attracts you. Once you get what you desire, then it becomes a necessity. So he is
It never comes
correct.
No. Hold on. The reason why it never comes a necessity, because if she doesn't achieve that, what happens?
Then she's not his woman.
Hold on. If she doesn't achieve that, then she's just wherever. Then she's not the best version of herself.
All this shit is kind of irrelevant.
So now, hold on. So now that she's there, she didn't achieve it yet. Are you leaving her because she didn't achieve that?
Achieve what?
Whatever that is.
Whatever that thing is that you need from her. If she doesn't achieve that, do you leave her for that?
No, her having me, she achieves.
You said, hold on. What you said? You said no.
No, I said her having me is what makes her the best version of herself, and vice versa.
Necessity.
So therefore it's not a need, it's a want still, because you won't leave her if she doesn't achieve this completeness. As long as she's working towards being complete, you are not leaving her.
No,
Is that
she's
a correct
complete.
statement?
No, she's complete once she has me. In the scenario.
So even if she a heroin addict and she got you, she complete?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, buddy. Anyway, let's move on.
So this is why.
I think I can make this make sense for you, right?
No, you cannot. Because words mean something. So you cannot use the word wrong on purpose.
No,
and then
you
say,
don't
I'm
understand.
going to make it make sense.
No. I promise you, I'm being completely genuine, and you just don't understand what I'm saying. So, for example, let's take Kevin Durant, right? Kevin Durant doesn't necessarily need to train like Steve Nash to be good at basketball and to be decent and great, right? But Kevin Durant needs to train and to practice hard to be the best version of himself. But he doesn't need to train like a smaller individual with less God-given talent to be good. He will survive, he will be decent, he'll have a decent career. But in order for him to achieve the max possible that he can achieve, he has to, it's necessary to train like those other guys.
But Kevin Durant can get replaced. Just like LeBron getting replaced by Luka, he can get replaced.
Yeah, which is why I specifically said he needs.
Hold on. We're not going to dive too deep into the sports, but no. So
see, I didn't even bring it up this time.
So the issue is that no, he do have to train like whoever else if he want to be the best. He got to train more.
Perfect.
than
I love
everybody else.
if he wants to be the best. You
Right.
saying exactly what I was saying.
Right. So now we back to one. He don't need it because if he don't do it, he'll still be good and he will survive.
Yeah.
It's not a need, it's a want.
Yeah,
If
but
he
what
only trains
Mont
like
is
it's a
saying,
want, then he would never
Hold
achieve
on,
what he needs.
hold on. Y'all think you think I need help? I don't understand.
Go ahead, AR. AR about to say something.
I
Hold
was
on, this is
saying
my
it.
show.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Please don't direct my show. So again, those are wants, those are not needs. What you described.
Yeah, all I was saying was that if this, in order for this person to reach their max potential, there are certain things that they need, right? But if for this person to survive, they don't need that. He'll be in the NBA, he'll be decent, he'll be good. But if he wants a Hall of Fame, if Shaq wanted to
Thank
be
you.
the
You
best
said
player,
once again. You said
okay,
once. Thank you.
If in order for Shaq to be the best player ever, right? It would have been necessary for him to take the game more serious. But since Shaquille O'Neal had natural abilities, with him just being not taking it serious, he still was one of the best ever. But it's something that's necessary for that to achieve the other thing.
Right. And that's literally proving the point that it is a want. Because himself did not want to be the greatest basketball player ever.
Mm-hmm. He didn't want it. But
correct.
But in order for him to be it, there would have been necessities, things that was needed in order for him to be that. He didn't want it, so
that's your opinion. So I mean, if I cannot argue your opinion, but that's just an opinion. That's not a fact.
This is close to it.
No, that's strictly opinion, and that's fine. That that's your opinion. However, words mean something, and we got to use the proper word. And the proper word is want, is not need. Anything to deal with in today's time, what you get from your partner is a want. And majority of people, if they cannot get 100% of their wants, they still not going to leave their partner. So it is a want and it is not a need, because if it was a need, you would leave your partner every time they fell short of this need.
I just cooked
like
with my knowledge.
I need my partner to be a woman. It's not a negotiable. It's not a want. That's a necessity.
That's a want.
No, I'll die.
No, you won't. You won't die with a little bit of gay.
If I had to be with a man to live, put me in the ocean with my goddamn ancestors.
But in reality, you want to survive. If you a little bit of gayness ain't gonna kill you, Sharon.
Absolutely.
Hey, man, bro, you on some other shit today, bro.
Absolutely.
No, because if you didn't know that women existed, if you were born in a world as a man with only men and you never knew of the
Ma had
existence
balls,
of
she'd be
women,
my uncle.
then you wouldn't need a woman because you wouldn't know the existence of women.
But we don't live in that
It's like-
society.
But we don't live in
Yeah,
it.
We're not biological. Like, what do you
We
mean?
also don't live in the anxiety in which Sharon would need to be put into the ocean, but he could still bring it up and paint that fantasy.
No, hold on. No. I'm telling you, I'm serious that it wouldn't be possible for me to exist if I had to be that.
No, Sharon.
It's not possible.
That's a want. You
All
want
right,
to,
More to the story, the more to the story is there's plenty of people watching the show that use need, and when they watch other shows and they use need in a certain way, and they mean it in a certain way. And every time you say need, man, because you just said it right now. I mean, I haven't really been talking that much, so you just now in the latter half of the show more specifically laid out your what I mean by need concept. You didn't do that in the beginning. You weren't doing it when you first said need X, Y, and Z. So anybody that was watching the show prior to that, they go watch some other show, Anger Man or something, they hear need, they like, oh yeah, Mount was over there saying that too, and X, Y, and Z. So like, no, it's not every time you say need, you lay it out and, oh, I just need time to flesh out my plan. Like everybody ain't got 3 hours to listen to you flesh out your plan. It's just, there's other words you can use besides needs to convey what you want and not be associated with those other, actors or whatever you want to say.
So AR, that's not true though.
right, man.
From the beginning, no, I'm just saying from the beginning, I've always, made my point clear, and I had time to talk, and I had time to substantiate it. I made it clear from the first time I said it.
All right, I agree to disagree.
Yeah, but you still misusing words, Mark. It's not a need, it's something you want. That's the bottom line of it. You're misusing words and you're trying to convey a point that's based in fantasy, as you said yourself. So it's a lot of people who can't indulge and engage in this fantasy life. They need real advice. I didn't necessarily feel like they necessarily should get it from the internet, but when you go around misusing words,
That's crazy.
it's gonna
Hold
lead to
on.
confusion.
You know what else needs to stop? People got to stop saying they don't need to get advice from the internet. That's crazy talk.
There's
at
amazing
this
advice
point
on the
in
internet.
life. It's crazy talk at this point in life. We are in the time where the internet is the quickest and fastest way to get information, and advice is a part of that information.
No,
So we
I
need
agree
people to
because I
stop
go to
saying,
the internet all the
yeah,
time
but
for
no, what I'm saying,
information.
right? But what I'm saying is that people keep trying to make it strange that some young men want to have a conversation with another man that might have a different perspective or a successful perspective in his mind. We got to stop using that as some excuse. No, people go and find people in other places because majority of the time, people cannot find these type of conversations or people to converse in these type of conversations in their day-to-day life. They're not going to ask their homeboy at the job to talk about these things. They're not going to ask their cousin to talk about these things. When they go and be around their family members, they talk about the goddamn Knicks. They talk about LeBron stats. They talk about, damn, this chicken is good. They do not have these conversations in the real world because it's difficult to bring up these conversations in the real world when you talk about your family member, because it's too much
It
person.
is difficult.
You know when your uncle is talking about your goddamn Aunt Betty, that's different than me having a conversation and say, hey, this is some things you could do.
Yeah, but it's
completely
also a
different. So we gotta
responsibility of
stop saying
adults.
that. We gotta stop saying that young men can't find good advice on it. We need to steer them in the right direction of men that is at least in the facade pushing the correct rhetoric until we find out
I
otherwise.
do,
Stop
but
saying that they can't.
I think that it is not necessarily that they're even going to seek all this deep life advice. Is entertaining. It might correlate to something they've been through,
That's
so
the
they're
problem.
gonna
So
look at
just
it
like how,
regardless.
hold on, Ken. So the same way how Mont was using the wrong words and it's dangerous, we cannot allow it on the other side as well. It is somebody right now
I never use
listening,
the wrong words.
looking for something solid to hear. And then you come and say, hey, you can't listen to nobody saying something solid. How the hell is that person going to find this solid person? Where are they supposed to find it at?
I do agree that a lot of people, young, old, everybody, does go to the internet and they go on there looking for something serious. But I think that's part of what you're saying. Once they go on there looking for something serious, is too much confusion. And I don't know how, like you're saying, how would the person discern if they already don't know what's going on and they go onto the internet, like, let me just see that, the same as like a pastor or whoever. They want to go to church. They want to go somewhere where they can find some
goddamn
answers.
pastor, but
I ain't said you.
Hold on. I'm no pastor, and I ain't bullshitting, and I ain't just saying shit just to say it.
But is the internet filled with people
Ain't
like
so
that,
you
though?
negate? Are you negating everything that I just said? Because you said but.
No, I'm saying how if the young person already don't know what's going on, how can they have the discernment to say I should listen to Sharon instead of Angry Man?
Because of what we are communicating, how we're communicating. Is it truth and facts behind what we're communicating? Is that person actually living what they're communicating? Are they walking what they talking, what they're communicating? Or is people going to say Sharon is full of shit and Angry Man is full of shit? Then therefore now we are creating a situation where these young men are going to be lost when people that actually know who's bullshit and who's not is not willing to say who's bullshit and who's not.
That's how Trump got elected.
Right, like mine. Yeah, right. Like mine creating the confusion on this channel.
Okay.
Yo, I just want y'all to know that factually I use the word right.
All right, man. We believe you, Mont.
I'm going to agree with
Y'all
Mont on
don't.
this. He is
That's the problem.
definitely using the word correctly
All right, man,
because
we
I
believe you.
can say I have pulled up 2 different videos and scenarios on YouTube in which one was using need how I used to use need. Before my current partner, I saw need as pressure.
And you
I
know I
saw
use
need,
my basketball analogy perfectly.
and he did. He did. I got to give it to him. But like I used to see need as extra pressure. I used to be really stressing at people like, no, I feel like that's wrong. You don't say that.
So this is what we're gonna do. Because this is insane to me. I ain't gonna lie. Need is a requirement, a necessity, or obligation. That's what the definition need means.
We agree.
And
A
I agree.
requirement, necessity, or obligation.
Yes.
You don't agree if you
Yeah.
saying you
So now,
need
all right. So now,
boyfriend.
compare that to a relationship. You require your boyfriend to do what, or what's going to happen when that requirement is not met.
No, I require my man. Like I require my man.
To do what?
It doesn't say to do what. I require him as a person in order
So
for me to be the
okay, so
best version.
hold on. All right, pause there. If you don't have a requirement for your requirement, then it's not a goddamn need. A requirement is very specific. I require this. If I don't get this, then you cannot be in my life. That is what a need is.
Yes. So if he cannot produce or help me achieve and become the best version of myself, then I do not need him in my life. Then he is not the man I need.
But that's why I brought up my
Sharon.
relationship, because I think my need, my quote unquote need
think
for
we
my
just going in
husband
circles.
is different than what she's talking about. I need him in I don't have a job. I don't really take care of these kids like that. Like they depend on their father.
Hold on. So are we going to talk about Lorena, what she said, or are we going to talk about what you saying, Kim? Because now that's a whole different
Lorena
conversation.
is saying the same thing as mine. Like she like to smell farts. That is what she's saying.
I'm gonna ask you again. Are we going to talk about what Lorena just said, or are we going to talk about your relationship?
Lorena is dealing in fantasy. So we could talk about her fantasy life, that she want to deal with fantasies. Yeah, we could talk about that. But if
my
Lorena
fantasy is my reality.
It's okay. I just want to have a clear understanding. I require y'all to have a clear statement so we can actually have a conversation. Because
of what needs are.
Now when her man, so now you saying you require your man to do what to complete you? He got to do some things.
Pay
correct?
all my bills, take care of my kids, make sure
Perfect.
I have food.
Take care of your kids.
Okay, that's Kim. That's Kim's requirement.
Yeah.
Lorena, your requirement for you to be complete from your man is what?
I require him to help me achieve the best version of myself.
And if he falls short of the best version of yourself, what happens?
Then he is not the man I need.
And how do you determine that you are at the best version of yourself?
When I reach the best version of myself, when I am growing consistently. Every time that I am around him, what does he provide? Do I see myself growing? Am I staying the same? Do I see him growing? How is his life? How is his level of responsibility? Is he good? Is he good enough to lead? Is he able to lead? How does he lead his family now? Like, these are all things that I can see without me attaching myself to him, without giving that ownership to him. Because I definitely do believe that when I take his last name, that's ownership. He is owning me. But before you get to the ownership, you got to prove I need you.
So if he says, hey, I need you to start taking some more leadership roles because I am too stressed about this, Are you gonna do it or not?
Yes, because I'm a leader already. He know that I was a leader
Okay, but
before
I
him.
thought you require for him to be a leader. He just gave you leadership role.
He asked me to take off some of the pressure on him. We're partners. That's what a partner does.
No, you just said you was
And
owned
what
by
if he
him.
asked you to pay all the bills and
Hold
let him
on.
be a stay-at-home
Okay,
boyfriend?
y'all, hold on, please. I don't know
The
why you
man
asking a
that I
question that don't have
need
nothing to
doesn't
do with what
do
we talking
that.
about. So hold on. You're missing. Hold on, you're missing the point.
Okay.
Your answer is literally changing with what he wants at the time. So again, if you ask him for leadership and then he passes it on to you, then therefore he is not leading anymore, correct?
If he asked me to lead in
Correct.
what, like you, that's so general.
Mm-hmm.
If
I
you're asking
understand
me
that's
something
general because we
personal,
haven't right
if you're
because
asking,
we having a general conversation, right? So if you are requiring a leader, he passed leadership off. Is it now still a requirement that he leads?
okay, now I understand what you're saying. So then, no, I will not accept that because the man I need would not do that.
Right, but you see how quickly it moved, right? And so that's the issue with this need thing. It's moving way too
No,
often.
I can
Because
get it.
you
I
want
was definitely.
and what I'm saying is that it is okay for human beings to be with each other and move throughout life and say, hey, I need you to do this sometimes, I need you to do this sometimes. But what I'm trying to get y'all to understand that it is not a requirement, it is a want. I want the best leader, but you do not have possibly the best leader. You have somebody that is doing their absolute best, hopefully, and that is a want. It's not a requirement because if they fall short, you're not leaving. You're gonna say, baby, you're gonna pound him on the back, you're gonna give him some good nookie, he's gonna go to sleep, you're gonna wake up and you're gonna do it again tomorrow. That's reality.
My girl reads me bedtime stories.
Sharon,
I'm not really sure what you're saying because that's not my reality, and that's why it's like kind of hard for me sometimes with these podcasts because I can only go based off of like a lot of times my reality. So I understand where you're coming from, but I can't agree because I'm not one of those people that if you're not meeting my need or what I need in a partner, I'm not going to stay and stick around.
Sharon, this I'll give you an example, right? So, for example, there are things that are just finite, right? So, in order for a car to drive, there are certain things that is needed for a car to drive, right? But in order for a car to go 250 miles an hour, which you may not desire to go 250 miles an hour, there are certain components and things that is necessary for that to happen. Now you might be like, no, I don't care about that, right? Cool. That doesn't change the fact that it is needed for this other thing to happen. If that makes sense.
Well, no, because like even with your example, for years we thought that we needed gas for engines, and we said this is the way the car's supposed to have been ran. And then we seen over the last couple of years that the whole like we're not using the transmission, we're not using gas, we're not using all these things. And electrical cars do work. Now we can argue the difference between it, but those are still cars that work. So at this point, are we redefining the relationships, things that worked in the past?
Hold on. Let's stay on that one. Let's stay on that one topic, right? Because we were just wrong. You didn't need gas for cars to work. You need energy though, but you didn't need gas. We were wrong.
You guys
about
realize you guys are talking about something that deals with physics, right? So there's nothing like you guys are talking about something that you can literally put pen to paper and put out an equation. It'll come out every time, have a peer reviewed person, have a peer review it. It'll come out the same. It's testable, it's verifiable versus a relationship where whether I was in IT or whether I was in something else, either way, there's nothing that you can put pen to paper to say whether I would be able to help my girl be the best version of herself. You can't say, oh, well, if you took him away from IT, the only reason she's the best is because he's in IT. What if I was in law? Would I be making her a better version of herself, or would it be the same, or would it be less? You can't do that with that type of stuff. So you bringing up these examples of physics and saying, well, see, in physics, you can draw it out on a piece of paper. Therefore, it's the same way in a relationship. It's not, which is what Sharon was saying earlier. It's like, how do you know this person is making you the best version of yourself? There's nothing on paper that says, here's the best version of yourself. Here are the requirements that your partner has to have for you to be that best version of yourself. So, you know, you can say what you want in a partner. You can say, hey, I believe that them being religious, them being the same religion as me, them wanting kids or not wanting kids or wanting this many kids or X, Y, and Z or having this job, that will be somehow make me the best version of myself. But you have no vision, no like verifiable thing that this is the best version of myself. There's nothing that says 250 miles an hour is the best version of myself. Maybe it's 300 miles an hour. Maybe it's only 150. Who knows?
But that
and not only, and before you jump in, even not only that. So who's to say that the next person can't make you even better than the person that you're with? And if that was the case, then you would need that person. But it's clearly we are all living without. And so it's clear that if I was with Beyonce, I could possibly be a better person, right? She says she upgrades niggas. Ain't that what she said, AR? Because you know that I know Beyonce plays in Honda Accords all the time. She said, "Let me upgrade you."
I got rid of my Honda Accord, man. That was bullying me too much.
So therefore, if I was with Beyonce, I'd be a better person. So should I be going ahead and chasing Beyonce so I could get upgraded?
No, that's the point that I'm saying. I believe it's always you always can do better. I don't know why we think that. Like it's never gonna be this point. Hold on. You always can do better, but when do we start honoring the commitment that we made? That's the point that I'm saying, right? Like everybody say, "Oh, you can find somebody cuter, you can find someone smarter." I made a commitment to my wife that I was gonna do death do us part. And I get that other people they don't believe in that. They want to make their own vows about long as they feeling good, they're gonna stay together. And when I start understanding the level of commitment, it's not about if I could do better. I chose that I'm gonna make it work, and we're gonna make the best out of the situation with the woman that I chose.
Yeah, man, you switching the conversation though.
Well, I don't know what the conversation is. I just got from off work. I'm just saying, based off what the conversation is this idea, can you do better? I'm gonna tell people 99.999. I think if any of the men on this panel got with Beyonce, they'd be in a better situation. They'd be on yachts, they'd be doing a whole different lifestyle. So my whole point that I was making is you always do better, but do you honor that commitment that you made before God? And I know a lot of people don't believe in God, but that's the question that you have to ask yourself.
And
no,
also,
the question was, do you need your wife?
And the issue is that would just disprove this whole need situation, right? You want your wife, and she wants her husband. Once you turn it into a need, it's most likely going to turn into a negative, right? The men that communicate that, hey, I need you and you better not never leave me, those are the type of rhetorics that we know it comes along with it. That's where the movie's Enough is out and stuff of those nature.
No, I do think we need each other. Hold on, because I didn't hear your statement.
No, it's okay. It's okay. So the conversation is about women say they don't need their man, they want their man. Do you have a problem with that statement?
I got no problem with it. I think it's a delusional statement. I think if you really understand, we all need somebody. Like we can't run this.
That's not true.
Okay, all right.
So that means if I don't have my other person, I'm gonna die.
I think absolutely. So we need somebody. Let me help you understand what I mean, right? Throughout our life, right? And I'm not saying that you need them every moment of your life. That's not the point that I'm making, Sharon. But we typically need others to survive. We typically can't do this quote unquote survival thing by ourselves. It could be the time that you were sick. Like it's times in men's life that we need those women. Now, are we dependent 24/7 on those women? Absolutely not. But I've just seen women nurse men back to health. I've just seen like throughout the lifetime of that man, he's gonna need a woman.
Hold on. But we understand the philosophy behind what you're saying. But it's still the wrong word. It's not a requirement to survive. It's not a requirement because a lot of men do not have wives and they go along fine as well.
And that's why they die earlier. So that's the point that I'm saying is that the idea that we can go through this life. Oh, go ahead.
So this is crazy to me. I do not understand why people are arguing philosophy so hard. I don't know. It's weird to me. I get the philosophy part, and we understand we want to romanticize the word need. It's romantic to say I need somebody else. Without this person, I can't. How can I breathe without you? I want to know. How can I live? I get it. It's romantic. We heard all the goddamn songs that they need this other person. But reality shows that you do not. You want that other person.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It depends on how codependent you is of that person, right? I get it. If you never met that person, is it a chance that you can survive? I'm agreeing with that. But when you start looking at studies, like I start looking at studies of older people who've been together for 40 years and one died, the other one passed after because they felt like they couldn't live without him. Like I don't think this idea that they needed that person to survive, right? So that's the whole point that I get what you're saying. Yes, if we try to push it out to the masses, most people are single and they're surviving. Can they live a life without the other half? I'm agreeing with that. But you can interlock your life so much that you actually get into a dependent state of that other person.
Sharon, do people need other people?
No. They want them because it makes everything convenient.
I think it makes
so
them
they
better.
want to live. They want to live in areas. They want to live in areas where other people are moved around. That's why most people gathered in cities and not in rural areas because it's convenient. Nobody want to go ahead and dig a hole and shit in the woods.
I think other people make people better. Just in general, I think that we're better when we are within a group of we're in communion around other people.
Humans are
I think bad
biologically
things.
wired. I would make the argument that I would agree with the argument that humans are biologically wired to be in social groups. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that bad things
I
happen.
definitely agree with that argument as well.
And we live longer in groups than if we were solo.
But we also wouldn't survive alone in the wilderness. But yeah.
Yeah, most people can. So,
no, I mean, like humans, like we evolved in social settings, right?
Hey, listen, people survive in Alaska every day.
Yeah, people together.
No,
human
they be alone.
saying human civilization.
That's one of the most.
Individual human.
Ain't no civilization. Ain't no goddamn Alaska. It's nothing but goddamn bears and wolves.
Nah.
Yeah, he never been to Alaska. They got a whole town out there. But
that's crazy.
You gotta see the show Man vs. Wild. They be out there all by themselves with their
30 days. They go out there for 30 days and then they come back around us. That's what I'm telling you.
It's some people who make a lifestyle out of this. They live their whole 20, 30.
Nobody's arguing whether an individual human.
It's a very small amount. It's not a large amount.
The point is, it's possible. People just don't want to do it.
No, it's not. Hold on. I'm telling you, because typically, if something happened to you, you need another individual to nurse you back to health, or you're going to die. Like we have this co-independent of having other people around us.
The point is, humans as a species wouldn't survive solo, right? That's why humans. We're in social settings. So
now you mean to keep the species going? Then yes, then I would have to agree with that.
No, but bad
even though
things
it is immaculate. It is the immaculate conception. I don't know how that happened. She did it without another man, but
Oh well, if we go by the Bible, it might have been considered sexual assault. If we're gonna go by the Bible.
Yeah, but y'all always have to take it to some primitive place. We're talking about modern society.
Regardless, that woman got pregnant without a man. That's all I'm saying. It is what it is. Supposedly, yes. All right.
I mean, if men take the time to get on that same level with women and use their own innate emotional intelligence that all of us have, that I think a lot of us run from, I think we would go a long way in connecting and solving that. Do women need us or not? Right.
And Mr. Chosen, can I give you a quick example? Can I give a quick? Women, a lot of the arguments up here, dudes will complain about women being on government assistance or finding all of these different things to sign up for, right? And so what I keep hearing is women will go out, do the research, try to find things to benefit their family and elevate, while our brain dead caveman guys are too prideful to even ask for, hey, where's this tool at Home Depot? They rather just wander around in fucking circles like a moron.
Stop it, huh? It is just as many men on food stamps as it is women. Like, we gotta stop this idea that men, they go out here and get it out the mud. Sharon, hold on, Sharon, let me let you see me. They gotta go out here and get it out the mud. They work hard, Sharon. They work so hard that they don't use the government. Men are using, if you look up the numbers, I think the difference between the two is like 5%. Like, I'm telling you right now, men are on food stamps, men are on Section 8, men are using these same benefits that women are, but they're literally trying to shame women for doing what they're doing. So we gotta stop.
So now you're agreeing, because that's what he's saying. You're agreeing with him that men are trying to use that as a scapegoat. That's what he's saying. He's saying men on these panels will use that women are on food stamps and act as if da. Oh, so you agree with him? Okay, all right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with the point that we gotta stop lying, saying that the women are the only one using the system, because it's not true.
Okay, all right.
It's more efficient there.
I mean, maybe women are more efficient, but how do you know that man's not learning the layout of Home Depot as he scans the different aisles as he walks up and down? Men.
Yo, that was crazy. And then he put up his hand like, see, I told you. That was crazy. Like, you cannot say that men will. No, but he's using it as an analogy of moving around. Right. So Big Dog Barking, you there?
Yeah, I'm letting everybody else talk. What's up? What's going on?
All right, because I got somebody in the back and they got their camera on, and I want to prioritize.
Oh, you can drop me.
I'm
about to head out, I think, soon, but yeah.
Yeah, drop him in his bed of his sentence. That's what
Oh,
Welcome to the welcome to the show, Ronald 804. Good day, sir. How you doing? Well, I'm gonna get you to answer the question, but I think it is interesting that a man would say yes, women are more efficient, and then go back and say, but what if the man, he's wasting his time, but he really wasn't wasting his time. He was gathering information, wasting time. That is crazy talk to me. But welcome into the show, Ronald 804. What is your thoughts? Do your wife need you or do she want you? And if she said, and let me make it a two-part question. And if she said, I don't need you, I want you, would you have an issue with it? So it's a two-part question for you. Go ahead, Ronald.
Yeah, I think we could see kind of like two ways. Realistically, we do want people. We don't need them. But biblically, we need each other when it comes to husband and wife. So unfortunately, the reason why this world is so terrible today is because we look at everybody as a want. So, if you're not acting right, I'm just going to divorce you and get somebody else, right? But we shouldn't look at each other more as a need. In that way, we could try our best to work, and fight whatever storm is coming our way. So it is beneficial for us to need each other. When it comes to like, I should need my wife. My wife should need me, especially since we have kids. We need to grow up together or train together.
So if your wife told you she wants you and she don't need you, would you have a problem with that?
Not really. It's not me. The most important thing, as long as she stays here, you know, as long as she's still here, that's the most important thing. But
So you said it don't matter what she say, long as she act like she needs you. That's what you said. He said,
as
long
long
as
as
she
she stay here. You can say I don't want you, but the problem. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say something you said. It just, you know, I hate to, you know, linger on this, but again, it's the same rhetoric that we hear from other
Thank you, big
spaces. You know,
dog.
it's like, oh, I think part of what the problem is people want, and that's why they don't stick together through marriages. And then you got people echoing that sentiment in one way or another, and it's like people don't stay in marriages nowadays because they don't have to, for good reason, right? You would rather, it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you would rather people be forced into staying into relationships and marriages where they're getting beat on than to be able to divorce.
No, because
okay, then why is it that you think that the marriage rate is what it is, or the divorce rate, or whatever it is, what it is because people have wants and they're going, oh, I just don't want this person anymore, rather than it being, oh, this person lied to me to marry me in the first place, or this person is doing this to me, and so I have options now, right? I have my own job, I have my own bank account, I can go throughout the world without needing this person. I don't have to rely on this person. I can go do these things and find something better for myself. Why do you attribute it to like a negative one rather than the positive outcomes of being able to want someone rather than need them, whether it be a biblical sense or by law?
If somebody beating on you, that's not a need or a want. let's get it straight.
What I said.
All right. No, because you're talking about you know, like if I need somebody, if they beating on me, am I going to stay there? That's not, you know, need is for what you need for survival, or what you need for, so.
But God hates divorce, right?
That's what actually happens. He's talking about reality of what actually happens to women or people who get in relationships based off of needs. If I need you to eat, if I need you for housing, if I need you for my clothing, for all the money in the savings account, I will be more prone to staying with you, even if you're abusing me in whatever type of way. If I need you to eat and live and whatever else I gotta do.
Because that's how it was, right? Back in the day when these divorce rates weren't so high, it was women needed men in the literal sense to survive because they couldn't have bank accounts. They couldn't even work. They couldn't do this, that, and the other. So they were beholden to the man that they were married to. And now we don't live in that age today. And so my question is, why do you look at it as a negative want? Like people just going, oh, I changed my mind, I don't want to be with you, rather than an outcome of the choices and options that women and other partners that don't have to stay with their significant others. Why do you look at, I'm not talking to you either, man. Why?
I know, but it's a panel. We all having a conversation.
I'm responding to Ronald, not you. I'm asking the question to Ronald, not you.
Yeah, he answered your question. You didn't like his answer.
The question. So my question is, why do you look at it as a like people, oh, I just changed my mind, I want to be with you, rather than an outcome of those things, a positive outcome?
Yeah. Once again, every time we have these conversations, the first thing we always go is financial, right?
No, I went to DV first. I talked about domestic violence first.
No, but what you said is that person might be forced to stay with that person because they need that person financially.
No, because.
Right?
Well,
can you answer the question?
Can we get a baseline? I want to get a baseline. So I'm asking anybody on the panel can answer this question. Do we believe that a child needs their father? Or is that a want?
That's a want.
A child needs parents. They need
That's
parents.
a want. Okay. So all right. So do we believe a child needs their mother?
No,
they need parents.
That's a want too.
Either man. That's the reason why I said biblically it's a need. But when we come to like our normal, you know, how people think as humans, it turns into a want. So that's why it
doesn't even make sense biblically. If the man was here first and he was given a helpmate to help him, he needed the helpmate. How the helpmate needed him? He the one needed the woman. That's why the woman's great to quote unquote help him. So how I need somebody that I'm here to help.
Okay, do you seriously want to have a biblical conversation with me?
No,
I don't. I don't.
But this is the thing about the Bible. This is the thing about the Bible. You basically telling me in so many words that you can't justify yourself as a man without a woman.
No.
Because listen. I
don't want to go to. Could you? We gonna go somewhere. I just want to understand.
I'm better than a man. I'm a husband.
I'm a husband too.
So congratulations. So if I just jump from marriage to marriage, that is reducing myself as the type of as a man, right?
Yeah,
If I heard you
chasing a wife. If you jump from marriage to marriage to marriage.
Hold
no, that means
on.
you can't pick right. That's what you're telling me.
Hold on, no,
That's
because
you being
I
a
don't
bad
want
picker, then.
I don't want y'all to get to arguing. Hold on. So Big Dog, I just want to understand because you said it. So if a person has a baby, that the baby's at an infant state, you said that baby do not need their parents at that point, correct?
The baby needs somebody that's functioning and that's gonna raise their child the right way. It don't have to be their mom or dad.
No, but it's still a need. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like we're trying.
You might want your mom and daddy to raise you, but you don't need your mom and dad to raise. All you need is somebody that give a fuck about you.
So you need somebody. Hello, okay. I'm trying to get the baseline is it's a need.
So the problem that your baseline is in the wrong context. We understand that a baby needs another human being to survive. That is actually the definition of need, right? You require somebody to take care of you. Now, when we talking about in relationships, you don't need any other human being to survive. You don't need this woman requires you need her to survive. You need a woman, right? Or you might want a woman, right? But it's not a need that you are going to die if you are not with this woman today. This woman decides to go upside your head. You say, hey, you know what? You going upside my head. It's not really healthy for me. And you leave. Therefore, you don't need that woman if she starts doing something that is egregious. She starts dropping like it's hot, and all of a sudden, every man slides into your woman like mustard. All of a sudden, you're gonna be like, you know what? I don't need to be here anymore, right? Because it's gonna mess with my mental health. You're gonna want somebody else. So all we're saying is that let's just use the word properly, stop romanticizing and philosophizing the goddamn word, and understand the difference between want and need, because majority of the men that's using the word need, they are using it in a negative sense, just like the lieutenant governor that was in Virginia that AR brought up earlier. I'm pretty sure he felt like he needed his wife, and that's why when he decided to take his own, he took hers too, because he said, if I can't have you, nobody.
So the point that I was saying is the line that I was trying to draw is that even with a baby or an adult, we can use it. You actually need something, right? You can replace what you need. I'm not saying that people can't replace their wife. That was not my argument. What I'm saying is it is a need there, but since it is a need there, that need can be replaced by someone else, aka the baby. We can bring a grandparent in, we can bring a foster parent, but the need is still there.
But you missed. Yeah, a baby needs human beings. That is a clear need. Babies need a grown-up to take care of them, that cares about them. Now, relate that to relationships. In relationships, you don't need nobody else.
Humans need other humans.
Yeah, but you don't have to be in a relationship with those humans.
Okay, so hold on. Since we're playing semantics and you want to romanticize, do you need a relationship to survive?
Do you need a relationship? No.
Okay,
my whole point.
So now we back into the real world and we into the conversation. You don't need your husband, and I don't need my wife to survive, right? You need other human beings, right? So you need society, you need the plumber, you need the electrician, you need the garbage man. So yes, we need society because we are all communal. What's the word I'm looking for? Social. We are social human beings, and we get it. We need social. We need We need to be interactive with other human beings. We are literally talking about relationships. Let's stop trying to make it into something that is not. Human beings do not need no goddamn husband or wife to survive in this world.
So the point that I was making is your wife is so much more than just a relationship, right? She's the person who might nurse you back to health. Like that was the point that I was saying. The need of the wife is so much more than just the relationship aspect of it. That's the point.
And I think that goes back to Sharon's point too, that men needed more.
Not every wife can do that. Let's just stay to the topic. It's not a requirement that your wife is a goddamn nurse. It's just not.
So the point
So
that I
to
was
just be honest with the conversation. Once we honest with the conversation, we can actually get people into healthy relationships. Because when people think they need the woman to bring them back to health, that's going to create a problem. Because once that wife cannot fixate and fix this need that he's saying, babe, I'm sick, he's going to do what to that woman that cannot fulfill a requirement?
nothing. That's what I'm saying. Like I get it
He's
that
going
you
to
eat your.
leave. It's a
I
requirement. That's
get
why
he.
we
I
can't.
get you eat your
Hold on.
vegetables. You don't get sick because
Hold
you're
on. No. What I'm
vegetarian.
saying is that
Listen.
no words. Hold on. What I'm saying, words matter. When you're saying that people require their wife to be a nurse, that is going to set people up to leave.
I didn't even say nothing about requiring you to be a nurse. You just put that in there.
That's the
Listen.
definition of. But
You did say that.
when you say the word, when you say the word need, you are saying requirement.
No. I'm not saying the nurse part. Your wife giving you some Benadryl. Again, that's not her being a nurse. Like this idea that we said that she has to be a nurse practitioner. She got to be a nurse that understand all of these things and don't understand basic things as, hey, check this out. I need to be able to keep fluids inside of this man. Like you don't have to be a nurse to know these things.
You gotta be nurse-ish. Because what if you're allergic to Benadryl and then she give it to you?
I don't know if you're trying to miss it on purpose. What I'm saying, regardless if she gives you a Benadryl or not, is not a requirement for any husband at all. It's just not a requirement for most husbands to have their wife give them a goddamn whatever.
It is a requirement for most husbands there that when they sick that they get their wife to take care of them. I don't understand. Maybe
because they're babies. That's the point.
They're
babies. They want to be babies.
You're right,
They want a
Kim.
mama
Men are
wife.
babies.
They want a mama wife.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, please. I don't need Tourette's. I do not understand. How often are you getting sick?
You said like how often? Let's say every blue moon.
I don't understand.
Every blue moon. Let's say it's not often.
How can something that happens every blue moon is a requirement?
No, that was the point that I was making. You might not need them on a daily basis, but throughout a marriage, you're gonna have a need for them. That was my original point.
But that's okay. So what I'm trying to get you to understand, that is again, it's not a requirement. That's what the definition means. Definition of need. So this way you can understand, so you can stop using the wrong goddamn word. I understand that we romanticize the word need. We put it in all of our R&B songs. We was raised on this word, I need you. We get it. But it's the wrong word. It's a romantic word. I get that is a romantic word.
I think what
a need is a requirement, necessity, or obligation.
I think what the problem is, a lot of us want a woman to take care of us when we sick. You don't need a woman to take care of you when you sick. You want her to take care of you when you sick. You can get up and fix your own chicken noodle soup, take your own Benadryl. You just want her to do it for you because you sick.
And also in the definition it says, big dog barking, right? It says it differs from a want, as a need is crucial to avoid negative outcomes.
It is.
That sounds exactly like my partner to me. I need him in order to avoid negative outcomes.
And to his ass don't need your ass no more, then guess what? You're gonna find a new need.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying like we could argue this point. Kids don't need their daddy, and we see a whole bunch of negative outcomes. Like that's the point that I said is like to avoid a negative outcome, right? So it's not saying that they cannot survive without it, but it's saying that they have better results with it.
Yeah, but that's not.
It's
Again,
still convenient. It's still convenient.
Hold on. That's what he's saying. It's just not a true statement. It's not a true statement. I just want to deal in true statements. And it's just not true what you just said. There's plenty of people. It's more about about the resources that little kid is getting poured into them, more than the other parent.
Hold on.
Because single mothers that raise children with the proper resources, their kid is good. They got the same outcomes.
No, they're not. That's wrong.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
they
That's
are.
not true. That is absolutely
Can
a
I,
fact.
can I,
Hold on.
I'll let y'all. Yeah.
Are you arguing that from your belief or from a fact and stats?
Science.
it's from a fact because
What
wait,
what
if you
fact does it say? Hold on. What fact does it say that a single mother household with the same resources as a dual parent household, that the outcomes are different? What fact do you have about that?
all right, hold on for a second. I don't have any stats in front of me right now, but
Thank you.
one of the
So
purpose.
now so I'm glad that you said that. So now that we know that it's a belief and not a fact, it's actually facts that shows that a single household with a married household, if they have the same resources, the kid have the same outcomes. There's actually no differential in those two. So again,
they're never gonna have the same resources.
I'm not trying to argue a belief. I get it. Men have this idea that they gotta be needed. It's something that we need to really mind out. I'm not understanding, but I'm starting to see that so many men need all these things to be needed. It's weird to me. I'm starting to understand it now a little bit, though.
All right, but
so
listen,
men need to be
It
needed
is
as fathers.
taking you this
Men
long,
need to
Sharon,
be-
to understand it.
Men also need to be needed as husbands. Men need to be needed as brothers. I'm starting to understand it. It's
part of the resources. There's a difference between a single household and a married household. Well, part of resources is seeing a husband and wife or your mother and father together. In a single household, you're not seeing that. So when these people, when it comes to relationships, it's harder for these people to adjust. You know, even when it comes to a marriage, because they never seen the marriage in their house, right? Like I saw my parents growing up in a marriage, so it was easier for me.
So the problem is what you're saying is just not true again. A lot of people come from married household and somehow they turn out to be goddamn thoughts and sluts anyway.
I'm saying it's better. I'm saying it could be
Big Dog
better, but
Barker,
because they've seen it.
you're on mute, Big Dog.
My thing
But
is
you're
this,
saying
why
it's
do
better
why-
based off nothing. There's not you're
Hold
not
on.
basing that off anything.
And we
Okay, hold on,
don't even
Kim.
know what type of household they
Hold on,
saw
hold
either.
on.
Even
Hold
though their
on, Ronald,
parents
so
are
this way
together,
we-
it could be terrible.
Okay, go ahead, Big Dog. Then Ronald get a chance to respond.
This what I want to know is why do men say that a man by himself can raise the children better without a woman, but a woman by herself can't raise the children by good? Why do they say that?
Because they're misogynist. That's why.
I think they have. I think
let Ronald answer it.
Yeah, I've never really followed the stats, but that's what they said. That's what the stats say, because the man is supposed to be the man is supposed to, you know, provide the structure in the household.
Oh my
right?
God.
When the kids acting up, a lot of times what do you say? What the woman says, wait till your father come home, or they call the father. You
What
know,
the hell?
especially
Hold on,
Really?
please. I think a lot of men need to let go, relax on they negative version of their ego, because ego is not supposed to be a negative thing. But the way how y'all hold on to certain things that you haven't really experienced is wild to me.
Are you seriously telling me I don't experience that? Is that what you're telling me?
You just said you went off other people's word. They said it's
So
supposed
you
to be.
believe-
And who said
I'm a husband. I'm a husband. I have two teenagers and a younger child in the house.
And you don't know
right?
no single
So
mothers? You don't know any single
Hold on.
mothers?
So hold on. So let me.
Yeah, I know
so
single
hold
mothers.
on. Hold on. Y'all not asking the right fucking questions. So you mean to tell me it's never been a time when your children was being antsy with you and you put your hands up and said, "Babe, you know what? You deal with the kids."
No, there are times where my wife called me and tell me, "Hey,
has it ever happened that you said, "You know what, babe? I can't deal with the kids right now. You handle the kids." Has that ever happened?
Never. It's usually the other way around. It's usually my wife calling me and telling me what's going on.
I'm not asking you what usually happens. I'm asking you a very specific question. Have it ever happened that you got frustrated with your kids and you said, "Babe, you deal with the kids. I'm
No.
frustrated." Has that?
No.
All right, fine.
I'm not built like that.
Great. Hey, most men in general, that happens because women are dealing with the kids most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
You get called in once in a blue. You are the once in a blue. You are not the authority in the house. You are the once in a blue. When she gets frustrated, she calls you and say, "Babe, I'm gonna call your father because she cannot deal with it anymore. You are literally the ones in the blue.
I'm not the ones in the blue. You see, that's what y'all just live different from how I
So,
do.
Sharon, is he a
See, me and
stay-at-home
my
dad
parents.
or something?
See,
I just
I'm
want to
together.
know.
See,
Are you a stay-at-home dad?
no, but I
Oh,
have been
So how
before.
you directing the kids from work?
Because he's not American. I know
Oh Lord.
exactly how he's doing it because that's exactly the
Okay,
kind of
y'all, hold
father
on.
that I was
Okay,
raised.
hold on, y'all. Hold on, please. Let him try to
I'm
build up
home.
his ego and let him tell us how we all do not understand how family work, and he's the only one that got it right. Go
I
ahead.
see my children every day. All right, I'm not traveling, or I don't have a job where I'm traveling, and I see them once in a while, or I'm not a truck driver, or I might just see them on the weekend or something. I see them every single day, so I know what's going on in their life. Me and my wife, we talk every single day about what's going on in their life. When it comes to school, I will go up to their school, talk to the teachers and stuff like that. So I'm an active father when it comes to
Is
knowing
your
what's
wife
going
a
on in my
stay-at-home
children.
mother? Is your wife a
Why are
stay-at-home
you
mother?
asking that? Why is that question relevant?
No,
it's not
Because
relevant.
if your children are under school age and she's dealing with them
No, they're in school.
90% of the day, and then he comes with his 10%, he'll be like, I see them every day. It's like, yeah, but she's still dealing with them 90% of the time.
They're both in school. All three of my children are in school.
Okay, go ahead.
But like I said, I know what's going on with them because I have relationships with their teachers. So I'm not the type of father that just like, okay, wife, you take care of it. I'm very
oh
involved with
my
what's going on
God,
with
this
them.
is such cap. And boy, if you don't knock this shit off like for real, I can't. I'm
So
struggling.
you telling me you know what's going on in my life. That's what you're telling me.
I'm telling you that you don't know what's going on in your damn life. I'm telling you that
Okay,
you're
yeah.
lying up here. That's what I'm
Okay.
telling you.
Well, you need to keep on searching. if you don't think
Searching
there's
for
men
I
what?
like
don't
me
think he's
out there.
What I need
necessarily
to search
lying.
for?
I don't think he's
Okay, that's
lying.
fine. Searching for what?
Hold on. We don't have to argue. That's his life. Hey,
If you think that
that's how
somebody's just come up here lying, that means that you think there's no men out here like me.
Hold on.
That has a relationship
Nobody
with the
believes
teachers.
you. Period.
Okay, well that's okay. You don't have to believe me. That's okay.
Him, I
I
definitely
know I don't,
Hold on.
and I don't.
Hold on. I don't know. It is what it is. That's how it is. He feel like he never did that a day in his life. If you ain't never got frustrated with your kids when you had to take a break from your kid and say, "Hey, you need to," that sounds interesting to me. But maybe you're not the only one. Maybe either man as well has never had to say, "Hey, babe, go deal with the kids." Is that a true statement too, either man, for you?
I've never told my wife to deal with the kids. I'm always the one to come to.
No. Okay. So you ain't never had a frustrated moment and you said, hey, babe, go deal with the kids. Never happened.
No, I'm saying I didn't have. Let me be clear. I have had plenty frustrating moments with my kids, but I still deal with my kids. I
Yeah,
never
same
did.
here.
I never said, "Hey, why? Hey, babe, let me put this on to you." But I am the disciplinarian in my house, like the primary discipline. Like when it comes down to discipline. But I get it. Like if y'all want to argue that really fathers don't matter, as long as the woman got enough resources,
That's not what. No, hold on.
No, that's
No.
exactly what you
Hold on.
argued.
No, that's not what nobody said.
You said
No.
if you had enough money, you could do
No,
exactly
that's
what.
not.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not. What we said was a single mother. Like, listen to what we saying. A single mother and a married household, they children have the same outcomes. Is what was said.
So, but what that is
Deal with
saying,
that. That's what the stats say. This is not me saying it. This is what stats say.
stats do not say that.
Research.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay
Well, I'm
that it's
saying
ridiculous. Hold on. It's okay that it's ridiculous to you, but that's what research says.
So you have research that people who came from a marriage, as like a successful marriage, or like kids who come from a successful marriage and kids who just come from a single parent, it usually comes out the same outcome. That's the stat you have.
Okay, so what I said again, a married couple,
Uh-huh.
and a single parent household, if they have the same resources, their children have the same outcomes.
They can't have the same resources. Part of the resources is the man and the woman together. So they could never have the same resources. If I cannot see,
that's according to you.
No, it's according to common sense.
No, that's not according to life.
If I cannot see a man and a woman together, or my mother and my father together communicating, that's a part of resource, right? So it could never be the same.
Okay, so hold on. So
right?
It's crazy to me. No, wrong.
No, it's not that complicated, Sharon. You just make it complicated.
Yes, you're just not understanding what I'm saying.
You said they have the same resources. If you come from a single parent family and a family where a husband and wife together, you can never have the same resources, because part of resources is seeing the man and woman together.
But what I'm trying to get you to understand, stats say otherwise.
But show me them stats, please.
You're not arguing with me. You are arguing with reality.
Well, show me the stats if you have the stats.
It's not about same resources.
A single parent household that has the same resource as a married couple, they children typically have the same outcomes.
What do you define as resources, so we can get a baseline of it? Sure.
If I have to do that, that's just insane to me.
No, I'm saying,
resources is money, schooling, available other people to help raise the children,
and mommy and daddy. That's part of resources also. I'm sorry.
What if your dad died? You don't. That's not your dad. Is not resources. It's just your dad.
Yes, it is.
He could be a horrible. So if you have a horrible father that's beating your mama down, he's a resource.
We're not talking about horrible. We're talking about successful parents. That's what we're talking about.
We're talking about parents.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I don't want it to turn it into abusive parents.
Yeah.
Well, just a non-present father who he's only working.
All you gotta do is understand that you are arguing reality, right? Not me. And understand that the stats shows that you are incorrect when it comes to resources.
Show me the stats,
right? If a child has if a child has the proper education.
Hold on. I don't understand. Your resource is your personal anecdotal experience. That is your resource. You don't even have a resource.
Oh man, that's called common sense, man. Like I said, part of resources is seeing two parents together.
What is your source to your common sense? You don't have one.
I see.
Seeing two parents together is not a resource. That is not a resource. That's not what resource means.
There's so many people in this world that are raised without both parents, and they do better than people that have parents. Cam Newton had both his parents, and both his parents were religious. What happened?
But we have no idea what he saw though. Just because his parents are together, we don't know exactly what we saw. But we are talking about successful marriages, so we have no idea. We're not a fly on the wall in his parents' marriage.
Okay,
so we have no idea what he saw.
Okay, so what I'm trying to get you to understand, the same way how Cam Newton had a two-parent household, is other people in the NFL that don't have a two-parent household, and they made it to the NFL successfully.
Yeah,
They even became married and wound up having children, and they never seen it. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Cam Newton, two-parent household, made it to the NFL. Another person, I don't know, maybe Ray Rice, one parent, he made it to the goddamn NFL.
Barack Obama was raised by a single mother.
When parents are putting the same type of resources into the child, they get similar outcomes.
Yeah, but once again,
I'm going by reality. You going by your personal ego.
No, Sharon. Sports, becoming successful in sports has nothing to do with whether you have a father or mother. or whether you come from a single parent, right? Both of these people could succeed.
I gotta
Right?
agree
Is
with
it beneficial? Is it beneficial to have two parents that way, especially when it comes to?
So now, if I was to give you a business person that built a business and that person came from a single parent household, then you would have an understanding.
Listen, we are talking about.
Yes or no?
Listen,
would you have an understanding? Yes.
No.
Okay,
you're switching.
So again, you are arguing reality, not me. Stop thinking that you are trying to prove me wrong, because reality is saying other than what you are saying about your own ego. And I get it. We want to listen. I'm somebody that's in my children like every single day. Literally, I took my kids out of school so I could be more involved in my goddamn children. Literally.
So can I ask you a direct question?
I don't send my kids off to no goddamn. I don't send my kids off to school. So now I can say, hey, I'm better than you as a father.
No, you can't.
Would you accept that? Would you accept that?
No, you can't say that.
Either man, would you accept that I say I'm a better father than him because I'm actually with my kids 24/7? Would you accept that, either man?
I would say that you're a more involved father.
Okay, more involved.
So that would be better. That would be considered better.
Okay, that's a balance, right? Because we can't see what's happening behind closed doors. So that's fair. That's a very good, fair statement. Ronald, would you say I'm more involved in my children's life than you?
Yeah. If you were them 24/7, yes.
So hello, but I just want to make sure.
I don't think he would have normally conceded, but hey, he conceded, so I don't know.
I mean,
so I just want to ask a direct question. So if your wife Anya had the same amount of resources that y'all currently have, you feel like she could have the same results of you being present in your kid's life?
Absolutely.
That's crazy. So it's just the resources matter. Men don't matter. Just the resource, like that. Like if we really listen to what's being said, men, you really don't matter. It's just that y'all got resources. That's why the women need you. That's a crazy take.
Okay,
That's
so
a
either
crazy
man.
take.
So let me ask you a question, either man. A two-parent household, they both making together, let's say 80,000. We got a single parent. They making 400,000. Which one of those kids will have just by that matrix? We all understand that it's some and all these different variables, but just by those matrix, who will have a better opportunity to be successful in life?
The $80,000 with two parents, in my opinion.
That is craziest shit I ever heard in my life. Ronald 804, you believe the same thing?
Okay, listen. I agree with. Listen,
Ronald? Hold on. Do you believe the same thing, Ronald?
I agree with him. But let me.
The two parent, the 80,000 child would be more successful than the $400,000 single parent.
Yes, and let me give you an example. Let me tell you why.
Okay, you said yes. Hold on. Let me go. Big dog barking. Who you think opportunity wise have the best possibilities?
The single parent with 400,000.
Okay, Kim West. Who you think has the better possibilities?
The single parent.
Verbal assassin, who you think got the better opportunity? That's the word I'm looking for. The better opportunity.
The single parent.
I'm not sure if Diva can talk yet. Lorena, who you think will have the better opportunities?
The single parent.
And Too Strong, who you think will have the better opportunities?
The single parent.
Okay, so all right, so is y'all the only two that have it? We're gonna let either man say what he gotta say, and then Ronald 804 say you gotta say. That was crazy to me, but
yeah. So the two parent. So men are so much valuable than the resources that they bring, right? It's I don't know why we think that men are almost limited to their resources, and that's kind of the conversations that we have. I think the value that man is going to put inside of that child will outweigh any money that the single parent can actually do by themselves. And then we talking about, I guess we're gonna live in a made up world that they making $400,000 and they just gotta stay at home sitting there with them kids. They ain't gonna be with them kids making no 400. Hello, no, I'm just telling y'all that people who make $400,000 ain't sitting at home. A company paying you $400,000.
We're working remote. We
No,
are
you're
That's what said to
not.
be a whole home worker.
You're not working remote for 400,000.
all raising children in other countries.
No, you're not. Hello, let's stop. You're not working remote for 400,000. Tell me one
But he
person.
said don't
Hello,
add other
tell me one
factors. He
person
said
you
don't
know.
add other factors. Now you
Hold
want to
on,
add
hold
other
on,
factors.
hold
No,
on, hold on,
you
hold
We're
on,
just
adding
hold
made
on,
that
reality.
up.
hold on, please, hold on, please, hold on, please. You saying that we cannot add in just singularity things just to prove our point. Let's just deal with, because if you add that this person that's making 400,000 got to work 24 hours a day, fine, yes, then you could win the argument. If you're gonna say the person that's making 400,000 gotta drink and do drugs because they gotta stay awake, fine, you got it.
No,
But
what I'm trying to
strictly
argue
we
is
talking about strictly off of opportunity, right? And opportunity, if you are bringing in 400K, it doesn't necessarily mean that you got to work 24 hours. Most of the time, that means that you figure something out. You probably work less hours. The more, regardless, so let's not keep adding that in, right? We don't need to add all these things in.
the point that I'm trying to help you understand. I think is a very powerful thing, a really, really powerful thing when you have two people working together to raise a kid. I think it's past the resources. I get that we said resources important. We all need resources, but I think the dynamic that Sharon and his wife got is more effective when both of them on the same page trying to raise the kids and do the things, and the kids hear the reinforcement from both sides than them just hearing it from one parent. I think from a psychological point of view is a better. So I get y'all think that resources is the only thing needed, but I just think that it's flawed in our society, and that's why we in the situation we is, because we think that. Go ahead, Mike.
Either man, if you have $400,000, if you make $400,000, then you're not raising a kid by yourself. You have resources.
Right.
You have resources.
Right, but
he gotta. No, go ahead.
He gotta do what he gotta do to make the argument make sense. Is interesting to me, but I'm surprised.
A nanny is not that expensive, right? A nanny's not as expensive as you think it is. It's very inexpensive, and this person can devote their entire time to making to your child's education, to teaching your child how to be self-sufficient, all of these things, right? Just if you have a nanny, it's probably between $25 an hour and $40 an hour, depending on how many kids you got and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't replace the man. Hello, I want to be clear. Like, you can literally replace a man. You can put him in football, because we see that young men and single parents, when they put them in sports around other men, they replace, quote unquote, what the man's supposed to be and got him around other men. They start having better results than not getting him around men. I'm not arguing that, but I'm just telling you, typically when you see the best results is when you have the influence of a man and the influence of a woman. If Mike trying to argue that you can buy that and you can spend money on doing that, cool. You just replace the man to make your point.
The issue is it's just not true.
Right.
It doesn't matter how much your ego's involved in that. It's just not true. We got to start dealing with the truth of the matter.
Okay, can I jump in? Just let me know when to jump in. All right. It's really asinine to think that you could replace a mother and a father with a damn nanny, right? And the problem we have is we always think the person with the most money, it will be more successful. The kids will be more successful, right? That is very beneficial with that $80,000. You know, that both of them together, that's $160,000. It's very beneficial that they have the mother.
Again, you're changing it again. That's not what was said.
No, what I'm saying is very beneficial to that child that their mother and father is there, right? You cannot replace a mother and father with a damn nanny. That's utterly ridiculous.
I think
just because you have more money doesn't mean it's going to. That child will be more successful.
Hold on, let him finish grandstanding. Let him finish his full sentence. Go ahead.
No, this is the reason why y'all have all these damn problems, because we always want to focus on freaking money all the damn time, right? A child needs the mother and the father. If the mother and the father have a successful marriage, that's a better chance for that child to be successful also, no matter what they get themselves into.
So here's
Okay.
where I get
Okay,
the
my children's has a mother and a father. If my husband lost his job right now today, and he just didn't ever work again, it just by virtue of him being a man and we being married is not going to magically create these good outcomes for our kids. He gotta
Okay,
fulfill
that's a good place
certain
to land it.
obligations.
Okay, that's a good place to land it. Go ahead, Mark.
I think Ronald. So like nobody said that it replaces a mom or replaces a dad, right? But I think you're talking about a nanny as if it's like it's not an actual human being who is really going to impart knowledge and good things into your kid, right? Like just like a good teacher or something like that. You're getting a somebody who you trust, somebody who you know is nurturing, somebody who's going to give your kid structure and all of that type of stuff. No different from a grandma, my aunt, or just another adult who knows what they're doing around your kids. And it can do. And I think that if you do it the right way, it can be better than not better than having a mother or a father, but they can serve a purpose that leads your kids to having a better outcome if they just know things that they don't because this is what they do.
Hey, look, Mark, you know how both of them is. You know how this is full of shit. He literally sends his kids somewhere else to learn.
Yeah, they go to school, but they come back home. So
Right.
and where their parents are.
You
think
School-
they
nanny's
see
just
a
a
mother
maid?
father every single day.
School
Thank
is
you.
daycare.
They see their teacher every day.
That's literally what we're talking about, right? You literally send your
Work,
kids.
which is going to be
You
the
literally
regular.
send your kids. Your kids literally with a whole bunch of different grown-ups for 8 hours out the day that you trust, so they can be better. And then you go ahead and when they come home, you reiterate it. Literally.
Yeah, but if you're a single parent with just a nanny, once again, it can't
Okay,
compare.
so let's put that in perspective. That person go 8 hours to work, you go 8 hours to work.
Uh-huh.
She got chauffeurs to drive the kid to school. She put them in all kind of kung fu classes and this class, violins, and all these different tutors. She paid for mentors. He's in a private school, so that's where this kid is around higher quality of human beings as in status wise. So you saying with all those things being said, and you working 80,000 together, not 80 a piece, 80 together. Y'all in public school, your kid is going to have a better opportunity than a kid that got all those other things.
And when you say not you kind of switched it. Before you were saying each of you made 80,000. So
No,
now
I
you're
didn't. I
saying
said
that
8
all combined
together.
made 8,000.
That's
I
160.
said combined.
So
I said 80 combined.
40.
All right. So okay, I think me and you have different definitions or realities of what successful is, right?
But talk to what I just asked you before you turned it into a different conversation. Before our difference of agreements of success. What I just said, do you think that kid with the 400,000 they parent put them in all those different things because they have the resources to do so? Which kid has more of an opportunity?
The child, okay. The child, when it comes to career, that child might have a better career. But when it comes to relationships and marriage, that child is not going to have a better situation.
Why?
So because he didn't see it. He didn't see it. He never saw it. All he had was a freaking nanny.
All right, so hold on. So let me get this straight. Only children that is raised in a healthy marriage household can be married healthily.
No, you just got a better chance. You just get a better shot at it.
This is my question. So what is the goal at the end of the day, right? We raise our children. What do you raise your son to be, and why? I think family is important. Family is important, right? But also
Yes.
everything else about being a man or being an adult woman is at the same time. So when we talk about, that's okay, they'll grow up and they'll be successful. They'll be able to take care, provide for their family, but they won't know what a healthy marriage is. Well, the reason that we want healthy marriages is so that we can raise our kids to become productive citizens.
Okay.
We don't want them harming anybody out here. We don't want them, not being able to provide for themselves and not being able to provide for their children, right? So you want you
Yeah.
so you saying like, oh, you don't have the healthy family. You don't think they'll be able to have a healthy marriage, but they'll be able to do everything else. They'll be able to be successful in life. They'll be able to give back to their communities. They'll be able to pretty much have friendships and all that type of stuff. But the issue is that they're not married. That you think they won't get married.
Yeah, it like I said before, they when it comes to a marriage or relationships, that might suffer. There's a good chance it might suffer.
But marriage is for the children, right?
No, it's also for yourself. Also, it's beneficial to have somebody that loves you. You know, if you have a bad day at work, you know, it's beneficial to have your wife. Like if you're having a bad day, your wife is there. If you're having even when it comes to a woman, it's also beneficial if you're having a bad day. You could call your husband on the phone and let him tell him, hey, how your day is going, and and he'll kind of like help you out and stuff like that. So it is beneficial
Yeah.
to the man
You
and the
know,
woman.
I don't disagree with you that a truly healthy marriage, like a healthy partnership, a healthy friendship, like all
Yeah.
of that in one, is not extremely beneficial for anybody. But I think I think that's harder to achieve than you think. Not harder to achieve, but it's less common than you think it is. So this idea that just like, oh, two people who are just together are going to have that is, a lot of people don't even know how to cohabitate in a marriage, like, and for it to really be, some, because most people be getting divorces and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
They don't be seeing eye to eye. They be having communication issues and stuff like that. But the marriage that you're talking about, I do think that is more, um, that's worth more than the average marriage, I'll say, to a kid.
Yeah, and the problem is because we don't appreciate each other, right? We think, oh, if I could just throw away this wife and get another one, no problem at all, right? If we need. That's why it's very important to look at your wife as a want, and a wife to look at their husband as a want, instead of just like, oh, I could get another one. That other guy's looking at me, or that other woman is looking at me. We got to get out of that mindset.
No woman is in a perfectly amazing marriage and is looking at a man like, oh, he has a nice beard. Let me go see what he's talking about. Nobody's doing that.
No, I mean, there's always times in a marriage where y'all could be arguing, and y'all could have some, I call it the storms, right? There's a chance that woman who's just looking at her husband as a want will go talk to this other guy who's been talking to her on Instagram or Facebook or something like that.
It's the fact that you think that there's a chance. It's saying more about your mindset than anything else. Because it's the fact that you're considering that there is a chance. For me, there is no chance. Like you're saying a whole lot.
So that's the insecurity. That's the insecurity again, saying if she doesn't need me, she will easily go find something else that she wants. If she doesn't need me, she'll easily go find something else that she wants.
Which it sounds like you think that about yourself. Like you feel, I don't know. Maybe it's insecure. You think yourself. Oh no, not you, hon. No, not you. I'm in agreement with what you're saying, Kim. I'm saying for Ronald, like what Ronald is saying, it could go both ways. It could be that he's insecure, or it could be that he has a lot of options. And, either way, it doesn't
It sounds very insecure because he just said as soon as she don't want you no more, she gone. So you got to provide the need factor, then you got her trapped. Like,
okay. So let me welcome Eat Man back. He got a phone call. He had to handle something real quick. Welcome back, Eat Man, and then we get Rana to address both ladies.
So, do you think it's insecure for a man to want to have a successful marriage,
That was crazy,
to want to
Eat
have
Man.
his wife together, and his children together? What is insecure about that?
Hold on,
What is so insecure about that?
Hold on. Okay, hold that question. Go ahead, Eat Man. And ladies, y'all can answer. Think about your answer, and you can answer the question after either.
Robert said, "F you in your show." I'm about to answer this question. No, like I just think that, and same thing. I just think that men are so much valuable than their resources. I get what you're saying. From like, does that child can go to college? Like, I'm not too far off what you're saying. Can that guy? Can they stay out of jail? Can they go to college? Can they become successful? Can they do all the things that typically happen in two-parent households? My answer is yes. I'm not that far off from you guys, but I do think it's something powerful by having male influence while you raise. So you're right, that single woman can have a stepdaddy, they can have a boyfriend, they can have something else that you can argue that they can have that male influence. But I was speaking from the idea of male influence and no male influence when we was talking about single versus marriage. So I landed there.
Okay, that's fair. I think that's a fair correction, and that's a fair middle point and a middle ground. You took the man completely out the equation, and that's why you had so much pushback. Okay, that's fair. So now, Ronald, ask your question one more time so the ladies can answer.
Let me see if I can remember it. What were they saying about me again? I can't remember. What did you guys say? Insecure.
They said you're weak,
Yeah.
you insecure, you're short.
Yeah, it's I mean, this is utterly ridiculous. A man that wants to have a successful marriage, that wants his wife to be with him, that wants his children that wants to see his children every single day, you call that insecure. That's utterly ridiculous. You know, and it looked like you guys really need some help. If you guys looking at a guy like me,
I actually said it could go two ways. I said I could see the insecure, but that was not what I ran to. I ran to that it was the opposite of that. That for you had options. And because you have options, you feel like she has options as well. And that is why you can even think or consider that as a possibility. If my partner is thinking that, oh, if I don't give her what she wants, or if I don't do what she demands, that she's just going to hop on Instagram or hop on Facebook and find somebody else. Yeah, that's a really what are you saying about me as a person? Like you chose me as your partner, and you're thinking that I'm just like you're that easy for me to replace. That's where we see an insecurity because of how your mindset is, how you're thinking. That is where we're seeing the insecurity, because for me, that's not a thought that would ever enter into my mind that I can hop on social media. I don't even have social media for that same reason. I don't want to give my partner the little idea that he may be an option, because he's not.
Yeah, me personally, I know how the subconscious mind works. That's why, you know, I agree with either man when it comes to need. You know, I want to, like I said, I want us to be together. You know, that's me personally. That's what really makes a man. Is not the amount of money you make, you know, or how famous you are. You know, like a lot of people look at Cam Newton, you know, as like a great man, just because he has over $100 million. You know, but when it comes to his family life, I would never want that for my children.
I like Cam Newton. I think y'all give him a bad rap.
So do you think he's a good family man? Do you think that's how a family's supposed to be?
I don't think he's perfect, but I don't think he's a bad person that people make him out to be. And I think that he loves his family.
Yeah, he might love his
don't have no family. What is wrong with you? Your ideology is completely opposite. You just said you want to smell farts, and then you gonna say I need my woman. This man ain't got no woman. He ain't got no family. He just got a bunch of randoms and a bunch of random kids and money. And he dressed with what you don't match. It don't make no sense. How you gonna idolize somebody? Not idolize, but whatever you called it, a Cam Newton character of a man who don't stand on nothing besides just getting women pregnant. And you gonna say we should live in this fantasy of idolization of our women. He ain't got no woman.
Hold on, no, Kim, but hold on. This is important. Based on what you've been arguing, he been giving these women a lot of resources that they would like, that they can raise these kids by themselves. So them kids
According to his current
anyway.
baby mama, he not. She's still out there telling jokes on stage. She's still out there doing social media, running after her own bag. Cam don't give her nothing.
Hold on, Edelman. Hold hold on. Kim, do
Oh.
you care at all about being accurate about this conversation?
No, she just wouldn't talk.
I am being accurate. I'm going off what the ladies. Y'all probably don't even know what the lady said. Y'all probably didn't see nothing about what the lady said about Cam himself. That he's a stingy man. He's very stingy. He's very selfish. And she take care of his kids and prepare sandwiches for his kids. And she still got to go out there pregnant and tell jokes and sell tickets and be a social media influencer because Cam ain't giving her nothing.
Because he's above her means.
Kim, do you care about being accurate? Does that matter to you?
I'm saying what the lady said. So y'all said the lady lied.
Just a specific question. Is that meaningful to you to be accurate?
Yeah, so she lied. The lady lied. Cam, she said Cam don't give her nothing.
So Cam does have a woman. Can we all agree on that? Cam has a woman.
He has a girlfriend.
He has
and
a
baby mama.
woman baby mother.
So whatever you want to call it, he has a woman who he is committed to. Who's like, this
He's
is my
not committed to her.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
She's just
we can
next in line.
Hold on, we can hash that out in a moment, right? But he's been with her for a considerable amount of time, and he's saying that this woman is his best friend, and she's his woman. Can we agree that is his woman, and they've been together for? And he said he has no plans on leaving.
He also said he want multiple children, and he don't know if she gonna be the mother of them or not.
Hold up, he already has multiple children.
Meaning he want more, and he don't know if she gonna be the mother or not. He just know he want more kids. She can be the mama. Whoever could be the mama. I could be the mama.
He was saying just anybody can be the mama. Or his next
according to Cam Newton's own words, yes, anybody can be the mama. Not the woman he with. Whoever. It could be whoever.
Yeah, I can't verify if what his position was.
Okay, that's why I said you don't even know. You talking about
I'm gonna tell you.
Know what he said.
I'm gonna tell you what we do know, right? We do know that.
No, I know. What do we? I heard what he said.
Hold on. You gotta go, and then I gotta go. So when you go, and then let me know when you're done talking, and then I'll go.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Is your tongue sticking out on her picture? That's why she's talking like that. Go ahead, Martin.
Come on with the picture. Y'all gonna let me talk with the picture. I'm gonna change my picture.
What the hell?
I could be the mama. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Martin.
We know that Cam Newton lives to a degree an alternative lifestyle. Right? We can all admit that his lifestyle is alternative, but so is other people who believe in polygamy in general. They have an alternative lifestyle. Do I think that it's optimal for your son or your daughter to come home and see 3 women that you're married to inside of your house? Personally, no. But some people believe in that. A lot of Muslim people believe it's their birthright to have several women. I disagree, but that's not my lifestyle. However, when we look at Cam Newton, when I watch his podcast, I think he asks genuine questions. I think he cares about getting to know the people that come on. I don't think he tries to trap people and get them in weird situations. I think that he's intelligent to a degree. I don't think that he's the dumb athlete that everybody think he is. As far as him and Jazzy, it looks like they locked in. They've been together for some time now. It looks like they locked in. I don't know if I don't know if she allows him to step out and deal with other women or not. That's their business. But I think that he obviously loves his children. He cares deeply about his children. If he wants to have more, that's the lifestyle that he chooses to have. But I can't say that we can't say he don't care about family because he don't see family the way that we see family.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to understand. So, do we think Country Wayne is a good example? Do we think that he's a good father or a bad father?
I don't know too much about Country Wayne.
I'm saying my example of saying you need the woman, you need to be obsessed with the woman, she's gonna make you a better woman, and then turning around and saying is Cam is a good example of anything he's trying to represent. When he's not locked in, he said he gonna have a baby with anybody who had a baby with him.
So, but this is hold on. This is the problem I have with these conversations. You can be a horrible husband and a great dad. You can be a horrible boyfriend and a good father. Like this idea that if I'm horrible with one, that means I'm horrible with the other one is a bad thing. So my question I'm asking you, do you know who Country Wayne is, Kim? Or you don't?
That doesn't make sense when you're saying just the virtue of being a father and being in a loving relationship with the mother of your children is part of the package.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, so
Hold
you
on, let me
don't
tell you.
agree with that other man. He said, oh, being in a loving relationship with your child's mother is part of the quote unquote
No,
resources.
because I believe in co-parenting. I think co-parenting works. Like, so I don't have to be in a relationship. Hello, I don't have to be in a relationship with the mother for us to co-parent correctly. Kim, you don't agree with that?
Huh? Me?
Yes. Can two people not be in a relationship and co-parent successfully?
Yeah.
Okay, that
I
means
think so.
our relationship have nothing to do with how I'm parenting, especially if we're not living together.
Okay, so you agree with Sharon that you don't need the relationship part.
No,
What you already said you agree.
I'm trying to get a baseline of how you think, right? My baseline is, first of all, do you believe that people can co-parent and be a horrible together from a spousal point of view, relationship wise?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I do. I do think you could be a good co-parent and be a good parent to your child without being in a relationship with the child's parent.
All right, so now let's go back to Cam. What you're saying is, I believe based on your morals and values, he's a horrible for a relationship. Like, he's horrible. He's not treating this woman right, just that and third. Just because you believe that he's horrible for the relationship doesn't mean that he's horrible for the kids. Because what I see Cam is he's coaching his kids. He's putting them through like he's like the actual coach for his kids' football team, flag football, all these things. So I just think we gotta get out of this narrative. Just because I'm
Okay,
bad
so
at
you
one
more on
thing.
Sharon's side about the relationship is not needed. Like, you literally arguing Sharon's point. Like, that relationship, that it's a co-parenting relationship. The relationship is not needed for Cam Newton to be a good father and to impart his wisdom and impart his father reality onto the children. Like, you're like, oh,
No.
So you gotta be married. Like, no, you are
No.
Sharon's point.
No, I earlier said, hey, the middle ground is when I was thinking single parent, I was thinking no man involvement. Like, it's just her and the resources. That was my thinking. When he was saying like a stepfather can come in, another man, or even the father is
Say
still
it's just
coaching.
the father. Hold on. The single mother, right? That
Mhm.
was the whole, that's because the sort of thing was brought in of the stats. The stats.
She's
Of what
not a
the
single
stats
mother if their
say.
father is involved. That's my point. Like, I think we're using
Okay.
we're
So
using
when the quote
hold on,
unquote
Kim, hold
stats
on, I
say,
got you.
go ahead.
No,
I'm sorry.
Kim, when we say single mother, we can't say that he's a heavily involved father and she's a single mother. They're just not dating. They're both involved. It's no single.
Well, we're going off the statistics, and a lot of men like to argue that, quote unquote, statistically or per their anecdotal experience, single mother is worse off. But you're agreeing that the single mother, means she's not married, she's co-parenting, she could do just as well as the quote unquote single father that's co-parenting.
No, that's what I'm trying to help you
What do you mean,
understand.
no?
When
Wait a
we,
minute.
I'm about to help you understand. When we use the word single mother, is how I looked at it, and I can say that I might have looked at it wrong. Absentee of a father. That was the single part, right? Like, when you're co-parenting, I don't look at you as single, right? That's what I keep saying. Now, relationship-wise, you might be single, but you're not single. Like that's just in reality what it is. So that was how I looked at it. Now I understand that what Sharon was saying is, hey, when he was saying single mother, he was just saying they're not in a relationship. But he's saying if him and his wife co-parent, he still was involved in his kid's life and they wasn't romantically together. I do think that they can make that work. That's not my argument. I've seen it totally different because I was thinking if we removed him totally and just added resources only, would she be the same level of success? And that was my argument. Is totally different. Bye.
Would you
Slap the
would
taste
you
out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
I wanna hate. I wanna hide.
But would you agree a single father? Would you make that same argument like a single father?
Ah, damn, Kim, you
No.
unrespecting. God damn, E.
Oh, shoot.
Damn. Y'all just be yapping. God damn it. CJ Brooks. Facts and receipts. Bye, ET. God damn. She called you ET. Sheesh. Also, shout out to Kim East with the 20 bar. Hashtag SBG. Thank you so much. Oh, God damn.
Sharon, can you drop the link again? I'm gonna switch to my setup.
I ain't want to kick nobody. Dang.
So, Ron, you know the 304 coach is getting worse.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying, man? The 304s of these women are just demonic creatures. That's why I'm gonna call them demonic bitches creatures.
Or had they been harassing you, Jalen?
No cursing.
Had they been harassing you?
No, thank you, Kim. No, thank you.
No.
No, thank you. All right. Well, I might get set up. Let's get back to what does.
But Mr. Chosen,
yeah,
can't you learn the layout while following the guy who's taking you to the schools?
For sure, but I know, for example, when I sit in a restaurant, right? My dad taught me this. I've got to sit at the back of the restaurant looking at the exit, and I always put my wife in front of me, between me and the exit. I've got to see who's in the restaurant, right? Okay. I don't just sit blindly right beside the front door. It's just not what I do, right? And so when I go into a shop, or when I drive a different route on my way to work, I want to know, and I want to see, and I want to take information in. Men, I think, are inherently conditioned to want to know what's going on in their surroundings. So I actually don't think men are dumb when they refuse to ask directions. I think men like looking around and exploring.
Because I think you completely missed it, because I just gave you an example of how women will go out and research to benefit themselves. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, guys will come out here, be too prideful to ask for help, and then time passes them by and they wondering why society left them behind. And now they resentful toward the women who, guess what, Mr. Chosen, did the research, took the time, took the commitment. Because guess what, Mr. Chosen, you know what what the men say, the statistics, men aren't going to college, right? Men are participating less in life, right?
Yeah, but you are seeing the women.
I got some statistics. I got some stats for that, Tyrus. That's gonna kill
drug
that notion.
Going up, suicide rates going up.
I got some numbers for that.
They
college
kicking our ass, Mr. Chosen.
I got some stats for that college numbers.
They're kicking my ass, and I'm glad they are. Hey, Mr. Chosen, I got a 7.
And so, and this is the issue that we have. They will immediately negate all of those truths and facts to say me personally. It's not about you personally.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's about the collective in general. Give me a peace sign when you're ready, my look like you're still setting everything up. It's just not about you personally. It's crazy to hear all those things that he said. Did he lie about in general what is going on? We got to be able to deal in truth. When we deal with the truth, then we could get some solutions done. But we keep making up these grandiose ideas of what a man is. That's when we have a problem.
Yeah, I think we all got a story that could attribute to any idea we want to come up with.
Oh shit, Kasim, that is hilarious. I ain't gonna lie, when he was saying it, Kasim, I was thinking it damn, I used to be very, sometimes I still do it once in a while, right? But it's just because it's just a natural habit to me now. But I was thinking about yo, I'm not in places where I even have to be concerned about some random person coming into I don't know what restaurant you going to at this point. We kind of know what restaurants is going to get robbed.
Sharon, that be my thing about the randomness. They be so concerned about the random man about to pop out the bushes. It'd be the most random, like, oh, what about when you be walking down the street at night and some man pop out with a knife? Bro, I'm 67 years old. Ain't no man ever popped out the bushes on me with a knife. This is
And so,
fantasy
like,
land.
right, so we got Nars and Download accent. This is Panda and Simp Wednesday, but I'm pretty sure he ain't going to hit the link and explain to me why he is saying that. That is insane. But we're gonna keep
ask the panel how many men.
I'm trying to get back to something. God damn it! I don't want to ask the panel nothing right now. Hold on, lady.
Jumped out of a bush.
You'll be cursing me out under your breath. Don't be cussing me out under your breath.
Like
10-year-old daughter too. I'm glad they're gonna be kicking ass too. Bro.
That was funny.
Yeah, but you know that they're going to get humanities degrees coming out with $200,000.
What are we talking
Or they might get engineering degrees coming out with $80,000. Who knows? But they're gonna have They won't have commitment problems.
Tyrus, guess what though?
I can't hate men. I'm a man and I'm not going to hate men. You know,
I'm a man and I'm going to criticize men instead of criticizing women.
That don't sound like criticizing.
When I play this video,
how are you going to lift men up?
When I play this video with these statistics about this college, and
I always think that is so interesting, and I'm surprised Mr. Chosen said that. Right? He said, "How are you going to uplift men and criticize them?" So, if that's the case, why are men criticizing women?
Yeah, good question. Because they promise it's because they want to uplift us. I just want you to do better.
Sometimes I feel like they think only women require corrective criticism.
Okay. Ronald, 84, let me know when you get back, Ronald. Go ahead, Mark.
I think people get confused about uplifting sometimes and what it actually is. I think you can't uplift somebody by attempting to make them better or show them something that they can't see at the moment. So I don't think it's just all about telling people good things.
You have a fan on, Mike?
No, you hear a fan?
Yeah, it's like a little static. That's not usual for you. So
let me try to turn my gain down, maybe.
Yeah, but I thought that was interesting that he just said that. That's kind of wild to me.
Is that a little better?
Let's see where it goes. No, it's still there. It's like a little echo too. I can hear like a slight echo. Oh, there we go. Oh.
What women are actually going to college for?
Yeah.
And where we rank in that, it's gonna hurt your feelings in about a few minutes. I'm telling you right now. But we got Beans in the building, man. Beans, what are your thoughts, man, about what you've heard so far?
Yeah,
Tyrus already started with this. This crazy talk already. Trey, what's up?
I thought I got up here first, but you know.
No, Beans was here first. He was just in the back because he got up out of his chair and farted and shit. So I took him down and brought him back up.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Yeah, go ahead, Beans. Yeah, he just farted. I had to take him down. Go ahead, Beans.
Yeah, I mean, I had to get in front of some of these long-winded brothers. You know what I'm saying?
I know you're not calling nobody long-winded.
Go ahead, Beans.
Like, I don't think men really be understanding how corny they jokes be, goddamn. I don't think they really be understanding, Ronald, how corny they jokes be sometimes. Like, God,
come on, man. It's just male bonding. Behave yourself.
Ronald, that was horrible. Come on.
That's male bonding, man. It's okay. It's not that bad.
All right. I'll leave it alone.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know what the premise necessarily was of where the conversation was at when I first came up, but I know I'm listening to what Tyrus is saying, and I just don't think that that's rooted in anything, factual. I think you just bloviating, as my man Stephen A. Smith would say, right? The truth is none of these things that the women are doing would they be able to do without men. Right? Like that's like it in a nutshell. So at the end of the day, this bitterness or whatever resentment they have towards men, I just don't understand it. I was just reacting to a video, BMU. It was such a beautiful video because in the video the lady was saying that all these men who want younger women, that's called grooming, and y'all just don't want y'all don't want to deal with women y'all own age because we know what we want, and y'all can't handle us and y'all can't deal with us and this and that. And so, and the guy was a guy that he was like, no, what it is they just don't want to deal with how you're acting, right? And she like, what does that have to do with anything? And there was another another lady on the show. She was young. She was 25, right? She was being way more understanding, right? She said, no, we gotta be willing to extend men grace and this and that, whatever, right? Whereas the older chick is like, I ain't giving these men no grace, right? So you kind of saw in real time, right? This woman's ideology, it was being exposed to her in her own face. You're trying to say that men ought to accept you in this very vulgar, derogatory, aggressive ass way and not deal with this other person who's going to be way more open, graceful, right? Understanding, willing to learn.
Bruh.
Sounds like grooming to me.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Bruh. Ronald, you agree with anything that he said? Or did you start tuning out?
I'm kind of confused about what he's talking about.
He's talking about having the game on easy mode. He talking about since y'all was like game references. He want the game on easy mode.
Hey, Mont, did you understand what this man was talking about?
Nah, I missed that just now.
Oh my God, this is crazy. And then y'all be saying I be saying some bullshit. Both of y'all tuned out when he started rambling. For some reason, I don't think men be realizing how much they ramble and talk about absolutely nothing and absolutely go off topic. He started off saying that what Tarus is saying is not in any kind of truthfulness and is dealing in bitterness, and then not. I don't know. I think our brothers, man, listen, there is a communication problem going on out here. This really
they
is a
want the
communication
game
problem.
on easy mode. That's what it is. They don't.
Say it 5 times so we can
want
adjust it. Say it for the 6th time. I ain't want to talk about the first time you
they
said
don't.
it. I ain't want to talk about the first time you said it.
They don't want to be challenged. They say the woman make them better, but when the woman try to make them better, it's a problem, apparently, because now she just making it too difficult for me to just be a lazy bum.
Okay. All right.
But you try to make it seem like it need to be demonized, like it got something to do with control. No, it has everything to do with the level of compassion and understanding that the young lady just showed you, right? So I don't understand necessarily where the bitterness comes from, to be honest with you, as it pertains to women, if they winning so much. If y'all winning so much, then why do y'all still have so much negative shit to say? Why are y'all still trying to make it seem like y'all being underpaid? I mean, I could really go on and on about that, BMU, because it doesn't make any sense to me. So if they winning so hard, to Roos, you have to explain to me why all these podcasts exist where they talking all this shit about men and what men ain't and how they ain't doing this and they ain't doing that and blah, blah, blah. Like I just don't get it. It seems
okay. So I think that is a real easy answer. Can any of the brothers answer that question? Why is there so many podcasts of women saying men can't do this, men ain't doing that, men ain't doing this and that and the third? What's your answer at 804?
There's some truth into it, you know. I mean, that's the reason why there's podcasts, you know. You got to listen to what the women have to say, listen to what the men have to say, find some kind of common ground, come to some kind of conclusion. But the problem is everybody's taking a side and just want to blame.
But he said women are bitter, and if they are bitter, and that's why they having these conversations about what men ain't doing. Do you agree with that?
There's some truth into that. There's some bitter women.
So you agree?
You know.
So you agree with it?
Yeah, there's some truth to it. You know, but like I said, there's also bitter men who's having the same conversation. You know, so
But
both,
he's saying,
both
why
parties
are
at
the
fault.
women bitter? That's his. He said,
Yeah,
I don't even see
right.
why they're bitter. Like I don't even see it.
He said
So
he's saying
what?
if they doing
Why?
so he's saying if they doing so good, why are they talking about men and what they're not doing?
Because they want to have a reason why they don't have a man. You know, when a lot of
Wow.
times is their nasty personality, and
Okay,
that is the problem.
so now I got a question for you. So if I was a single man and I hopped on these panels and I said, "Hey, I don't have a girlfriend because they twerking, they don't care about family, they want to be promiscuous." Am I bitter?
Yeah, because every woman is not twerking or doing all that stuff. You could find, like I always says, there's millions of women in this world. All you need is one. So if you can't find one, that's your problem.
Okay.
I'm about to leave in 2 minutes. Okay.
All right, no doubt. Thank you. By the way, Ma, what's your thoughts on that? Are the women bitter, and that's the reason why they have these podcasts?
Sorry, just trying to unmute myself. Yeah, I think a lot of women are bitter, like men. And I think there's a certain portion of women who just want to come and try to correct certain things that might be injustices. But I think a lot of women are just bitter, same as men.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Too strong. What's your thoughts on it?
My thoughts on it is that I don't believe that women are bitter. I think that men just need to do better.
Okay, short and sweet. I think the thing that most men are missing, that the women podcasts are a response to what men are doing and pushing and preaching. So I don't think majority of them are bitter at all. I think the Manosphere, Red Pill, Incel, the whole Rim brothers, they've been starting this goddamn situation for a very long time. And women needed to start responding to it because it started to seep out into the real world. So I think the reason why they have all these podcasts is about response to what this man is saying and trying to get some balance into the world. That's what I think is going on.
Well, yeah, I think that's true. But I think anything that's radical, I think is bad. And I do think that when something tips the scale in a certain direction, I think that it starts to become bitter. So I agree with you that they have grievances that they just want to talk about, right? But I think at a certain point, a lot of them, just like what I noticed on the Red Pill side, it's like, oh, I just want shit to burn.
So
It's not like that, because if women still don't have their rights, why are they wrong for fighting?
If somebody's doing something to me and I respond to this radicalness, am I in the wrong for responding to radical?
If somebody's doing something to you and you respond in a radical way
to the radicalness, like somebody's doing something radical to me and I respond to that.
Depends on how you respond.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, oh, let's say somebody, I ain't gonna say that, that's too deep. Because a lot of people look at a certain country as doing something OD in response to something that somebody did to them, and they say, oh no, that's a genocide. So, I mean, there's a limit, right, to how you respond to things.
Okay, so if people keep having shows say, Sharon, you're a panderer, should I respond to it or not?
If they say, Sharon, you're a panderer?
Yeah.
You have a right to respond, or you can ignore it. It depends.
I still have a right to respond, but I'm saying, should I respond to it and correct the wrong because they are lying on me? If I feel like they're lying on me,
I think you should respond if you are not if you're positive, but if you think that you can have a conversation with that individual. Yeah.
Okay, so now when women are hearing men saying that women are getting degrees for no reason. Should women respond to that and say, "What you mean we getting degrees for no reason?"
Yeah, I think it should be like, well, what do you mean by that?
Right. So then when they say, "Hey, ladies, you are overly sexual because you be dancing in the club," should they respond to that as well?
Yeah, I think they should ask what they mean by that.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, so a lot of the things they are just responding, they trying to have an understanding, and then these men just continuously gaslight them, and then so now they got to go and start their own podcast so they can actually get their voices heard. And then now we got men saying, "No, that is these women being bitter." That is crazy to me. You cannot say the person that is responding is the bitter one.
It depends on the podcast you're talking about. Like we talking about like the, if they're overall. So for example, right? I think that your morning show has a nice chunk of bitter women. Not to say that the ones who be on the panel are the chunk of bitter women, but there's a lot of vitriol inside of your comment section. They just happen. You could say, "Oh no, they just want to be heard." No, they want destruction. They want everything to burn.
So you saying if a man done used them, abused them, took them up, down, and sideways, that they're bitter, and maybe rightfully so if you want to use the word bitter, but they have a righteous indignation, and you want to frame that in a bad way when they're literally just responding to all the abuse, historical abuse. They grandma, they mama, and now it's them. Y'all love generational curses. Y'all love to use that word, but y'all won't acknowledge the quote unquote generational curses when the women are saying, "Stop doing this to us." That's all they saying. Stop doing this to us. And therefore they're bitter because the women are saying, "Stop abusing us. Stop plaguing us with generational curses," while the men are talking about wigs and weaves and lashes.
Hey, I'm about to run. Nice talking to y'all again. All right, I'll see y'all later.
Absolutely. So Kim, early on when you were talking,
Thank you again. Thank you, Ronald. I really appreciate that. You got us to the goals. I appreciate that. If you're still there, because I can't see you right now.
Kim, early on when you was talking, you said you sound like you conceded to the bitter part, but then at the end it sounded like you took it back.
I think that if you want to use the word bitter, or that women hate men, I often say this, you all just hate men. It's rightfully so. People, black men especially, really understand it when it's racism. If you don't like white people, y'all really understand that. Y'all understand it super well. But when women have the same problem with men, all of a sudden it's bitter, and y'all are just I don't know, it's coming out of nowhere when it's women. Y'all understand it though when y'all feel like y'all being oppressed and subjugated by white men. You don't understand it when it's women though.
I kind of I don't I feel like that's that woman's experience, and she's probably like projecting it onto others instead of, getting over that before moving on into the next relationship. And I feel it's what a lot of these men are more referring to is the woman bringing baggage of her previous relationship into this new relationship. So they too are now taking on that trauma, that generational trauma that we are blaming them for. We're blaming the trauma that our mom had to go through, our grandmothers had to go through, and we're projecting it onto every single man that we meet. And that's the part that these men are saying is making us bitter, because we're not truly opening up our hearts to allowing them the chance to provide that safe space for us. And we are not able to provide that safe space neither, because we're coming in already on the defense with the other traumas that we have not processed.
Okay, if you saw your grandma go through it, and you saw your mother go through it, and maybe even you perhaps went through it, why wouldn't it be a reasonable response to say, "I'm going to be cautious with this man"?
There's a difference between being cautious and being bitter. I can be cautious without bitterness.
I think Kim, you're taking us to a different conversation. If you're conceding to the bitter part and then you're saying, well, we have a right to be bitter, that's a different conversation. And I'm one of those guys who can recognize, like, have we, done anything for them to feel, this way? Like, where is this coming from? Like, I had the conversation with the guys, last week when we were talking about gay men, and I said, do you think gay men have a reason to hate us? And a lot of the guys didn't agree. I said, no, obviously, I think I can recognize that they have a reason to hate us because we for so long have acted like, or hated them, or acted like we hated them. So it makes sense why they would, feel that way.
So, why do you think that these women have in my panel, on my channel, on my chat, are bitter, but they rock with me as a man?
I don't think they're bitter for rocking with you. But I think a lot of them are just hateful, and I'm not sure exactly why. Like, a lot of them hate me. I don't know. I don't do nothing to nobody. But
right, I want to get a meaning to what you mean by hateful or bitter. Maybe that's where we get the confusion.
A lot of people. So, for example,
it's disagree.
But it's in your name, man.
Yeah. But it's like, I don't want to. I don't know. I don't know why. So the people in your chat hate me like. It's a different level of hate. I be seeing.
So because they disagree with you.
Hold on, Kim. You gotta wait. Let me finish. Somebody said, this is one girl. She just be like, Mont always sneak this in Sharon. I'm like, God damn, what is going on? Like, she be saying like, yo, y'all don't know Mont. Like, he's like, y'all don't know him. He's really a bad. I'm like, God damn, like, what did I be doing? Like, I'm the same person wherever y'all be seeing me. Like, but they really, every time it's like, yo, they talk about he be like 3 baby mom, all that type of stuff. Every time I don't be doing it to nobody.
So that's big. I know why they say it, man. You ain't never invite me to none of these bigger shows that you be on it and say, yo, come bring my bro Sharon with me.
Oh, yo, I would love that. We can go together.
You don't be throwing me no alley-oops, but that's why, man. Damn, can I get some love too, man? Come on, man.
You gotta pull up. Would they you don't think they like you on the other things or something? Y'all got history?
Me personally, I don't actually like. Just to answer the question though, that me personally, I don't have history with other channels, but other channels be having history with me.
Damn. Okay.
And I don't even be knowing. I pop up and I hear them having a conversation. I thought they're like, oh, and here goes Mr. Pandora, and he be hating men all the time, and he hate. And then I'm like, so what did I say? They don't have nothing. The only thing they talk about is the chat. Or
interesting. I understand why they would hate you, and I understand why the men hate me too.
To bitter. I'm saying y'all quote unquote version of bitter. If a person has a problem, y'all gonna label it as bitter just because the men can express the same problems.
Hold on, Kim. Look, you see how much they don't like me, man? Look, on my own chat. So, look how they be doing me, man. That's how they be doing me, man. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a bitter woman at all. Sometimes, people just be,
hateful.
They just want to trigger, you know what I'm saying?
So Ron, I gotta tell you something right quick.
Hold on. Out the mud, Cody. I know if you seen it, I know out the mud, Cody, you was in that chat and you checked them for me out the mud, Cody, because you my dog. I know you said, hey, big dog, next time, hey, Cody, go in his chat and say, hey, big dog, next time, tag Sharon Bracey, put my @ and put hashtag SBG. Do that for me out the mud, Cody. I know you ain't scared.
I fuck with Cody too.
Jalen? Huh?
I said I fuck with Cody, my guy. I like Cody.
Cody is so handsome.
Jalen, what you was about to say on mute?
Bro, I would tell you like this. Most of them females had got their heart broken or got pumped and dumped because they got mistreated by the same dudes who want to be with them. They like abusive men. I'm like, you
Thank
know
you,
what?
God damn it. No
That's
out the
on
mud,
them.
Cody. I'm telling no out the mud, Cody. I'm telling your ass to go to the chat and tell his ass to at me next time if it's real. Yeah, I hope he keep it 100. You feel me, Mott? They want to act like they don't know who I am and shit, Mott. He said, I don't know who is this guy? I don't know. Is this Sharon? Is this
They
Sharon?
know, right?
I don't know.
It's a million podcasts with Tommy on it. Like Rob B just did a podcast with him. They ain't review that.
I don't know.
Are you talking about one that I'm familiar with?
What I'm saying, Kim, you always be trying to change what I'm saying.
Facts. Sharon, you talking about something a podcast I'm familiar with? You think?
Maybe that Shaq 2 times.
Oh yeah, I know his I know that shit.
Yeah,
He's not a podcaster though. Right?
He
He
a
just
reviewer.
make pre-record content.
Thank you, Kim. And so like he reviewed my show. He was acting like he didn't know my name and nothing. He's like, it's this guy, you know, I don't know, Sharon Stone, I don't know.
He's horrible though. He did that the whole Diddy trial. He was like, he did that the whole Diddy trial. He's horrible. He's a horrible content.
We ain't talking about no goddamn Diddy. How you gonna?
Sharon, I understand why men don't like you, and
why?
I understand why men don't like me.
I want to talk about me and how he said in the goddamn chat. He said, I've been fishing. What he said? Let me read the damn
Definitely know why men don't like Sharon. It's definitely the reason why I'm always on this, coming over here.
No, Sharon, you gotta really listen to Sharon for a long time to understand that he's not trying to be, that he truly believes what he's saying. That he's not trying to be, a panderer. But if you only listen to him for a second and you don't really come with in good faith, you're going to be like, oh, this nigga just pandering. He just saying shit for women and stuff like that.
But why do men instantly think because you're saying something positive about women is pandering? Why is that the instant just positive? Just you saying something positive about women, therefore you're only saying it to please women. Why would that be a man's instant thought?
Well, if you say something that's counter to what people have always believed, like for example, if you say that like women can live without men, but men can't live without women, and somebody's not willing to listen to you, attempt to substantiate that, they're going to think that you just said like the wildest shit just to get favor from women. You just want more to please your female viewers or something like that.
Oh, because so they're not critically thinking. They're not.
If you don't let people finish their point, especially if it's something that's counter to the widespread typical belief, if you don't let them finish their point, it's going to sound crazy. But the thing is, if you know Sharon, or if you know, or somebody I think, if in my opinion knows me, you know that like I'm not just saying something stupid without logic behind it. Like I can at least attempt to tell you where my thought process is. So if you don't allow him to tell you,
when you say stupid stuff, is logic behind your stupidity. Is what you say.
Yeah, when I say an unpopular opinion, just know like
there we go.
I'm gonna do my best to substantiate my unpopular opinion.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right, that's fair. I like it. All right, let's get back to. Hopefully, he doesn't cry today, because he is known for crying on. He cried on my. He cried on my
He tried
channel.
to get me to do a podcast with him. He was like, "You can do a podcast."
Yeah, that's because he like your tongue. You heard Mott? He was crying on my. He was crying on my show, Mott. He was crying on my show.
Who's crying?
Beans.
Oh, Beans is an emotional guy. I don't know about y'all history with Beans, but my experience with Beans has always been a pleasure talking to him. He's been a pleasure to talk to. But I know other people on here go way back with people, but he always has seemed to be very like willing to concede, willing to acknowledge points, not just kind of like the typical red pill guys I be encountering. Like he seemed pretty reasonable for me. So that's been my experience with Beans. But he is an emotional guy too.
Bitter. So Beans
Hold
not
on,
bitter?
Kim.
Hold
Hold
on.
on, Kim.
Would you call
Goddamn,
Beans
Kim with your
bitter?
damn Tourette's. Kim, hold on with your Tourette's. Shit. Hear my voice, goddamn it, woman. And don't curse me out under your breath. Welcome to the show. Somebody's gonna tell me why the men hate my black ass. Welcome to the show, Big Aaron. Good day, Big Aaron. What's good with you? What's your thoughts?
Aaron. Hey, Aaron.
Dang.
Where'd he go?
You lost that quick. All right. Well, Big Aaron come back.
I want to know what Mike called Beans bitter. Is he a bitter man? He on welfare.
I don't know where you be going with your goddamn conversation, but I ain't the guy.
Because
the topic
he's saying
ain't
it's
goddamn.
bitter.
The topic ain't goddamn Beans. I ain't gonna have no concept about Beans. I was just making a joke about when he was crying over another man. That's all. I just made one.
I'm just saying as an example. I don't want to make him out of example either.
No goddamn examples of goddamn Beans. Goddamn it. Welcome back to the show, Big Aaron. I'm pretty sure you got a phone call. Good day to you, sir. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking, and thanks for having me on the panel. Yeah, I did get a phone call, so I apologize for that. Yeah, so I've been listening to the conversation for a little while, and your introduction said a man is going to tell you why these men hate you. Hate's a strong term, and men is an absolute term. I wouldn't say all men hate you. I would say there's a significant population of men that are disappointed with you. And the reason for that would simply be that we have a universal understanding that no one is perfect, both men and women. And there's also a universal understanding that both men and women are capable of doing great things and being great people. So when you begin to criticize one group and praise another without sharing that praise and criticism with the other side, then the group that represents the group that's being criticized are absolutely going to take offense, right? If you constantly indict men of whatever crimes that they're committing, and never indict women of any crime whatsoever, and then double down by praising women, you can only expect the men to be offended by that approach, right? It would be, I think, foolish to expect something other than that. So I don't hate you. I'm not one of those men. You, I believe, are having a conversation the way you see fit. But I would ask you to take a look at your narrative and your conversation and ask yourself, do you honestly provide as much criticism to women as you do men for things that are deserved to be criticized? And do you praise men for things they do right as much as you praise women for things that they deserve credit for? If you answer that question honestly and objectively, I think you'll find your understanding there.
So my issue with it is that I never understood coddling men.
So okay.
If I'm saying something, they will have to address if I'm lying first. Is what I'm saying a truthful fact? Can I back it up with a fact? Can I back it up with a stat? And can I back it up with data?
Yeah, 100%. And sure, and let's operate under the premise that you are being honest and truthful and speaking facts, right? I wouldn't indict you as a liar. So let's operate under that premise.
The men are sensitive. They're being overly sensitive.
Hold on, Kim. Let me have my own conversation. Hold on. So when that part is addressed, and then they can actually have a legitimate conversation. But if they just go to, oh man, he is just talking and he want me to be better because he is criticizing me, which men are supposed to be the ones that take criticism, especially since I am a man, and that's why I'm criticized, because I came from a degenerate place where I ain't supposed to be in the position that I am in. And so therefore I'm giving examples because I lived it and I worked my way through negative culture, and I got to a more productive culture mentally. And so I'm trying to give my experiences to other men so they can see that it is possibilities if they just change the way how they are communicating and thinking.
Okay, I understood, right? And there is a purpose to that. I'm not going to say. I'm not for 1 minute going to invalidate any of that. I'm not going to invalidate the validity of it. I'm not going to invalidate the strategy behind it. But that still doesn't answer the question: can it be perceived to be a one-sided or unilateral critique that ignores? So when you say you don't believe in coddling men, let's do it this way. You don't believe in coddling men. I don't believe in coddling men either. But I do believe in if you make a correction with a man and then he executes that correction, I do believe he deserves a good job. Do it again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's woefully unfair to make a correction in a man, him have to face that correction, but still execute the correction, and then not receive recognition for it. I think that is woefully unfair, and I think that's something that has plagued the Black community. Right, we're being indicted as lazy and all this other sort of thing, but we get, but we're hardworking culture and community, and we want to be recognized for our efforts, even though there is a loud minority of us that are shiftless, useless, and debaucherous. Right, that's true, but you're not going to sit here and call me that all day long when I am not that person. And even when I was that person, I had made amends and I had made corrections. I need to be right. If I'm going to lose out loud, I should be able to win out loud.
Perfect. Have I ever gave you any praise, Big Aaron?
No, not really. No, I mean you recognize that I am not a member of the population that's debaucherous. I wouldn't call that praise. But if you say using me as an example of the correction that needs to be made, if you call that praise, then yes, I would say you're praising. But I don't think that's praise.
I also said before that you are great at articulation, great at thinking. I gave you,
Okay, I can appreciate that, right? But that's me as an individual. You don't say that that's different than to say men are capable of doing this.
Right, because we know it's not a majority of men that are capable of being like you.
Right, but you use the word majority. I didn't. But to be
perfect. And so that's what I'm communicating towards the majority of men, to start having a cultural shift on how we are thinking. Because if more men had a cultural shift on how they thinking, we can actually really move the needle forward. And we don't need men that are doing the right thing to act as if, just because I say men that are in this category are effing things up, like we cannot acknowledge that and put them in a proper box.
Right. So I think using me is some sort of an example that men should follow. While it is flattering, I think it is mismanaged expectations, simply because I have a psychopath relationship with emotions. I'm neurodivergent and a member of Mensa. It's just not realistic to use me as an example, right? And I'm not saying that to toot my own horn, because there are flaws with that, right? There are ways that impedes the way I deal with society, right? But it benefits people because I simply don't get emotionally charged when faced with adversity. The problem is I'm not emotionally sensitive to people that need emotional sensitivity. So I'm just not a good example. But even if I were, that still doesn't say you believe that men can do something good. And I think it just boils down to that. I think it just boils down to that.
And I disagree, because you are emotionally available for men.
No, far from it. That's a trick.
It's not a stretch, because you can understand that it is men that hears what I'm saying and they're going to take it in the wrong connotation. They're not going to look at it as being better, because they feel that I'm only criticizing men and I don't criticize women enough for their satisfaction. But I'm not emotional.
That's not emotional availability.
Oh, yes, it is. Because that's what men need. They need that. They need that, right? Because I'm holding them accountable all the way. I don't have that. So, like, me and you both need divergence, but I don't have no sympathy for men whatsoever.
Right.
At all.
There you go. You just said it.
Especially the ones that is doing the wrong things. Have none, because they could get their ass up out of there, especially if people are giving them information that they could implement in their life today, and they actually hear the thing that is better for them. Like, for example, when I communicate to them about how I eat, how I don't drink, how I don't smoke, how I run, how I walk, how I take lust and degeneracy from the top of my virus, and I got it somewhere. All these things, to replace that things with honor, integrity, so on and so forth. All those things, they do not disagree with any of those things. However, what they do not do is follow any of those things, even though they know for a fact it will help them literally in their life today. So I don't have sympathy for them.
No, I wouldn't have sympathy for people that are wayward, that are decidedly wayward either, right? People that make a decision to not do what has been proven to be the correct thing. I would not suggest you should be sympathetic to that, neither am I. But when you said you're not sympathetic to men, you open with that. I think that's where it begins. Because I do believe there are some men, because we're humans, right? There are a population of men that do deserve sympathy. Now, one thing I'm not very good at is empathy, right? And that's why I say I'm not very emotionally available. I don't understand why anybody gets upset at the things that they get upset with. And it's not that the thing itself is what I have the challenge with. It's the upset. It's the emotion, right? And you can tell because the way I communicate, right? I don't like to cut people off because I don't like to be cut off. So I try to treat people in a way that I would want to be treated. And when people cut me off and people misinterpret my words, I see that as a sign of disrespect. But I still don't fly off the handle when I'm faced with that. I simply warn them to, hey, listen, this is not a good way to converse with me. And if they continue, I just simply let them have it, right? I'm done with it. So I'm not emotionally available that way. Like, I don't engage emotionally, but I can recognize circumstances and situations and calculate reasons why someone would have an emotional response, right? That's just adherence to logic. That's not emotional availability. And I think men.
Can you
right,
ask Aaron the question of the topic?
After he finished, hold on. Let me finish my conversation before you just jump in with your intrusive thoughts. Go ahead, Aaron.
I think to deny anybody sympathy, no matter what population you're talking about, if you deny that population of sympathy in its entirety, right? I'm not saying offer everyone sympathy. I'm saying if you deny everyone sympathy, that's an abusive. That's a very abusive mode of operating.
Yeah, but
that's not something I would recognize. Go ahead.
So the issue is that I give it a clear distinction. I even gave it their own acronym. And it's very distinctive. Like, for example, if somebody starts talking about a gay man do X, Y, and Z, I'm never hey, gay men such and such. I'm never going to put myself into that conversation. And so the reason why I brought that up is that if somebody say, hey, men are not able to take care of their wife and take them out the home and have their kids homeschool, I'm not going to jump out the window and say, hey, I could do it. Because it doesn't make sense. Because I understand when somebody say that, they are talking about in general. They are not talking about the one-offs that could possibly do it, because nothing we talking about is 100%. So I'm very specific about the men that I'm talking about. I'm never talking about the men that are doing the great work and working through life, because life is a difficult thing. You got ups and downs. You have seasons. Even the most successful person can go down and come right back up, because it's all about a mindset, not what your wallet is or whatever the case is, right?
Can we analyze what you just said? I hate cutting you off, but I don't want to lose something. You just said something, and I think it's important. You said you opened this train of thought with men are not capable of taking care of their wives, right? You said you wouldn't jump in that conversation, and that you have a designation reserved for men that can't do that. But when you open with men aren't capable of doing a thing, not only is that incorrect, but it's offensive. Because it's an absolute statement. To say men aren't capable of it, that by virtue of saying that means you aren't capable of it. And we know you are.
It's not an absolute because men doesn't mean all men. It's a general statement of a majority, meaning
Yeah, but there's no
51% or more. It's not
but
a all statement.
right, but I think the men that are capable deserve to have an accurate distinction being made, right? So that's why we say most, most or the minority or majority of the population, and then you go with that. But when you use the term men and that's it, you don't quantify it. The only way to interpret that is as an absolute, because there's no modifier to designate what exact, right? That's the accuracy of communication. When you say men,
no, because
the only
men doesn't
descriptor you're
mean
using.
Aaron got it right. I find it like finding somebody else.
Men
Aaron
doesn't not never mean all. Men, that's a weird thing that y'all try to prop up to say when you say men, it quote unquote means all, but you want to say, well, why didn't you say some? Well, why didn't I say all? Because when I just say men, it never means all. It does mean
Some
a
doesn't move the needle
majority.
either. Some doesn't move the needle either. I don't agree with some either. So you're correct there. I mean, if that's what you're saying. But then to say all doesn't mean all, it's still all. To say all doesn't mean all is like saying some. It doesn't tell me whether or not it's a majority or minority.
Okay,
so I still don't know
so
what you're saying.
would you personally get offended when it says men? No, because you know it doesn't apply to you.
Incorrect. That's not why I wouldn't get offended. I wouldn't get offended because, like I said, I have a psychopath relationship with emotions. I'm neurodivergent. I simply don't
Well,
care.
I think you're just putting that label on it, but I think an intelligent person, which I feel you are intelligent, I think you're just having an argument. But I think in general,
it's a diagnosis. I'm diagnosed neurodivergent.
No, I don't mean it that way. I mean you're applying it that way. That you're applying that. Well, I wouldn't be offended because I'm neurodivergent. When in general, if I say the same, I talk to my son. I talk to them. I talk to men, and I'm like, these men, they don't ever say, "Wait a minute, that's not me." They never say that.
I'm divergent. You see
No,
what
the only reason why I said that because you asked me, you said, would I be offended? And the answer is no. And you said because. I said that's not the reason. I wouldn't be right. I didn't make it about me. You did when you asked, would I be offended?
Well, okay.
So I was just correcting that. That's all. Okay. That's all.
Hold on, Kim. Lorena, you want to ask Aaron something or talk to Aaron real quick?
Oh, I wanted to say thank you, Aaron, because you really broke it down. Like that was amazing. That was very refreshing. My brain feels decompressed a bit.
I appreciate
it. That. And for the same reasons that Aaron is saying, though, Sharon, that's actually one of the reasons why I do enjoy your podcast, because you are neurodivergent. So you actually teach things in a very general place because you don't get emotionally involved in any situation that does not apply to you. So you will never understand why other neurotypical men are the ones who dislike you. That's why Mont can sit on your podcast and have very different views from you, very disagree, don't agree with your views or your beliefs, and still come here every single day and not hit on you. It's also neurodivergent. A lot of the females on your podcast, they are also neurodivergent. So that's why I am here all the time, because it is like a brain decompression. I don't have to think. I don't have to mask. I can just be.
So basically, you saying he got cooked?
All right, we just all neurodivergent. Like we all just.
I'm sorry. I'm basically saying he got cooked.
Whatever,
Sharon got cooked.
I don't know what that. I can't.
It's okay. Don't answer him. Don't answer him.
Okay.
I mean, before we lose Big A, because I'm not sure how long he got. Man, do you want to address Big Aaron, or are you just coming back just to come back?
I just came back. I don't even know what happened. I got kicked off. I get kicked off for real. I don't even watch you when they kick me off. I gotta come back fresh mind, fresh everything. But it sounds like y'all are still saying that kids need men. Because at first it sounded like y'all was trying to say kids ain't need no men, they just need the resources. Sound like y'all
Men
was
need
trying to.
men. That's what men need. Men need men.
Pause, bro. Pause.
No,
So-
men. It's not. That's what men need.
So Kim, let me ask you the question: would you take the same stance that Sharon took earlier if you had the same resources that you and your husband is making together? You'd be able to have the same outcomes without your husband.
I don't make no resources together. I don't have no money.
No, what I'm saying is, I think you're missing my question. My question is, earlier you made the statement that as long as women have the same resources as married couples, they can be able to be just as successful. Do you think that that's true for you?
If I could just
Absolutely
take
not. We are
on
not
all
going
my
back to that.
husband's
Nope.
resources,
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nope. We are not
No.
going back.
Oh, now you
No.
playing Captain Safe. Now you want to throw the cape on.
No.
Listen, we've been here
Absolutely
for
not.
5 hours, and now you want to throw the cape on. Okay, I see what this is.
Absolutely not. We are not going
my
back to that
husband is very
conversation.
a mom
Absolutely not.
dad. He take care of the kids. So
Absolutely not, because clearly you can't hear me. Maybe sometimes when you start talking, you just put the phone away from your ear. You just say blah, 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 and you don't care what I'm saying. We are not going back there. No, absolutely not. But I want to finish just close out me and Big Aaron's conversation. I think the main issue is that I was under the impression that men are supposed to be able to take proper criticism when it's being truthful. If you could look at the truth, that's how you could get better. And this idea that men cannot be truthful with each other, it is amazing to me that so many men do not want to be just truthful in dealing with what is. I never seen so many men. I wish I had a number that I could put on it, but it is a lot. I used to want to believe that was just a loud minority, but as more as I do these shows, is my purview is getting shifted to it might possibly be a majority of men that have this degenerate culture thinking. That's the issue that I'm having, Big.
I would agree, and that's an issue that I have, right? I don't understand the inability to accept criticism either, right? So we're in the same boat there. As far as the portion of the population that's guilty of that, I don't know either. I would like to also believe it's a minority, even if it is, it's a loud minority. But even if you said a majority, I don't have any evidence to push back against that, right? So you're 100% valid there. I just know that this story doesn't just end there, and there are other issues to be discussed that I think may mitigate some of these individuals that don't accept criticism. Or if you, let's say 60% of men don't accept criticism well, if you can at least change half of their minds, now you reduce that number to 30% of men that just refuse to take criticism. Now you set that number aside, 70% of men now accept criticism. The question is, what is required to change the minds of the men, half of the men that don't accept criticism well? Is it a flaw to begin with? Yes. Fact of the matter is the flaw exists, and if we're going to be solution-based, we can't just have the conversation in a vacuum away from finding a solution. The solution would be what's necessary to make the change or to help someone make the change. You can't just say, hey, man, you're an asshole. You're screwed up. You got to change. Okay, that's nice, but if you're not willing to at least find out how to help or what would help, then you're essentially grandstanding at best or an abusive asshole at the very least. Because there's no investment, there's no care, there's no now see this right that I don't right, that's not me. So there's no investment, and if there's no investment, then there's no proof of interest in really wanting to help the situation. You would just be indicted as someone that's unnecessarily critical. But if you're actively seeking a change or a way to help, and you ask questions that are geared toward finding out what you need to help, then I think that would at least bring people around. I'm interested in trying to help people, which is why I ask a lot of questions. Well, what do you mean by that? That's what Lamont said earlier. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, why do you say that? Instead of just saying, hey, that's wrong, You can say, well, wait. What motivates you to say that? Because I disagree. And then when you find out, now you know what to correct because you know why they're saying it. Rather than just saying they're wrong, now they feel like shit. We're all human, that's all. That's it.
So the issue
Teachers
is
must teach.
The
Go
issue
ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The issue that I have with that is that if I'm teaching, then the person gonna have to allow me to teach. So if I see you doing something wrong and I correct it, I don't need you to say, but I'm doing it this way because I don't give a fuck why you was doing it that way. I'm showing you that you're wrong, and I'm literally giving you an example and showing you how to correct it. So that is not just me just criticizing you. I say, hey, your jump shot is wrong. This is what you need to do, and this is the reasons why you should do it. This is how you have more control. You can start to feel this, that, and I explain that whole thing. And then you come back and tell me, this person, you come back and tell me, but the reason why I shoot it this way is because of I didn't do enough push-ups. I don't care.
Yeah, but that's their right.
That's irrelevant for you understanding why you need to do it this way. Once you understand that this is a way to shoot, and for all the mechanics that come behind it that I explained, you need to start implementing these things into your life. Now, whatever you got to do to get your strength up, hey, that's a whole different concept. Get your strength up so you can get your form right. Fine. You need to run. You need to do that. All those things is irrelevant. You won't have to figure those things out as well. You got to critically think for yourself as well. But this is the right path, not only because I'm told you that, but because I'm showing you improvement. Look, you do it like this. This is the follow through. The ball goes in 9 out of the 10 times. You have control. Why do you have control? Because and I'm giving you all the examples of why this is a better format to understand shooting, for example, right? It's just an example, not to focus on.
I understand the example, but that fundamentally disregards one's own sovereignty, right? So what you're doing is you're pretty much expecting people to accept you as an authority on a subject when whatever conclusions they've arrived at are conclusions based on their lifetime of experience, right? Even if it's incorrect. So you have to cut through that. You have to allow people to have their own sense of sovereignty and sense of self, and not expect them to automatically just take what you're saying as the gospel. You would have to essentially prove to them or go through exercises so that they can discover for themselves that what they're hanging on to is incorrect, right? Like that's what a teacher does. A student can't automatically be able to discern the lesson because they don't have what you have, right? They don't have that wisdom and knowledge to be able to make that kind of inference, right? So that's up to the teacher to teach the student in a way where the student learns, right? The teacher can't just teach a lesson in the way that suits the teacher, because once you come across a student that doesn't respond to that, you're now a bad teacher. There's no such thing as a bad student. The only bad student is the one that just doesn't pay attention at all. But anybody that's willing to have the conversation is at least willing to pay attention. Once you have their attention, you have to leverage it. You cannot let it go. And that requires you to meeting them where they are and speaking their language. And if you are the authority on the subject, you should be able to, because you know more than they do. It's like parenting a child. You can't you can't do it by force. You only enforce confirm deliberate mess ups with force. Okay. But genuine mistakes that need correction need to be corrected with guidance, not force. Force is what you respond and neglect with.
Right. And so when I'm not just talking, I'm walking it, I'm showing improving, I'm teaching, and when I give you the reason why it works, I show you the mechanics, right? I didn't just say it just and no proof of concept whatsoever. I have the proof of concept. You see the proof of concept. And I explain it thoroughly, and you still try to fight the solution that I'm giving. That's when it becomes a problem, because these are not children, and I do not compare them to children. I compare them to adults that are supposed to be able to critically think about what is actually happening and what is going on. That, hey, is what he's saying correct? Did it work? Is it working? Does this kind of thing continues to work? Do other people follow this thing and it's working for them as well? Do we have any proof of the concept? And once I do all of that, and then you still say, but hey, I cannot, it's a problem with you, not the teacher, because you are
So Sharon,
you are not listening.
Let me know when
can
I
we
can get
tackle
in there.
this in smaller pieces? Can we tackle this in smaller pieces? Because
Gotta have
like
an
you'll
open
say a
mind.
thing,
Gotta have an open
you'll say a
mind.
thing and then continue on, and the fact that that thing I may not agree with completely throws off everything else, and now we're wasting time.
Well, can I hop in or no? Y'all need to go back and forth a little bit.
I mean, I believe we're almost done, but it's up to Sharon. It's his panel. I mean, I can stand down for a minute. I don't care.
So what I'm doing, I'm gonna take your teacher advice, and maybe I need to take a step back and see if either man can express what I'm saying, because I think I'm not sure what side you coming in on. So
He's not on your side.
I understand both of what you guys are saying, but like, let me give you an example. Sharon, if you say marriage work and it's proven that it works for me, it works for Aaron, it works for you, but we
Hey
talking to
guys,
somebody.
I gotta be back. I got a phone call.
Okay.
I'll be back.
But we're telling marriage work to somebody who's been divorced 7 times, right? And they saying by their lived experience, they saying that yes, it worked for you guys. It's proven that I can go point at people that it does work for, but it's also evidence that it does not work too, right? So I agree with you that you're saying that the things that you're saying does work for a person that have the same ideology or the same makeup as you. But that same theory, Sharon, would you agree for other men who don't take on your ideology, it will not work? Is that a
His
possibility?
ideology is be responsible as a man. That's it.
so no, I don't.
Be
I don't.
responsible.
So no, I don't agree with that that statement, even because if I see this man that's been married 7 times, and I listen to him and I give him some correct things, and I say these things, he said, well, I haven't done this, that, and the third. And I give him this, I lay out the whole situation. He said, I never did none of those things. I could still say, this is why. Now I could even go further and say, this is why your 7 marriages has failed, because you are not paying attention to these 10 things that I presented for you. And if you was to have this cultural shift in a mindset, you will have a better outcome within a relationship.
Okay, so you said that if I think if we talk about from the panel, I don't think people can see or say the things that they did wrong. Like even in your example, you saying, hey, like what I hear is I know for a fact that I believe some guys are being dishonest. You be like, well, did you do this? He's like, I did that. And we know he didn't do that. Because if he was listening to his woman, they wouldn't have been in the situation that they was, right? So I think it's a dishonesty too. So it's hard for us to gauge if they actually did those things or did not do those things. Did that make sense? Or no?
I don't know. I don't know how I could relate it to me, I guess. But
The thing is the biggest thing is, so do you think what we do with our women can apply to all women?
Just treat how you others want to be
I
treated.
think in a basic sense, yes, because it still got to be tweaked to the individual as well. So you got to be able to. So yes.
Okay, so
because I pay attention to my specific woman and what she needs. So if I pay attention to this other specific woman to what she needs, then yes, I could apply the same thing. Yes.
All right, so you said that it's a failure of applying the principle. It's not the people.
Right, they're not applying the principles. Right.
Okay.
But so if I say, hey, you need to take lust and degeneracy off the top of your baptism, add honor, some sound doctrine, the whole situation, and then they say, well, I don't want to do it because I still lust over my wife. Ain't nobody say to take lust out of the equation. I said remove it from the top.
Oh, I got what you said. So you said the basic level of ideology of what you said can apply to all relationships. But say, for example, it's some things that I might have to tweak in my relationship to cater to my woman. Okay, I can agree with that. Yeah, I agree that from a basic point of view, if a man take lust out of his value system, especially the top of his value system, but he still can lust after his wife, but he's not lusting after every woman that walking by. So it's not lust, it's just how important it is to the man lust. I can agree with that. I think Munt agree with that too. So we done brought Munt over too. He just halfway listening.
And it's not just in relationships. These men be talking about women all across the internet, how they twerking and how they wearing wigs and how they wearing lashes. Well, why is that even on your radar if you're not watching twerk videos? If you're not looking at Meg Thee Stallion, well, why you got this big opinion? You got this big opinion. Go remove lust and degeneracy from the top of your value system and go start a Feed the Children program.
Yeah, it's nothing wrong with twerk videos. I don't know what Kim talk about. I get Sharon. He might.
No, no. No, I'm not gonna allow you to do it. Absolutely not. I'm not gonna allow you to do it. Nope. Shout out to Ronald 804. Great conversation as always, Sharon and panel. Money is important, but it can't be the most important thing in a marriage or in a single person's life. Speak to y'all later. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Ronald. Also, we got Peasy ain't going with the 10 ball. Misogyny is like racism. They are power systems that harms the benefactor because it destroys empathy and compassion for the oppressed in the system, destroying the humanity of both sides. Okay. Okay, PZ, okay. The verbal session. After round of the two. Aaron wants a pat on his head, Sharon. God damn, y'all be. PZ ain't going with the volleyball. When I say misogyny, I mean the harming of women. Thank you again, PZ. Thank you for everybody. Make sure we hit that like. We didn't get through. I wanted to get through some more of the video. We didn't make it. Yeah. But like always, we're gonna start working on some night shows as well, so we can get have some more fun, get some more conversations out there. I need Mont to start. We're gonna talk. And shout out to everybody. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for being here today. We're going to run it back tomorrow. Too Strong. We're going to see you. Yeah. We're going to get Too Strong on the panel with the cam up and all that. Yeah, Davey Dix. Don't you start with me, bro. You better leave me alone. And Ken West, what's your final thoughts?
In the words of Diva, bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me